paper car, a paper cow, and paper militia to assist the passage of his mother to the next world. 5 monks chanted scriptures. But many of the burial places were destroyed for stone, timber, or even fertilizer. In Hunan, for instance, gravestones were taken to build a dam, and party activists set the example by destroying the resting places of their own ancestors. In Yueyang, in hundreds of desecrated graves, bones stuck out of the coffins. Wei Shu remembered in an interview how he was made to erase graves in the Sichuan countryside. "You know, graves for dead people, they usually look like little hills. We had to flatten them. That was one of the things we had to do in 1958. At night, we were ordered to go around to destroy the graveyards and turn them into farming land." In many parts of the country, agricultural land occupied by ancestral graves was systematically reclaimed. In Beijing, the crematoriums worked full-time during the Great Leap Forward. In 1958, over 7,000 bodies were cremated, almost 3 times more than in 1956, and 20 times more than in 1952. A third of these corpses have been disinterred to make way for agriculture. But in the countryside, the authorities did not always bother to cremate the bodies that they had unearthed in their frantic search for timber. As a restricted publication edited by the Secretarial Office of the State Council noted, in Mouping, Shandong, local cadres used corpses to fertilize the land. They have tossed a few not yet fully decomposed bodies onto the crops. An elderly lady who had been buried only days earlier was stripped of her clothes, her naked body dumped by the roadside. This was by no means an exceptional case. In his report to the Commissar of the Military Division in Shanxi where he worked, party member Ho Shixiang explained that when he returned to his village in Fengxian County, Hunan, he noticed that many of the coffins had been disinterred and had been left strewn about the field in front of his house. The lids were ajar, the remains gone. A few days later, on a rainy afternoon, he noticed a plume of smoke from the chimney of the local deputy secretary. Inside the house were 4 large cauldrons, in which corpses were being simmered into fertilizer, the extract to be evenly distributed over the fields. Chapter 21. Nature. Travelling extensively through the Qing Empire in the 1870s, Baron von Richthofen reported that the entire north of the country was destitute of trees, the barren mountains and hills offering a desolate view. Securing fuel for the long, cold winters was always a problem in Imperial China. Farmers raised large quantities of maize and sorghum. Seeds were used for food, while the stalks served as fuel to heat the kang, a hypercoarse bed which the family slept on at night and sat on during the winter when it was heated by flues built inside. In a country depleted of forests, lack of fuel was widely felt. The scarcity of wood meant that every chip, twig, root and shaving was eagerly gleaned by children or elderly women who stripped the ground bare. Forest destruction for clearing, fuel and timber was made worse after 1949 by rash interference in the natural environment. Mao viewed nature as an enemy to be overcome, an adversary to be brought to heel, an entity fundamentally separate from humans which should be reshaped and harnessed through mass mobilization. War had to be waged against nature by people pitted against the environment in a ceaseless struggle for survival. A voluntarist philosophy held that human will and the boundless energy of the revolutionary masses could radically transform material conditions and overcome whatever difficulties were thrown in the path to a communist future. The physical world itself could be reshaped, hills erased, mountains levelled, rivers raised, bucket by bucket if necessary. Launching the Great Leap Forward, Mao declared that there is a new war. We should open fire on nature. The Great Leap Forward decimated the forests. In the drive to increase steel output, the backyard furnaces that mushroomed everywhere had to be fed, farmers fanning out into the mountains to cut down trees for fuel. In Yijiang County, Hunan, the mountains were covered in lush primeval forest. A great cutting followed, some units felling 2/3 of the trees to feed the furnaces. By 1959, nothing but bare mountains remained. In Anhua, to the west of Changsha, an entire forest was turned into a vast expanse of mud. Being driven through thick ancestral forests along the road from Yunnan to Sichuan, Soviet specialists in forestry and soil preservation noted that trees had been randomly felled, resulting in landslides. Forests were brutalized everywhere, sometimes beyond recovery. But random logging did not stop with the end of the steel campaign. The famine was not just a matter of hunger, but rather of shortages of all essentials, fuel in particular. As farmers were desperate for firewood and timber, they reproduced habits acquired during the steel campaign, returning to the woods to cut and slash. Stealing was easier than ever before, because lines of responsibility for forestry had become blurred with collectivization. The forest belonged to the people. In Wudu County in arid Gansu, there had been some 760 people in charge of forestry before the Great Leap Forward. By 1962, about 100 remained. The situation was the same all over China. In 1957, Jilin province was covered in dense forests and beautiful woodlands managed by 247 forestry stations. Only 8 of these survived collectivization. Not only were local brigades powerless to stop depredations of natural resources, but they were often complicit in them. When walking through the gates of Sihai Commune in Yangtze County, up in the mountains just outside Beijing, a visitor in March 1961 was met with the sight of some 180,000 stumps of trees, linden and mulberry, cut an inch or two above the ground. This was the work of a mere 2 units. Farmers were so desperate for warmth that they even cut down fruit trees in the middle of the winter. As the Forestry Bureau from Beijing reported, 50,000 apple, apricot and walnut trees were hacked down by one village in Changping, while a brigade used a tractor to uproot 890,000 plants and seedlings for fuel. More often than not, communes would send teams to poach from neighbors. From Huahiru, 100 farmers were dispatched across the county border to Yangting, where they cut down 180,000 trees in less than 3 weeks. Closer to the capital, trees along the railway were felled, 10,000 vanishing along the line in Daxing County. Further south, even telephone poles were taken down for fuel. Far inland, in Gansu, a single brigade destroyed 2/3 of all 120,000 varnish trees, crippling the local economy, while another team managed to fell 40% of the tea oil trees on which local villages had depended for their livelihoods. People were desperate for kindling. Some villages burned not only their furniture, but even some of their houses after cutting down the trees. What is under the pot is more scarce even than what is in the pot, farmers lamented. Even in Panyu, Guangdong, surrounded by subtropical vegetation, 2/3 of all households had no fuel to start a fire, some even lacking a match. Fire had to be borrowed from neighbors. Once started, it was guarded like a precious commodity as entire villages sank back into a primitive barter economy. In cities, too, trees were felled, but for different reasons. As we have seen, many companies used the Great Leap Forward to expand their facilities, often out of all proportion to their actual needs. One arm of the Commercial Bureau of Nanjing destroyed a fruit yard with 6,000 cherry, peach, pomegranate and pear trees. The cleared field remained empty. Such destruction was common in Nanjing. As an investigation at the end of 1958 showed, a few dozen units were responsible for illegally hacking down 75,000 trees. Most were factories in need of timber, but some sold the wood on the black market to raise much-needed income. Although there were periodic campaigns to turn the denuded countryside green, barren deserts would be transformed into lush forests. Widespread famine, poor planning, and a more general collapse of authority combined to defeat efforts at afforestation. Trees that had just been planted instantly disappeared. In 1959, for example, Beijing sent thousands of people to plant 2,600 hectares of protective greenery at the Ming Tombs Reservoir. The local commune destroyed more than half within a year. Outside Beijing, between 1/3 and 4/5 of all reforestation and seedling projects were lost. The damage in regions further removed from the seat of power must have been even greater. In Heilongjiang, with its mountains clad in dense forest harbouring virgin larch, purple linden, and Manchurian ash, 1/3 of all seedlings in new shelter forests died because they were poorly managed. In Hubei, some 15,000 trees planted to stabilize the banks of a dam in Echeng were illegally felled as soon as they were put in the ground. They were replanted, but the job was carried out so badly that most simply tilted over and dried out. To the many causes of denudation must be added fire, cases of which soared as a result of greater human activity in forests and the collapse in effective forestry management. Some 56,000 hectares were destroyed in thousands of fires in Hunan during the first 2 years of the Great Leap Forward. In the arid northern plains of Shanxi and Gansu, where forest was already rare, 2,400 fires claimed more than 15,000 hectares in the spring of 1962. Fires could be accidental, but often the forest was burned on purpose to produce fertilizer or hunt down wildlife. As fire advanced and the forest receded, so the animals were slaughtered. Even rare species were fair game for hunters, and some of them, golden monkey, wild elephant, and sable, were driven to the edge of extinction. Fire was also used to clear the land for cereal grain, although most of the reclamation took place in pastoral areas. Elsewhere, the cultivated surface actually shrank since collectivization was supposed to bring about such astonishing jumps in productivity that 1/3 of all fields could be abandoned. In the Gansu corridor and the Ningxia plain, for instance, winter wheat intruded on the steppes, hastening desertification. The county of Yanqi, to take but one example from Ningxia, doubled its farmland to 50,000 hectares during the Great Leap Forward, cutting away the highland grasses and driving the sheep up the hills to graze. The county now faced the sand. Further to the west, in the arid Kaidam basin, a bleak expanse pockmarked by salt marshes and surrounded by mountains so cold that little could grow, communes destroyed 100,000 hectares of shrubbery and desert vegetation to make way for grain cultivation. The risk of being buried by drift sand then forced several collective farms to move. The extent of forest coverage lost during the famine is difficult to estimate. Up to 70% of the shelter forests were destroyed in some counties in Liaoning province. In East Henan, 80% of all shelter forests vanished. In Kaifeng, it had gone altogether, and some 27,000 hectares were given up to the desert. Throughout the immense expanse of the northwest, from Xitian to Shaanxi, 1/5 of all trees were cut down. In Hunan, half of the forest was felled. In Guangdong, just under 1/3 had disappeared. Yu Xiguang, an expert on the famine, claims that 80% of the forest coverage went up in smoke, although that may be an overestimate. The damage varied from place to place, and even in the archives, statistics are political artifacts rather than objective reflections of reality. What is certain is that never before had such a large diversity of forests, from the bamboo groves in the south to the alpine meadows and boreal stands of fir and pine in the north, suffered such a prolonged and intense attack. After dark clouds filled the skies, thunder and rain exploded over Hebei in the early summer of 1959. As the torrential downpour continued unabated, the drainage system choked with mud, excrement, and foliage. Irrigation canals caved in, streets turned into rivers, and the region north of the capital flooded. The monsoon dissolved the houses made of mud and destroyed the fields, either waterlogging them or washing away the topsoil. Streets were coated with silt and heaped with wreckage. A third of all farmers in Tongzhou were affected. As homes collapsed, crops were lost, and animals drowned. Other catastrophes besieged China during the summer. Heavy rain lashed Guangdong. Typhoons pummeled the coast further north. Extreme variations in the weather had unforeseen consequences, causing the worst drought in Hebei in several decades. Much was made of the impact of nature on the economy, as the leadership deflected attention away from politics by attributing economic setbacks to these calamities. The exact proportion of blame to be assigned to nature became a point of contention, and Liu Shaozi would later get into trouble by openly claiming that only 30% of difficulties in production were caused by natural disasters, the remaining 70% being due to man-made factors. But Liu's explanation, while quite common, reproduced rather than challenged the notion which lay at the root of environmental degradation in China at the time, namely that humans were an entity separate from nature altogether. Both were intertwined, as detailed studies carried out on natural calamities at the time show. When an investigation team revisited Tongzhou the following summer, they found extreme destitution, as the state had all but abandoned the villagers, who barely survived without adequate food, clothing, or shelter. Traditional coping mechanisms in times of disaster, private charity, state assistance, mutual help, family savings, and migration, had failed to take effect, and the flooding had a far more profound and prolonged effect as a result of collectivization. But none of this explained why Tongzhou had been hit so badly. Did it rain more over that part of the region? The answer came a year later, after Liu Shaozi pointed out the marginal role played by catastrophes in a speech attended by thousands of top cadres. In the more open political climate of 1962, the Water Conservancy Bureau started taking stock of how the Great Leap Forward had affected the irrigation system. It singled out Tongzhou for special attention. The conclusion was unambiguous. Poorly conceived irrigation projects hastily implemented during the Water Conservancy movement of 1957-8 had disturbed a carefully balanced natural water system. Combined with a huge extension of agriculture, more water than ever before was forced to go underground. When the clouds burst over Tongzhou in 1959, the water had nowhere to go, inundating fields and villages. The same happened all over the country. In Hebei, the Tangzhou region was so devastated by a typhoon in July 1961 that a team of 24 men was immediately sent from the Provincial Party Committee. They spent 10 days in the region, where close to half of all the fields stood under water. The team quickly realized that the natural drainage system has been destroyed by irrigation work undertaken since the Great Leap Forward. Poorly designed reservoirs, canals, and ditches contributed to the disaster, but increased cultivation made it worse as big, square fields had replaced the small and uneven plots that traditionally followed the topography of the terrain. Even villages which had never suffered from inundation now stood waterlogged. Mud houses topped by heavy stone roofs caved in on their inhabitants. As the team noted, nature and people paid the price of past policies. Everything was emaciated, sure. People are emaciated, the earth is barren, animals are skinny, and houses are thin. Tongzhou and Zhangzhou are two well-documented examples, but even greater belts of starvation ran along the Huai River and Yellow River plains. From Shangqiu in Henan to Jining in Shandong, from Fuyang in Anhui to Suzhou in Jiangsu, Hu Yaobang spent a month travelling some 1,800 kilometres inspecting the devastation caused by heavy rain in September 1961. As we shall see, many of the sites of horror where the death rate was at least 10% were located in those two areas. Some of these names, Fengyang, Fuyang, Jining, have since become symbols for mass starvation. The first thing Hu Yaobang observed was that the rainfall that autumn had hardly been exceptional. In some of the most devastated counties, such as Fengyang, the rainfall was basically normal. Further inquiries revealed that the main reason these regions were devastated by inundations of no more than 700 millimeters was the extraordinary extent of water conservancy projects carried out since the autumn of 1957. These vast irrigation networks trapped the water, then silted up and became an evil dragon turning the land into a sea. So bad was the situation that any rainfall exceeding 300 millimeters could cause devastation. The local villagers deeply resented the canals and channels built over the past few years, seeing them as the main reason for the inundations. Hu noted that some of the cadres are honest and are learning the lesson, but others are confused, some even insisting that it is a natural catastrophe. Throughout the country, the irrigation projects, built by hundreds of millions of farmers at great human and economic cost, were for the main part useless or downright dangerous. Many violated the laws of nature, resulting in soil erosion, landslides, and river siltation. We saw how in Hunan, a province blessed with fertile soil, river valleys and terraced fields, lush mountains covered with primeval forest, were defaced by local communes during the steel drive. The denuded mountains were washed bare by torrents, since there was no longer a canopy to intercept rainwater. As the capacity of forests to retain water was degraded, natural hazards were amplified into disasters. Large irrigation projects that had disrupted the natural flow of water with stop banks, culverts, reservoirs and irrigation channels only aggravated matters. Accumulated deposits heightened the bed of local rivers in Hunan by up to 80 centimeters, so that water threatened to spill over and flood the neighboring villages. Local reclamation projects made things worse. Launched by the state and local communes in response to food shortages, they showed little sense of stewardship of nature. In Hunan, over 100,000 hectares were opened up, much of it on steep mountain slopes. The rain then flushed the soil and took it to the newly built reservoirs, choking them with sediment. One team in Longhui reclaimed 10 hectares on a gradient against the mountain. The runoff from torrential rain in May 1962 took enough soil to silt up 30 dams and 5 roads. Shortages of different goods also tended to reinforce each other in a vicious circle of want. Once all the fertilizer had been squandered in the Great Leap Forward of 1958, the fields turned barren. Paths between the rice paddies were poorly maintained, as farmers lost control over the land and crops were randomly planted and frequently changed. Close cropping and deep ploughing further stripped the farmland as the soil was played out. In the past, a field could retain carefully irrigated water for 4 to 5 days, but by 1962, the water seeped through the earth in less than 72 hours. This meant that twice as much water was needed, precisely as the system was silting up. The Bureau for Water Conservancy and Hydroelectricity in Hunan concluded that some 57,000 square kilometers suffered from soil erosion, including most of the river basin of the Yangtze and between a quarter and a third of the Xiang, the Zhejiang, and the Yuanxiang, 3 of the 4 largest rivers in the province. Up to half of all devices for water and soil conservation had silted up and been washed away. In the wake of the irrigation campaign, the amount of soil erosion had increased by 50%. Shabby workmanship, carried out by starved farmers without much planning and often in disregard of expert opinion, also marred new irrigation projects. In Hunan, by the end of the famine, less than half of all pumps actually worked. Many were broken, others simply stopped working in the absence of any supervision. In the Hengyang region, 2/3 of all medium-sized reservoirs and 1/3 of all small dikes were dysfunctional, as water was lost through leaks and seepages. In the province as a whole, 1/10 of all medium reservoirs were described as completely wasted projects, and they were abandoned halfway through. None of the 10 large ones had much of an impact, as they submerged large cultivated surfaces but actually irrigated very little, causing great anger among local people who had been forced to resettle. In many cases, the building material was so brittle that the movement of the waves inside the reservoirs created grooves of a depth of 50 to 70 centimeters inside the dam. The use of dynamite by hungry farmers to fish near dams and sluices did not improve the situation. Hunan was no exception. In neighboring Hubei, during the drought of 1959, which the party leadership identified as one of the catastrophes to have ravaged the country, water from the mighty Yangtze could not be diverted into the fields because more than 3/4 of all new sluices were too high. The river passed along arid fields as people and cattle went thirsty. Along the 100-kilometer stretch between Jianli and Jingzhou, in the midst of the drought, farmers dug holes into local dikes to irrigate the fields, but later these were flooded during heavy rains. By 1961, an estimated 400,000 small reservoirs were in a state of disrepair. Roughly 1 in 3 either collapsed, silted up, or leaked dry. But as in other parts of a country in the grip of gigantism, large projects also mushroomed. In Hubei, they swelled from a few dozen before 1957 to well over 500. Once these were completed, they were often simply abandoned to local communes, many of which failed to provide any supervision whatsoever. Stones were carted away from embankments, aqueducts were left to silt up, holes were dug in retaining walls, and cowsheds, pigsties, and even entire houses were built on top of dams. The rubber used to seal sluices hermetically was cut away, while the telecommunication equipment from unmanned sentry posts was stolen. The conclusion was inescapable. Despite the huge efforts devoted to irrigation schemes with the forced enlistment of millions of farmers throughout the province, by 1961, less than 1 million hectares were irrigated, in contrast to the 2 million in 1957. The position in Hunan was only marginally better. After massive investment in water conservancy, the overall irrigated surface in the province increased from 2.66 million hectares in 1957 to about 2.68 million in 1962, or less than 1%. Dams throughout the country lacked spillways, used shoddy material, and were built without regard for the local geology. Many collapsed. In Guangdong, the dam at Fenghuang, Chaoan County, burst in 1960, followed by another at Huangdan, Dongxing County. These were large reservoirs, but medium-sized and small ones also caved in, for instance in Lingshan, Huiyang, and Raoping. Nationwide, 115 large reservoirs, or 38% of the total, were unable to hold back the floodwaters during the rainy season. According to a report from the central leadership, 3 large, 9 medium, and 223 small dams or reservoirs collapsed in 1960 because they were badly built. While many of those erected with earth collapsed almost immediately, some were dangerous time bombs ticking away for decades. This happened with the Bangxiao and Shimantan dams in Zhumandian, Henan, built as part of the Harness the Huai River campaign in 1957-9, as we have seen in an earlier chapter. When a typhoon hit the region in August 1975, these dams broke, unleashing a tidal wave which drowned an estimated 230,000 people. By 1980, some 2,976 dams had collapsed in Henan. As the chief of the Provincial Bureau for Water Resources later put it, referring to the Great Leap Forward, the crap from that era has not yet been cleared up. Interference with nature increased the alkalization, also known as salinization or sodification, of farmlands, although this was a phenomenon more commonly associated with the semi-arid plains of the north. Alkalization is often seen as a drawback of irrigation in dry regions where a lack of rainfall allows the soluble salts contained in water to accumulate in the soil, severely reducing its fertility. New irrigation schemes had a disastrous effect on the alkalization of the North China Plain. In Henan, some 2/3 hectares of soil turned into alkaline land. In Beijing and the surrounding suburbs, as the Water Conservancy Bureau found out, the amount of soil lost to alkalization had doubled to 10% during the Great Leap Forward. But along the coast, too, salinization increased through the intrusion of marine water, a consequence of the half-baked schemes of local cadres courting the attention of their superiors. In a Hebei commune located 20 kilometers from the sea, tradition was brushed aside in the pursuit of a vision of symmetry, as grand canals were dug to crisscross square paddy fields rebuilt from uneven plots that customarily hugged the contours of the land. The crop plummeted as the proportion of alkaline land doubled. Throughout the province, the amount of alkaline land jumped by 1.5 million hectares. Hebei was hardly exceptional. In his report on salinization, Liu Jiangsun noted that in many counties in northern Henan, the extent of salinization had doubled, reaching as high as 28%. Hu Yaobang, inspecting counties along the Yellow River, found that huge irrigation schemes in some counties in Shandong had increased the overall proportion of alkaline soil from 8% to as much as 24%. This was confirmed in a more detailed report on the northern and western parts of the province, where an average salinization was above 20% by 1962, having doubled since the Great Leap Forward. In Huimin County, it was close to half of all cultivated land. There was little doubt about the reasons for this. Over the last couple of years, the development of irrigation schemes has disturbed the natural drainage system. How many millions of hectares were lost to salt during the Great Famine is not clear, but it is likely to have reached 10 to 15% of all irrigated cropland. No nationwide or even provincial figures exist, but qualitative evidence suggests that air and water pollution also contributed to an environmental crisis of considerable proportions. China had no treatment plants, and both urban sewage and industrial waste were discharged directly into local rivers. In the drive to transform a predominantly agricultural society into an industrial powerhouse capable of leading the socialist camp in its conquest of the world, the amount of pollutants such as phenol, cyanide, arsenic, fluorides, nitrates and sulfates released into water streams surged. Phenol is one of the most common contaminants. 0.001 milligrams per litre is advisable for drinking water and 0.01 for farming fish. In spillages in the Songhua and Mudan rivers, which flow through the bleak industrial heartland of the north, the amount of phenol ranged from 2 to 24 milligrams per litre. Where carp, catfish and sturgeon once teemed, nothing but a noisome flow of toxic materials remained. In a 150-kilometre stretch of the Nen River, a major tributary of the Songhua, some 600 tons of dead fish were removed by fishermen in less than a day in the spring of 1959. In Liaoning, fish disappeared completely from the rivers near the industrial cities of Fushun and Shenyang. Along the coast near Dalian, it was not unusual to harvest some 20 tons of sea cucumber each year, but the delicacy vanished during the Great Leap Forward. Further south, in Beijing, the State Council complained about pollution. The powerful Anshan iron and steel complex discharged such large amounts of waste that the rivers reeked of petrol, with dead fish floating belly up on the slimy surface. So great was the amount of alkaline waste released by paper mills in Jiangmusi that even the bottoms of boats corroded. The mills themselves were no longer able to produce high-quality paper because they relied on the river water they so heavily polluted. This was the case for all factories in the belt stretching from Shanghai down to Hangzhou. Oil companies were also culprits. A single plant in Maoming releasing 24,000 tons of kerosene into rivers each year. Other scarce resources in the midst of famine were emptied into the water. Smelting plants in dirty, dusty Shenyang, the State Council calculated, could have saved 240 tons of copper and 590 tons of sulfuric acid a year, simply by recycling the water they used. Few comparative studies were made at the time to measure the increase of pollution after 1957, but one case study illustrates the impact of the Great Leap Forward. The leather, knitting, paper and chemical factories in Lanzhou, the industrial centre of the northwest, generated some 1,680 tons of wastewater a day in 1957. This had rocketed up to 12,750 tons a day by 1959. Lanzhou is the first large city along the Yellow River, which contained 8 times more pollutants than was allowed by the Ministry of Hygiene. The river slowly wound its way through the deserts and grasslands of Inner Mongolia before entering the North China Plain, where the water was diverted for irrigation through endless conduits and culverts, the pollutants becoming embedded deep in the cultivated soil. People, too, were poisoned, as rivers were often the only source of drinking water. Workers living near steel plants in the north suffered from chronic poisoning. In Zibo, Shandong, 100 farmers became ill after drinking water polluted with contaminants from a pharmaceutical factory upstream. In Nanjing, a single factory employing a mere 275 workers produced 80 to 90 tons of sewage containing radioactive material each day. No measures for waste disposal existed, and all of it was dumped straight down the drain, ending up in the Tsinghua River, which turned into a cesspool. Even groundwater was poisoned. Used by local people to wash their rice, the water in the wells near the factory turned red or green. In Baoshan, Shanghai, the wastewater produced by steel plants leached into workers' dormitories. Outside, heaps of corrugated iron waste accumulated, so that workers had to climb over the rubbish to gain access to their sleeping quarters. While slag was of less concern compared to pollution caused by waste discharges, 250,000 tons accumulated every day in busy Shanghai. The air, too, was polluted, although we have fewer specific examples, since water was a far more precious resource than air, and thus was monitored in greater detail. But one study shows that in Shanghai the equivalent of 20 tons of sulfuric acid mist created in the production of phosphate fertilizers was spewed into the air each day by a number of factories. Some of these factories also produced pesticides, which contaminated animals, people, soil, and air. In Shanghai, for instance, thousands of tons of Dipterex and DDT were produced, as well as benzene hexachloride, BHC, a highly toxic farm chemical labeled 666, which degraded only slowly in the soil. The effects of pesticides on livestock, agricultural land, and aquatic products are well known, but in times of famine, chemical poison found new applications, spreading far beyond the farm. Desperate for food, some communes used pesticides to catch fish, birds, and animals. In Hubei, insecticides such as Cistox and Demeton, commonly called 1605 and 1059 powders, as well as hypertoxic pesticide known as 3911, were deliberately spread to capture ducks, which were then sold to the cities. In Charcot alone, dozens of customers were poisoned and several died after eating the contaminated fowl. Famished farmers also foraged independently for food, releasing chemicals in ponds and lakes to kill the wildlife. In some places the water turned green, killing all. But the most popular form of pest control was mass mobilization. Enthralled by the power of the masses to conquer nature, Mao had raised the call to eliminate rats, flies, mosquitoes, and sparrows in 1958. Sparrows were targeted because they ate grain seeds, depriving the people of the fruits of their labor. In what is one of the most bizarre and ecologically damaging episodes of the Great Leap Forward, the country was mobilized in an all-out war against the birds. Banging on drums, clashing pots, or beating gongs, a giant din was raised to keep the sparrows flying till they were so exhausted that they simply dropped from the sky. Eggs were broken and nestlings destroyed. The birds were also shot out of the air. Timing was of the essence, as the entire country was made to march in lockstep in the battle against the enemy, making sure that the sparrows had nowhere to escape. In cities, people took to the roofs, while in the countryside farmers dispersed to the hillsides and climbed trees in the forests, all at the same hour to ensure complete victory. Soviet expert Mikhail Klochko witnessed the beginning of the campaign in Beijing. He was awakened in the early morning by the blood-curdling screams of a woman running to and fro on the roof of a building next to his hotel. A drum started beating, as the woman frantically waved a large sheet tied to a bamboo pole. For 3 days the entire hotel was mobilized in the campaign to do away with sparrows, from bellboys and maids to the official interpreters. Children came out with slings, shooting at any kind of winged creature. Accidents happened as people fell from roofs, poles, and ladders. In Nanjing, Li Haodong climbed on the roof of a school building to get a sparrow's nest, only to lose his footing and tumble down 3 floors. Local carder He De-lin, furiously waving a sheet to scare the birds, tripped and fell from a rooftop, breaking his back. Guns were deployed to shoot at birds, also resulting in accidents. In Nanjing, some 330 kilos of gunpowder were used in a mere 2 days, indicating the extent of the campaign. But the real victim was the environment, as guns were taken to any kind of feathered creature. The extent of damage was exacerbated by the indiscriminate use of farm poison. In Nanjing, bait killed wolves, rabbits, snakes, lambs, chicken, ducks, dogs, and pigeons, some in large quantities. The main casualty was the humble sparrow. We do not have any reliable figures, as numbers were part of a campaign in which rhetorical inflation combined with specious precision to produce digits as surreal as the campaign itself. Shanghai thus triumphantly reported that it had eliminated 48,695.49 kilos of flies, 930,4 486 rats, 1,213.5 kilos of cockroaches, and 1,367,440 sparrows in one of their periodic wars against all pests. One wonders how many people secretly bred flies or cockroaches to obtain a Medal of Honor. Sparrows were probably driven to near extinction, and few were seen for years afterwards. By April 1960, as the leaders realized that the birds also ate insects, they were removed from the list of harmful pests and bedbugs substituted instead. But the reversal came too late. Insect infestations spread after 1958, ruining a significant proportion of the crop. The biggest damage was done before the harvest, as swarms of locusts would obscure the sky and cover the countryside under a bristling blanket, devouring the crop. Taking advantage of the drought in Hebei in the summer of 1961, they infested some 13,000 hectares in the Xiaogan region alone. In the Jingzhou region, more than 50,000 hectares were devastated. Overall in the province, some 15% of the rice crop was lost to the voracious grasshopper. Everything was stripped bare, over half of all cotton being lost in the Yichang region. Around Nanjing, where a ferocious campaign had been fought against sparrows, some 60% of all fields suffered from insect damage in the autumn of 1960, which led to severe shortages of vegetables. All sorts of harmful species thrived. In Zhejiang province, 500,000 to 750,000 tons of grain, or roughly 10% of the harvest, were lost in 1960 to snout moth, leafhopper, pink bollworm, and red spider, among other pests. Preventative measures were hampered by lack of insecticide. Farm chemicals had first been squandered in the assault on nature in 1958-9, and then shortages of all commodities extended by 1960 to pesticides, just as they were needed more than ever. In the war on nature, different factors thus combined to amplify dramatically what the leadership described as natural catastrophes. The steel campaign caused deforestation, leading in turn to soil erosion and water loss. Grandiose irrigation schemes further disturbed the ecological balance, worsening the impact of inundations and droughts, both of which were drivers of locusts. Drought eliminated all competition, while the heavy rains that followed allowed locusts to hatch more quickly than other insects and take over a mauled landscape. Because sparrows had vanished and pesticides had been misused, the insects descended unopposed on whatever meagre crop the farmers had managed to grow. Mao lost his war against nature. The campaign backfired by breaking the delicate balance between humans and the environment, decimating human life as a result. Part 4. Survival. Chapter 22. Feasting Through Famine. Equality may have been a pillar of communist ideology, but all communist states built elaborate hierarchical orders on the ground. One reason for this was that most of these regimes lived in constant fear of real or imagined enemies, justifying the regimentation of society along military lines in which each subordinate unit was expected to carry out orders without questioning. Each official is the anvil of his superiors and the hammer of his subordinates. Another reason was that the command economy distributed goods and services according to need rather than demand, and the needs of different groups were assigned different priorities by the party, whether the country was defending the realm against imperialist powers or busy building a communist future. In the People's Republic, access to food, goods and services was largely determined by a household registration system, the rough equivalent of the internal passport instituted in December 1932 in the Soviet Union. Introduced to the cities in 1951, it was extended to the countryside in 1955 and became law in 1958, just when farmers were being pitchforked into communes. It divided people into two separate worlds by classing them either as city dwellers, Chumin, or as peasants, Nongmin. The status conferred by the registration system was inherited through the mother, meaning that even if a village girl married a city dweller, she and her children remained farmers. The household registration system was a linchpin of the planned economy. As the state was in charge of the distribution of goods, it had to have a rough idea of the needs of different sectors of the economy. If large flows of people moved about the country in complete freedom, it would upset the production quotas and distribution charts so meticulously mapped by central planners. But another function of the system was to tie the cultivators to the land, making sure that cheap labor was available in the collective farms from which a surplus was taken to pay for industrialization. Farmers were treated as an hereditary caste deprived of the privileges given to city dwellers, which included subsidized housing, food rations, and access to health, education, and disability benefits. In the midst of famine, the state left farmers to fend for themselves. A wall was created between cities and the countryside, but an equally important fault line ran between ordinary people and party members. And within the party, as in the army, an elaborate internal hierarchy further determined the privileges to which one was entitled, from the amount of grain, sugar, cooking oil, meat, fowl, fish, and fruit, to the quality of durable goods, housing, health care, and access to information. Even the quality of cigarettes varied according to rank. In Gwangju in 1962, cadres of ranks 8 and 9 received 2 cartons of ordinary cigarettes a month. Cadres of ranks 4 to 7, 2 better quality cartons, while the highest 3 ranks, reserved for top intellectuals, artists, scientists, and party leaders, received 3 cartons of the finest quality. At the apex of the party stood the leadership, who had special residences ensconced behind high walls, security guards round the clock, and chauffeured cars. Special shops with scarce goods at discounted prices were reserved for them and their families. Dedicated farms produced high-quality vegetables, meat, chicken, and eggs, which were analyzed for freshness and tested for poison before being sampled by tasters. Only then was the food served to leaders in the capital and the provinces. Above them was Mao, living in opulence near the Forbidden City where emperors had once dwelled, his bedroom the size of a ballroom. Sumptuous villas, staffed with chefs and attendants all year round, were at his beck and call in every province or major city. At the bottom of the scale were the millions locked away in labor camps located in the harshest parts of the countryside, from the bitterly cold plains of Manchuria to the arid deserts of Gansu. They were made to break stones, dig for coal, carry bricks, or plough the desert for years on end without any recourse to the law. As the famine developed, the ranks of the privileged swelled. Despite continuous purges, the party membership increased by almost half, from 12.45 million in 1958 to 17.38 million in 1961. Party members knew how to take good care of themselves. One way to feast through famine was to attend frequent meetings, where everything was provided for by the state. Some 50,000 officials came to Shanghai in 1958, a number which had doubled to 100,000 by 1960. They stayed in state-run hotels and dined at state-sponsored banquets. A favorite haunt was the Donghu Hotel, former residence of the famous gangster Du Yuesheng. It was one of the few venues not to charge for anything at all, whether elaborate menus or a range of perfumes on offer in the toilets. Some of these conferences lasted for over a month. In 1960, roughly one high-level conference was held every day of the year, at great cost to the city. Lower-ranking cadres feasted at local meetings. In Nanyong County, in famine-ravaged Guizhou province, 260 carders spent 4 days working through 210 kilos of beef, 500 kilos of pork, 680 chickens, 40 kilos of ham, 130 litres of wine, and 79 cartons of cigarettes, as well as mountains of sugar and pastries. To that had to be added fine blankets, luxury pillows, perfumed soap, and other goods specifically purchased for the conference. In Beijing, an automobile factory spent more than 6,000 yuan on 8 visits to top-class hotels to entertain visitors towards the end of 1960. Another ploy was to organize product testing sessions. In Yingkou, Liaoning, over 20 carders convened one morning in March 1960, systematically working their way through a range of local produce, starting with cigarettes and moving on to tinned meat, fruit and biscuits, all the while helping themselves to copious portions of rice wine. By the end of the day, satiated and drunk, 3 of the testers had vomited. Pleasure trips were organized. In February 1960, some 250 carders boarded a luxury ship to cruise the Yangtze, sampling culinary delights on board while admiring limestone cliffs, karst landscapes and small gorges, occasionally leaving the comfort of their cabins to visit cultural highlights along the way. 100 rolls of film were shot. The scent of perfumed oils and incense sticks, thoughtfully positioned throughout the vessel, wafted through the air. A steady stream of high-heeled waitresses in new uniforms served dish after dish of delicacies. A band played in the background. No expense was spared. For fuel and staff alone, the 25-day cruise cost some 36,000 yuan, to which had to be added 5 tons of meat and fish, not counting endless supplies of cigarettes and alcohol. It must have been a mesmerizing sight, as the cruiser was illuminated like a rainbow with lights of every color, dazzling in the darkness of a moonlit night. The sound of laughter, chatter, and clinking of glasses travelled over the waters of the Yangtze, surrounded by a stunningly beautiful landscape, blighted by mass starvation. During the famine, the feasting and drinking, dachi daha, that took place in party meetings in the cities and the countryside was a common source of complaint. Rapacious officials were often known as pigsy carders, after the character in the famous Ming Dynasty novel Journey to the West, who was part human, part pig, and legendary for his laziness, gluttony, and lust. But outside the party, some ordinary people too had opportunities to feast. In the collective canteens, staff frequently abused their positions to pilfer the provisions. In one cotton factory in Zhengzhou, capital of famished Henan, those in charge regularly raided the storage room, using it as their personal larder. On one occasion, a cook gobbled down 20 salt eggs in a single day, and others ate their way through kilos of tinned meat. Noodles and fried dough cakes were eaten at night, while meat, fish, and vegetables earmarked for the canteen were divided up among the team in daytime. Ordinary workers had to survive on 3 bowls of rice gruel a day, occasionally supplemented by some dry rice or a steamed bun. Many were too weak to work. In the countryside, villagers did not always stand idly by, watching the pillaging. In one commune in Guangdong, where 2/3 of all pigs had been eaten by local carders in banquets and feasts held to celebrate the advent of plenty, farmers warned, "You carders openly steal, we commune members secretly rob." An orgy of slaughter marked the countryside in 1958, when farmers killed off their poultry and livestock as a form of resistance against the people's communes. Spurred on by fear, rumour, and example, they opted to eat the fruits of their labour, or store up a supply of meat, or sell their assets on the black market and save some cash, rather than hand over their belongings. Hu Yongming, as we have seen, systematically ate his way through his livestock in a village up in the hilly northeast of Guangdong province, slaughtering in close succession 4 chickens, 3 ducks, dogs and puppies, as well as a cat. His family gorged themselves on the meat. But even after the heady days of 1958, villagers continued to find ways to have a treat occasionally, sometimes with the connivance of their local leaders. In Luoding, a county bloodied by a thuggish leadership, one brigade still managed to celebrate the birthday of the Communist Party, an excuse for each family to gulp down 4 ducks on the 1st of July, 1959. At Chinese New Year in 1961, thousands of farm cattle were slaughtered by disgruntled farmers in the Jiangxiang region. A form of protest also observed in other parts of Guangdong province, as no pork was available for the all-important dumplings traditionally used to celebrate the new lunar year. Another reason for the occasional feast was that few people saw any reason to save, as expropriation and inflation rapidly eroded any personal reserves. Chun Liu Gu, a thrifty old lady living in Panyu, had managed to save 300 yuan, but now splurged in the early summer of 1959, treating 10 people at a restaurant where bowls of fish soup were avidly consumed. There is no use in saving money right now, and I only have 100 yuan left to buy a coffin. In Beijing, foreign residents noticed that some of the usually quiet restaurants did a roaring trade in 1959, as rumours about the advent of urban communes sent residents scrambling to sell their furniture in state-owned shops. The proceeds were spent on a rare meal in the restaurants. Sometimes ordinary people could eat copiously because they were lucky enough to be looked after by their cadres, who used every political skill to turn their unit into a bastion of abundance in the midst of starvation. In Suhui, Shanghai, some canteens had the comparative luxuries of glass doors and fluorescent lamps fitted throughout. Others installed radios, while one canteen in Putuo built a basin with goldfish. On the other hand, poor supervision of the food supply chain in some urban units occasionally meant that workers had plenty to eat. In Hebei, an investigation showed that workers sometimes moved from one canteen to the next, eating their way through a series of meals. In one dining hall, the tables were routinely laden with produce, which spilled over onto the floor. When the leftovers were swept up at the end of each session, 3 to 4 wash basins, weighing 5 kilos each, were filled. In a further case of an embarrassment of riches, some workers took food back to their dormitories, although much of this was never eaten. The floor was covered in a layer of yellow mush as people trod on the discarded buns. In Shijingshan, just outside Beijing, the offerings were rich enough for workers to pick out the filling in jujube buns, discarding the dough. In the canteens of the mighty Shanghai machine tool factory, rice was given such a cursory wash that several kilos were dug out of the sewers on any day of the week. This was used to feed the pigs. Slack supervision during the night shift allowed workers to eat their fill, and some even engaged in eating contests. A true champion could manage about 2 kilos of rice in one sitting. Chapter 23. Wheeling and Dealing. Whatever their position in the social hierarchy, virtually everybody, from top to bottom, subverted the system of distribution, covertly giving full scope to the very profit motive that the party tried to eliminate. As famine developed, the survival of an ordinary person came increasingly to depend on the ability to lie, charm, hide, steal, cheat, pilfer, forage, smuggle, slack, trick, manipulate, or otherwise outwit the state. But no one could navigate the economy on his own. In a nation of gatekeepers, obstacles were everywhere, as anybody could obstruct anybody else, from the cantankerous caretaker in an apartment block to the dour ticket seller behind the window in a railway station. So prolific and complex were the rules and regulations that ran through the system that discretionary and potentially tyrannical power was vested even in the lowliest of bureau functionaries. The simplest of transactions, buying a ticket, exchanging a coupon, entering a building, could become a nightmare when faced with a stickler for rules. Petty power corrupted petty people, who proliferated at the lower levels of the planned economy, making arbitrary and capricious decisions over goods and services in short supply which they happened to control. And higher up the chain of command, the greater the power, the more dangerous the abuse. A network of personal contacts and social connections was required to get even the simplest things done. Asking a prominent friend to help was always easier than approaching an unknown official who might be devoted to the details of administrative procedure and see no reason to bestow a benefit on a stranger. Any connection was preferable to none. As a former neighbour, an erstwhile colleague, a school friend, or even a friend of a friend was more likely to accommodate a request, turn a blind eye, skirt the law, or bend a rule. In the higher reaches of power, influential colleagues could help one to secure state funds, avoid paying taxes, or gain access to scarce resources. At every level, people expanded their social network by trading favours, exchanging gifts, and paying bribes. They looked after their own. Mu Xingwu, head of a storage unit in Shanghai, recruited 19 relatives to work under him. Half the workforce were related. Here was a solid basis for wheeling and dealing in the goods he was supposed to safeguard. Everywhere, people were pressurizing those below them to protect and further their own interests. The planned economy, with its dedication to the greater good, spawned a system in which the individual and his personal network prevailed. But people in the party were in a better position to use the system for their own personal benefit than those outside it, and they showed endless entrepreneurial guile in devising ways to defraud the state. Common practice for enterprises was to bypass the plan and trade directly between themselves. In Wuhan, the Provincial Highway Transportation Bureau agreed to move goods for the Jianghan District No. 2 commercial office in exchange for food. The operation was worth well over a ton of sugar, a ton of alcohol, and 1,000 cartons of cigarettes, as well as 350 kilos of canned meat in the first months of 1960. The Wuhan Oil Purchasing Station, on the other hand, traded hundreds of tons of oil, gas, and coal to provision lavish banquets for its cadres. In the north, the Tsinghe Forestry Bureau bartered hundreds of cubic meters of timber for biscuits and lemonade from a factory in Jiangmusi. Others exchanged pigs for cement or steel for timber. These practices permeated the entire country as a parallel economy was created by travelling representatives sent to circumnavigate the rigid supply system. Purchasing agents built up social contacts, wining and dining local officials, and traded their way through a shopping list provided by the enterprise for which they were working. Bribes were common. The director of the Bureau for Goods and Materials in Shanghai regularly received presents, from deer antlers rich in velvet to white sugar, biscuits, and lamb. More than 6 million yuan in goods were damaged or lost under his auspices in less than a year. In Guangzhou, the Bureau for Transportation was accused of wasting over 5 million yuan in the 3 years following the Great Leap Forward. In Heilongjiang province alone, one investigation estimated that some 2,000 cadres were shopping for timber on behalf of their units in late 1960, offering watches, cigarettes, soap, or tinned food in return. Dozens of factories in Guangdong sent agents on acquisition tours to Shanghai, cutting out the state from their business deals. People's communes were no exception. The Seagull Farm in Guangdong sold some 27 tons of citronella oil to a Shanghai perfume factory rather than deliver it to the state. Nobody knew how much trade took place in this shadow economy, but one investigation team put the quantity of goods shipped out of Nanjing to other units without any official approval at 850 tons for the month of April 1959 alone. Hundreds of units were involved, some actually counterfeiting shipping permits, using false names, printing fake certificates, and even shipping in the name of the army in order to make a profit. Barter exchange, sometimes considered a very primitive form of trade, became one of the most efficient ways of distributing goods where they were needed. And it could be a very sophisticated operation, moving along a nationwide network, cannibalizing state structures, shadowing the planned economy, and yet managing to remain invisible thanks to creative accounting. Goods became currency. In a detailed study of a famed dumpling shop in Shenyang, investigators showed that food was routinely exchanged for goods from more than 30 construction units in the city, ranging from iron pipes to cement and bricks. A steady and cheap supply of ingredients was also secured by exchanging the dumplings directly with state providers. The Municipal Aquatic Products Company, suffering as much as any other distributor from severe shortages in the midst of famine, handed over its entire supply of shrimps, normally earmarked for consumers in the suburbs, to the shop for the promise of dumplings. The carders went on shopping sprees in the best department stores in Shenyang, paying with dumpling coupons. They took care of their employees, who feasted on the produce. The traffic police and the fire brigade were bought off, while even services such as delivery of coal, water supply, toilet cleaning and hygiene inspections were all carried out against an agreed amount of the shop's speciality. Creative accounting could hide misappropriation of funds. Accountants would invent expenditures which were never incurred, in some cases claiming funds of up to 1 million yuan. Another trick consisted of moving state investments away from industry towards fixed capital, as state units treated themselves to new buildings, dance halls, private toilets and elevators. This happened in the Zunyi region, where a raid revealed that 5 million yuan had been embezzled since the Great Leap Forward. In Heilongjiang, one quarry entered all the capital expenditure on offices, canteens, and even kindergartens into the production costs, thus passing on the bill to the state. In many other enterprises, administrative and operating expenses were added on to the production costs. In Beijing alone, some 700 administrative units, complete with salaries and expenses, thus vanished into a black hole called production. Other costs could be disguised and passed on to the state. In Luoyang, Henan province, a ball-bearing factory built a 1,250 cubic meter swimming pool, sending the bill up as a heat-lowering device. Endless borrowing from state banks was also a common ploy. As Li Fuchun pointed out when he noted a deficit of 3 billion yuan in the summer of 1961, many units borrowed from the bank to feast. And when a city or a county was in the red, it simply stopped paying taxes. This started in 1960, as a number of provinces passed regulations stipulating that all profits be kept. The Finance Department and the Trade Department of Liaoning Province thus dictated that profits from enterprises under their control should be removed from the budget and distributed locally instead. In Shandong, Gaoyang County unilaterally determined that profits should fall outside the budget and be retained locally. Losses, on the other hand, were entered into the budget and billed to the state. Not only did collective enterprises and urban communes routinely fail to raise taxes, but entire cities decided to forego tax collection. And then there were those who simply stole from the state, dispensing with clever accounting tricks altogether. Local factories along the Shanghai-Nanjing railway line pilfered, embezzled, or smuggled well over 300 tons of steel, 600 tons of cement, and 200 square meters of timber in less than a year. The new China lock factory from Suzhou, for instance, hired a lorry systematically to steal all the material it needed from railway depots. Most of these activities were directed by top cadres. A large assembly hall in Nanjing East Station, entirely built from stolen material under the direction of station manager Du Chengliang, was a monument to organized theft. Another way to defraud the state was to inflate the ration roster. A macabre trade in dead souls flourished in the countryside. Just as families tried to hide a death in order to get an extra ration of food, carders routinely inflated the number of farmers and appropriated the surplus. This was common, too, in cities, where the state was committed to feeding urban residents. When a team of investigators pored over the accounts of one county in Hebei, they discovered that the state handed out an average of 9 kilos of grain a month, in excess of the prescribed rations for each of the 26,000 workers. Everybody massaged the figures, one small brickyard being bold enough to declare more than 600 workers where only 306 could be found on the ground. Some factories classified all their workers as involved in heavy duties because that entitled them to a larger ration, even if most of the employees were engaged in light work. In the construction industry in Beijing, up to 5,000 workers who had died or had returned to the countryside were kept on the books. Even in the more rarefied atmosphere of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, well over a third of the 459 workers who claimed their daily allowance in the Institute of Geophysics were not regular members entitled to food rations. The obverse of this practice was to hire people outside the approved plan. A black market in labour appeared, in which supply and demand determined the salary. Top workers and promising apprentices were lured away with fringe benefits or monetary incentives. Thousands, according to a report in the summer of 1960, had been hired away in Nanjing in the first half of the year. Such was the competition that, when factory bosses refused to let good workers pursue better opportunities elsewhere, they would complain about lack of employment freedom and try to get dismissed. A few exploded in a violent rage, directing their ire at the carders who stood in their way. Of the 500 apprentices in the commercial sector of Baixia district, 180 had absconded. Part and parcel of the black market in labour were underground factories, which popped up in every city, including Nanjing. Some people took on night shifts on top of their regular jobs. Others worked 2 shifts to make ends meet. This was the case for 2/3 of all workers in one construction unit near the centre. Students, doctors, and even carders abandoned their posts to make money on the black market, working on docks or moving goods on flatbed tricycles. One of the many paradoxes of the planned economy, therefore, was that everybody traded. People speculated by buying in bulk, betting on the fact that shortages and inflation would push the price up. An entire operation was run by Hubei University, with telegrams instructing agents to buy or sell specific commodities according to the fluctuating demands of the black market. A research center at the Chinese Academy of Social Science in Shanghai employed 20 students from East China Normal University to buy goods which were traded for scarce commodities with other units. Party members were well placed to undertake speculative operations, some of them on a full-time basis. Li Ke, a carder from the Jiangguamen commune to the east of Beijing, wrote himself a certificate for sick leave for 9 months and started trading in sewing machines, bicycles and radios, investing the profit in a bulk acquisition of electric bulbs and cables. These he sold in Tianjin, purchasing in turn furniture, which he unloaded in the suburbs precisely when the market contracted. He thus acted in a commercially astute way, all the while being in the pay of the state. Many others did the same. But most carders had bigger fish to fry, and petty trade was left to ordinary people. In Shanghai, a once freewheeling treaty port, trading habits died hard. Zhao Jiangguo, a woman entrepreneur with little money, dealt mainly in small commodities such as light bulbs, but she also made a good profit on a prestigious Phoenix bicycle. Li Chuanying, also a petty trader, bought goods in Shanghai and sold them in Anhui province. Hu Yumei travelled to Huangyan, Zhejiang, to deal in straw hats, mats, dried fish and shrimps, often doubling her money. Ma Guiyu made about 100 yuan a month buying up jewelry and watches from wealthy families downtown and dealing in ration tickets in the countryside. I am not a counter-revolutionary. I don't steal and I don't rob, and I don't have a job, so who cares if I do a bit of business? The officials who compiled the report with the help of neighborhood committees in August 1961 were taken aback not only by the range of goods on offer, but also by the quality of information about market conditions. Despite all the economic information gathered by the machinery of the central planners, petty traders were more in touch with popular demand than the party. The phenomenon was widespread, drawing participants from all social backgrounds, ranging from old rickshaw puller Chun Jiang-Wu, who sold fruit from the countryside to make ends meet, to influential managers who used official trips to distant places such as Inner Mongolia and Manchuria as a cover for private deals. Factory workers also traded goods. The Federation of Trade Unions was alarmed by workers keen to pursue a capitalist lifestyle by spurning the principles of planned economy and speculating on scarce commodities, carefully comparing prices in different shops and buying for profit. Some would join a queue wherever they spotted one, regardless of what was being sold. A few brought family members along to take turns. Li Lianying, a female factory worker, spent 5 yuan on carrot jam, hoping to resell it at a later date. A colleague acquired persimmons by the sackload. These were not exceptions, but rather a way of life, as the report put it, because workers widely believed that saving money is not as effective as saving goods. Savings were eroded by several percentage points a month. In Shanghai, fear of want prompted people to queue up and hoard any and all goods still available from the shops. When workers lacked the capital for speculation, they resurrected a practice common before 1949, called dahui. Poor people would mutually borrow from a circle of trusted friends, each lending 5 to 10 yuan a month to a different member every month, and each acting in turn as a banker about once a year. In the Dongcheng district in Beijing, some 70 such deals were struck every month among factory workers. Some splurged on luxury goods. Zhao Wenhua, a postal worker, treated herself to a watch, a bicycle, a fur coat, and wedding gifts, all seen as durable objects that would keep their value. The practice spread on the understanding that, in times of dearth, goods were a safer bet than money. Even children traded. Roughly 1 out of 10 primary school children in Jilin speculated in cakes, meat, eggs, vegetables, or soap. A few rolled the dice. In Lantang Commune, Guangdong, 2 carders gambled away 1,000 kilos of grain belonging to the village, as well as several hundred kilos of vegetables. A few kilometers away, a woman who lost 50 yuan gambling sold sex to meet her debts. Gambling was an ingrained habit the authorities were unable to stamp out in Guangzhou, where factory workers played poker for food rather than for money. Some risked astronomical sums, up to 3,500 yuan. In Liuhe, just outside Nanjing, gambling occurred almost everywhere, involving groups of up to 20 people. Gambling was endemic during the famine, as people staked everything they had in sheer desperation. In the midst of the catastrophic winter of 1960-61, gambling was rife in Hunan too, with some players literally losing their trousers. As cash lost its purchasing power, ration coupons became a form of surrogate money. They were required for most essential goods, ranging from oil, grain, pork and cloth, to thermos flasks, furniture, and even building materials. Designed to ensure equitable distribution of basic commodities, they also tied the population into the household system, through which they were distributed. Each household was issued with a certificate or ration book on which all the family members were recorded, and this document in turn entitled the household to a monthly supply of ration coupons. Coupons were often valid for only 1 month. Their use was sometimes restricted to their place of issue, which could be a local canteen, a commune, a county, a city, or occasionally an entire province. A rice coupon from one county had no validity in the next, forcing people to stay in their place of residence. Coupons were traded, just as goods were bartered. In some communes, for instance in Qinghai County, Hebei, coupons became a substitute for salaries, as money was all but phased out. A huge variety of coupons for goods and services, from pumpkin seeds to haircuts, was issued in lieu of payment, ranging in value from 1 fen to 5 yuan. One of the purposes of coupons was to preclude hoarding. But as the Guangdong Provincial People's Congress discovered in February 1961, over a third of all coupons, distributed since September 1959, had not been exchanged, meaning that paper worth some 20,000 tons of grain was circulating as surrogate money. Forging coupons, which were often hastily printed on a poor quality paper, was much easier than counterfeiting money. In the East China Hydraulic Institute, a dozen forgeries circulated in the canteens. The phenomenon must have been common. A police raid in Shantou brought to light some 200 separate cases involving pirated coupons. As a report to the Provincial People's Congress indicated, more than a third of social infractions were related to ration coupons. The security forces even blamed enemy speculators for releasing a flood of fakes in Xingyuan in the autumn of 1960. Where buyers and sellers met, a black market emerged. As trade moved from the shop onto the street, markets appeared on street corners, outside department stores, by railway stations, near the factory gates. The black market ebbed and flowed in a legal twilight zone, receding with each crackdown, only to reappear as soon as the pressure abated. Sellers would furtively accost buyers and pull goods from paper bags or coat pockets, while others sat on curbs, spreading out their wares on the ground, from foodstuffs and second-hand bric-a-brac to stolen goods. The public security services would conduct regular sweeps, chasing away the black marketeers, but they kept returning. And when the local authorities turned a blind eye, makeshift bazaars emerged, with people gathering at an agreed time to barter goods, until the whole affair grew into a more permanent market, with buyers and sellers flocking in from the neighboring villages. In Beijing, black markets appeared in Jiangxiao, Xijimenwai, and Dongjimenwai, where hundreds of traders offered goods that could fetch up to 15 times the price fixed by the state. This did not deter an enthusiastic throng of housewives, workers, and even carders from shopping around. As bemused agents from the Public Security Bureau noted, people actually liked black markets. They were tolerated but not allowed to flourish in the capital, unlike in Guangzhou, where buyers came from all over the region. In the southern city, hundreds of buyers from Hunan province alone could be found specifically buying sweet potatoes in the summer of 1961, many of them having been sent directly by their home units. Trade was openly conducted, and many of the sellers were children, including some who were only 6 or 7 years old, and older ones who smoked and haggled with prospective buyers. In Tianjin, local officials uncovered around 8,000 cases of black market activity in the first weeks of January 1961. On some occasions, more than 800 people were selling goods in one market alone, surrounded by thousands of customers examining the goods and generally blocking the traffic. There is nothing that the black market does not have, according to one investigator. The police who patrolled the streets were fighting a losing battle, and in July 1962, the authorities finally decided to legalize dozens of markets they had never quite managed to eradicate. By the end of the year, half of the fruit and a quarter of all the pork sold in Tianjin came from more than 7,000 peddlers. They made almost double the money a state worker earned. Thousands of people traveled to Tianjin from Beijing each day. Such was the reputation of its market. As the famine gained ground and hunger gradually eroded the social fabric of everyday life, people turned inward. Everything was on sale. Nothing escaped the realm of trade, as bricks, clothes, and fuel were bartered for food. In Hubei, a third of the workers in big factories survived on loans. Some were so deeply in debt that they sold their blood to survive. In a unit in Chongqing, Sichuan, 1 in 20 workers sold their blood. The percentage was even higher in Chengdu, as working men and women exchanged their blood for a morsel to feed their families. Construction worker Wang Yuting was known in all the hospitals, having sold several litres over a period of 7 months. But the situation was infinitely worse in the countryside. From a single district in Huangpi, Hubei, 3,000 families took their spare clothes to sell in Wuchang, where they also begged for food. In Sangxian County, Hebei, a third of villagers sold all their furniture, some even the roofs over their heads. People bartered all they had in Changshu County, Sichuan, including the clothes from their backs. Before they died, they sold their offspring, more often than not to couples who could not have children of their own. In Shandong, Yan Yiqi gave away his 3 daughters and sold his 5-year-old son for 15 yuan to a man in a neighboring village. His youngest son, a 10-month-old toddler, was sold to a carder for a pittance. Wu Yingxi got 5 yuan for his 9-year-old son from a stranger, a sum which covered the cost of a bowl of rice and 2 kilos of peanuts. His heartbroken wife, an inquiry discovered, cried so much that her swollen eyes were losing their vision. Wang Meidong, mother of 2, sold one of her sons for 1.5 yuan and 4 steamed dough buns. But many, of course, never found a buyer for their children. Chapter 24. On the Sly. Under the cloak of collectivization, backed up by the naked power of the militia, party officials proceeded to strip people of every conceivable possession, in particular in the countryside, where farmers were more often than not defenseless in the face of rapacious carders. It was a war of attrition waged against the people, as every new wave of plunder nipped in the bud even a faint hope of actually owning something private. In Xiangtan, Hunan, local people remembered 6 winds of communism blowing over the villages. The first came in the winter of 1957-8, as money, china, silver, and other valuable objects had to be handed over for capital accumulation. The second took place in the summer of 1958, with the advent of the communes. A third wind blew away pots, pans, and iron utensils as the steel campaign gripped the county. Then, in March 1959, all savings in state banks were frozen. By the autumn of that year, large irrigation projects were launched again, and tools and timber were commandeered. Finally, in the spring of 1960, a project for a giant pigsty was hatched by a local leader who seized pigs and building materials. Most people had little recourse against open pillage, but they were not passive victims, and many devised a whole range of strategies of survival. The most common one was to slack at work, allowing natural inertia to take over. Loudspeakers might be blaring exhortations to work, propaganda posters might extol the model worker who overfulfilled the plan, but apathy more often than not governed the factory floor. In a typical workshop of 40 workers in Beijing, half a dozen would habitually crouch around the stove to warm up in winter, while others would leave the factory in daytime to queue for goods or watch a movie. Carders simply did not have the means to control every worker and punish every disciplinary breach. A more comprehensive study by the propaganda department showed that in Shanghai, up to half of all workers failed to pay much heed to work discipline. Some would arrive several hours late, others spent time chatting with each other. A few loafers failed to do any work at all, simply waiting for the next meal. Many disappeared well before the end of the day. The deeper the country sank into famine, the greater the shirking became. By 1961, each worker in Shanghai was contributing 40% less value than in 1959, as more workers managed to produce fewer goods. Slacking, of course, was only one of several reasons why productivity plummeted, as we have seen in Chapter 18. But by 1961, factory workers had become masters of time theft. In the countryside, by 1959, many villagers had to work all day without eating. Apathy at work, besides being a result of malnutrition, was essential for survival, as every bit of energy had to be saved to get through the day. Farmers would till the fields under the watchful eye of a passing carder, but as soon as he was out of sight, they would drop their tools and sit by the road, waiting for the end of their shift. In parts of the countryside, people slept all afternoon, placing their own sentries at key intersections along the fields. Where carders were lenient, up to half the local population managed to avoid work. In some villages under a tolerant leadership, entire families would huddle together and sleep for days on end, literally hibernating through the winter months. Some historians have interpreted black marketeering, obstruction, slacking, and theft as acts of resistance or weapons of the weak, pitting peasants against the state. But these survival techniques pervaded the social spectrum, so much so that if these were acts of resistance, the party would already have collapsed. In the conditions of starvation created by the regime, many people had little choice but to ignore customary moral standards and steal as much as they could. Theft was endemic, its frequency determined by need and opportunity. Transportation workers were in the best position to pilfer state property, as millions of tons of goods passed through their hands. In the Wuhan Harbor No. 6 dock, over 280 of the 1,200 employees systematically stripped freight trains while pretending to carry out maintenance and repair work. In Hohhot, Inner Mongolia, half of the 864 porters at the railway station stole goods. Mail theft was common, and was often organized by party members. In the Guangzhou post office, a team of 4 was responsible for opening more than 10,000 overseas parcels, taking watches, pens, ginseng, milk powder, dried abalone, and other gifts. Many of the stolen wares were then sold at auction to postal workers. The entire leadership at the post office, or more than 100 carders, had a hand in the operation. Students stole from the canteen, 50 cases a month being brought to light in Nanjing University in 1960. In Hushu Middle School in Xiangning County, just outside Nanjing, petty theft was the norm among students, a way of life that started with a simple carrot pilfered from the kitchen. In state shops and department stores, clerks at the counter subtly doctored receipts or even produced counterfeits, while in the back assistants rummaged through the storage rooms. Su Qishu, a sales assistant at the Friendship store in Shanghai, tampered with receipts, adding small sums of money that amounted over time to around 300 yuan. Li Shandi, employed in a pharmacy, confessed to putting away 1 yuan each day over several years, almost doubling her salary. Opportunity was greatest in the city, but need ruled the countryside, where many farmers had to survive famine by living on their wits. At every stage of the production cycle, villagers tried to keep back some of the grain from the demands of the state. This started in the field, even before the wheat or maize was fully ripened. Harking back to a traditional practice called qi king, or eating green, villagers quietly clipped off spikes of grain straight from the field, husked and ground it in their hands, and ate the raw green kernels when out of sight of the militia. Eating the crop before it reached maturity was more common in the north, as it was easier to hide among dense rows of maize or in a field thick with wheat than in a rice paddy. Maize was also a more durable crop, standing in the fields for a longer period of time, and thus allowing for a greater number of thefts to take place. The autumn harvest in 1960 almost vanished in some communes as a result of crop eating. In Guangzhou, Shandong province, several brigades took up to 80% of the maize before it ripened, while crops of millet and green beans vanished altogether. In Xiaoxian County, also in Shandong, up to 90% of all grains disappeared. Thousands of similar incidents rocked the province, as many of those discovered eating from the fields were beaten to death by the local militia. In Zhuangcheng, Anhui, entire fields were eaten clean, as if a swarm of locusts had passed over them. Recollecting the years of hunger, farmer Zhong Mu captured the importance of theft. Those who could not steal died. Those who managed to steal some food did not die. Once the grain had been threshed and bagged, it was bulked up with water and sold to the state, with or without the complicity of local inspectors. As we have already seen, in Guangdong alone, almost a third of 1.5 million tons of state grain suffered from a high water content, although poor storage conditions no doubt contributed to the rot in the subtropical south. Once sold to the state, grain on the move was exposed to a plethora of thieving hands. In Xinxing County, Guangdong, close to 900 incidents of theft were reported in 1960. Lin Si, a boatman from Xinhe, took about half a ton of grain on dozens of occasions. Others were more prudent, replacing stolen foodstuffs with sand and stones. In Guangzhou, shippers would extract the grain with a bamboo tube and pour sand back into the bags. In Gaoyao, Jiangsu, just about every boatman helped himself to the grain, each taking an average of 300 kilos a year. Guards in charge of state granaries stole. In Jiangxiaoku, bordering Hebei and Inner Mongolia, a fifth of all watchmen were dishonest, sometimes stealing with the complicity of party members. Half of all carders in charge of collection points in Xiuxian County were corrupt. In the end, with the grain passing through so many grasping hands, one wonders how much actually reached the canteen table. In Suzhou, local investigators estimated that out of a kilo of rice, only about half made it to its final destination. It was pilfered from the granaries, taken during transportation, pocketed by accountants, confiscated by carders, and finally filched by cooks before a bowl of rice was ever served in a canteen. When local carders colluded with the farmers, powerful forms of collective theft, subterfuge, and deception could emerge, shielding the village from the worst effects of the famine. Some carders kept 2 sets of books, one with the real figures in the village and another with fake numbers for the eyes of grain inspectors. This was widespread in several counties in Guangdong province. In Suannun County, Hebei, 1 in 3 bookkeepers falsified the accounts. In Chongyang County, 1 party secretary took the initiative by declaring some 250 tons to the commune higher up, but penciling 315 tons into the local account book. In June 1959, the office of the Hebei Provincial Committee concluded from a discrepancy between the amount of grain actually stored and the official inventory that 160,000 tons were missing, much of it as a consequence of false reporting and creative accounting. Then the grain had to be hidden, which was no easy task in the midst of ferocious and often bloody campaigns to take it from the farmers. In Xiaogan, Hubei, one of the largest stashes discovered by inspection teams contained some 60 tons of grain. In Yitang commune, 110 tons were hidden behind false walls, inside coffins, or in wardrobes. A search in Wulwo among 15 households yielded 26 tons. In some cases, local leaders distributed the grain immediately after the harvest and urged farmers to eat as much as they could before the militia could strike. Throughout the country, there were cases of local leaders quietly distributing grain to the farmers, helping many to survive the famine. In Yixian County, Hebei, 150 to 200 kilos of harvested grain per hectare were handed out in one commune. Elsewhere, inspection teams commonly found black granaries. In Jiaohe County, virtually every team had underground grain of around 750 kilos. Near Tianjin, the leader of Sunxi commune put it in simple terms when he withheld 200 tons of seed. The state's grain is also the people's grain, and what belongs to the people also belongs to the state. In Hunan, some 23 counties were discovered to have 5 to 10% of grain above what had been declared, totaling 36,000 tons. One of the most extreme cases was Liuyang, where 7,500 tons turned up after a painstaking check of 30,000 granaries. But all too often the reverse was true. In many villages, local leaders preferred to lower the grain consumption rather than ask for help higher up the chain of command, as they feared being seen as slackers who would beg rather than work towards a higher crop. Another stratagem used by local cadres was to borrow grain from state granaries. In Hebei, some 357,000 tons were thus borrowed up to April 1959, often under pressure from highly placed party members. Party Secretary Li Xiangjong from Sungu commune near Tianjin thus phoned the granary for a loan which the employees flatly refused, only to be visited by the local boss who exerted the power of his position. When you are asked for a loan, you should lend. Even when you are not asked for a loan, you should lend. From now on, if there is a problem, I will come and sort it out. A loan of 35 tons was agreed on the spot. Units and institutions in cities, too, were keen to borrow without ever paying back. One middle school borrowed grain to feed its students, incurring a debt of 35,000 yuan. But in the end, when the food ran out, people turned on each other, stealing from other villages, neighbors, or even relatives. In Nanjing, half of all conflicts between neighbors involved food, as people stole from each other, some of the incidents leading to fistfights. Children and the elderly suffered most. For instance, when a blind grandmother was robbed of the little rice she had been able to buy with relief coupons in Danyang City. In the countryside, fierce competition for survival gradually eroded any sense of social cohesion. In Liaoqia village, just outside Changsha, larceny was so bad that desperate cadres could do nothing but tell the farmers to steal from other villages instead, for which they would not be punished. And once community bonds in the countryside unraveled, the family became an arena for strife, jealousy, and conflict. One woman remembered how her mother-in-law slept with food coupons in a pouch tied around her neck. A nephew cut the string and stole the coupons one cold winter night, exchanging the lot for sweets. The woman died several days later. Communes, villages, families, all were seething with tension and resentment, as famine increasingly pitted erstwhile neighbors, friends, and relatives against each other. As one party official noted in Hubei during the distribution of the summer crop, between the state and collectives, between brigades, between individuals, up, down, left, right, and center, at all levels there are disputes. Violence flared, fights over the crop tearing apart units or teams. Sticks and knives were produced as villagers confronted each other in fights over food. In Yingshan County, Hubei, 2 poor men were hung from a tree after they were found stealing millet. In times of famine, one person's gain was another's loss. Even when it seemed that petty theft took place against a faceless state, somebody down the chain of distribution paid the price. In Xuanwei County, Yunnan, a number of village leaders pumped up the figures when making grain deliveries in December 1958. The grain was earmarked to feed 80,000 railway workers. The plan on paper had penciled in enough calories for each worker, but it failed to predict that the amounts delivered by the neighbouring villages were below the planned requirements. The railway workers, ordinary farmers conscripted from the countryside, went hungry for several days, and some 70 died of hunger before the end of the month. Throughout the countryside, radical collectivization created conditions of extreme shortage in which one person's survival depended on another person's starvation. In the end, through a combination of destructive policies initiated from above and covert forms of self-help pursued from below, the country imploded. But while self-defense and self-destruction in the famished countryside were often hard to disentangle, it was the weak, vulnerable, and poor who suffered the most. Chapter 25. Dear Chairman Mao. Truth had met its end in Lushan. Although speaking out is never advisable in a one-party state, the clash among leaders in the summer of 1959 left nobody in any doubt about the danger of offering an opinion that diverged from the party line. And as Mao was often cryptic in his pronouncements, it was prudent to veer to the left rather than stray to the right. In the midst of mass starvation, nobody actually mentioned famine, as leaders used euphemisms such as natural disasters or temporary difficulties. Lower down the ladder, famine was such a taboo that local cadres went to great lengths to hide the starving and the sick from the prying eyes of inspection teams. When the party committee of Longhua County, Hebei, sent a group of officials to investigate the countryside, some villages herded the sick together and hid them in the mountains. A string of foreign visitors, carefully screened by the party and given a lavish tour of model communes, were all too willing to jump to the defense of Maoism. François Mitterrand, a left-wing politician who later became President of France, felt privileged to report the chairman's words of wisdom to the West. In his opulent villa in Hangzhou, Mao, a great scholar known in the entire world for the diversity of his genius, told him in 1961 that there was no famine, but only a period of scarcity. At the other end of the political spectrum, the Englishman John Temple, Conservative MP for Chester, toured the country in late 1960 and declared that communism worked and the country was making great progress. But not everybody was so willing to be duped. Foreign students with a Chinese background were far less gullible. The majority of the 1,500 foreign students in Nanjing, most from Indonesia, others from Thailand, Malaysia, and Vietnam, expressed doubts about the Great Leap Forward, openly wondering about the viability of the communes and questioning the whole idea of collectivization. As early as March 1959, quite a few were acutely aware of the effects of hunger on the countryside. Some foreign students were less inhibited than their local counterparts, but critical views were widespread in schools around the country, despite repeated campaigns against rightist conservatism. As an investigation team dispatched by the Communist Youth League found, misgivings about the Great Leap Forward, the Communist Party, and socialism in general were common. University students openly asked why, if the People's Communes were such a superior form of organization, food was short and peasants were abandoning their villages. Why was the supply of goods so poor in a socialist system? Why was the standard of living so low if the rate of development was higher than in capitalist countries. Indonesia may be a colony, but people there live a good life, one student opined. In the cities, talk about the famine was muffled by the roar of propaganda, but was clearly audible to the many agents of the party. As informers working for a street committee noted in the Putuo district of Shanghai, ordinary factory workers like Chun Ruhang speculated openly about the number of deaths caused by the famine. Mass starvation was the main topic of conversation in his household, with visitors coming from the famished countryside in 1961. In Hubei, as the Federation of Trade Unions discovered, half of all workers were talking critically about the famine by the end of 1961. Some openly defied their leaders. In one case, a man who was reprimanded for shirking work patted his stomach, then looked the carder right in the eye and said, "It's empty." In the south, closer to Hong Kong and Macau, talk about the free world beckoning just across the border was common by 1962. In Zhongshan County, young people tilling the fields swapped stories about the Crown Colony, and hundreds actually attempted to make the passage each year. Many were arrested and sent back to their villages, where they regaled their friends with tales from their odyssey. In Guangzhou, young workers openly admired Hong Kong, allowing flights of fancy to take them to a mythical place where the food was bountiful and the work was easy. "Hong Kong is a good world," somebody scribbled on the wall of a primary school. Other scribblers appeared determined to leave behind more permanent traces of their discontent. Messages of opposition were scrawled on toilet walls. In Xingying City, one angry hand etched a slogan in a public toilet insulting Mao. A lengthy diatribe against the export of food was found on the wall of a toilet in the Nanjing automobile factory. More daring were those who came out at night to post flyers and posters critical of the party. In Shanghai, somebody left a 2-meter poster inciting rebellion. Sometimes hundreds of leaflets were involved. In Gaoyang, 100 flyers with handwritten slogans on pink or red paper appeared overnight, prominently posted on walls or pinned on trees around the city. "Why are the people of our country starving?" "Because all the grain is being shipped to the Soviet Union." Another sounded a warning. "The harvest is coming up soon, and we must organize a movement to steal the wheat. He who wishes to join in, please be prepared." In Lanzhou, over 2,700 flyers advocated a general strike in May 1962. In Hainan, the large island off the coast of Guangdong, some 40,000 anti-party leaflets were reportedly distributed, some apparently dropped from planes sent by Chiang Kai-shek. The extent of these subversive activities is difficult to gauge, as traces of opposition must have been erased as soon as they were spotted. But in Nanjing, in a mere 3 months, some 40 separate slogans and flyers about the famine were reported by the police. Farmers, too, used posters to seek redress, vent their anger, or denounce a carder. In Ningjin County, Hebei, Zhang Xirong was brave enough to post a long wall essay called a dajibao in protest over the conditions of his local canteen. He immediately attracted the attention of the local Public Security Bureau and was dragged away. His plea, in any event, was a lonely one, lost in a sea of 1.7 million flyers, posters and slogans the county deployed in its campaign to heighten public security. Just as stubborn was farmer Wang Yutang. His response to an anti-rightist campaign, with its millions of official propaganda posters and ceaseless radio broadcasts, was to post his own dajibao in Xishu County. "The great leap forward in 1958 was all bragging. Workers suffer greatly and our stomachs go hungry," it boldly proclaimed. But even if the balance of power was heavily tilted towards the party, which used a sea of propaganda to drown out the slightest grumbling of discontent, posters could sometimes achieve their goal. In Dazhou County, Sichuan, villagers effectively turned some of the propaganda weapons of the party against a local leader, denouncing him in more than 20 posters for embezzling 6 yuan. The public humiliation was such that the man refused to oversee the harvest and went fishing instead. Farmers immediately took possession of the crop. But more popular were verses. Just as Mao had demanded that everyone be a soldier, he proclaimed every man and woman a poet. The population was forced to produce millions of verses in the autumn of 1958, as festivals were organized and prizes handed out for the best folk songs that rhapsodized bumper harvests, steel plants, or water conservancy measures. A frenzied vision of a socialist future was conjured up in rhymed quatrains churned out by the million. In Shanghai alone, it was claimed that a mere 200,000 workers had composed some 5 million poems. While much of the officially sponsored poetry was rather trite, a truly creative spirit did appear in some of the ditties spontaneously created by villagers in response to collectivization. Here in the midst of famine was a playful sense of humor that helped people get through times of misery. In Shanghai, a popular saying was, "All is well under Chairman Mao, a shame no one can eat his fill." In Xiangmen County, Guangdong, farmers sang the following song. Collectivization, collectivization. Nobody earns, somebody spends. Members earn, but teams spend. Teams earn, but brigades spend. Brigades earn, but communes spend. Only fools become party activists. An illiterate villager came up with a poem to describe the thin gruel served in the canteen. We enter the canteen, we see a big pot of gruel. Waves swell on each side of the pot. In the middle, people drown. Local cadres were given satirical nicknames that mocked their greed, bad temper, or gluttony. In Kaiping County, Guangdong, farmers referred to one particularly rotund cadre as cooked food dog, Yan Huo Go. Golden fly and chopping block ant were also used. Elsewhere, big belly was common, while every commune seemed to have a demon from the ghostly underworld. Many a cadre was called King Yan, the king of hell. Irony was not uncommon. In Sichuan, where, as we have seen, provincial leader Li Jingquan noted how people became even more corpulent than Mao Zedong thanks to the bounty brought about by collectivization, some of the villagers mocked the canteens, saying that the advantage of the mess hall is that we are all much fatter, referring to the swelling of bodies in famine edema. Just beneath the surface of official propaganda lay a shadow world of rumors. They turned the world upside down, offering an alternative, dissident form of truth, which subverted the censored information emanating from the state. Everybody listened to rumors, trying to make sense of the wider world and waiting for an end to the folly of collectivization. Rumors questioned the legitimacy of the party and discredited the people's communes. In Wuhan, it was feared that even wives might be shared. Rumors encouraged acts of opposition to the state. Informal news about farmers who took possession of their land or grabbed grain from state granaries were common. In Chaoyang, Guangdong, one prophetic woman proclaimed that taking food in times of hunger would be condoned by the party. In Songji, Hubei, some 7 brigades decided in the winter of 1959-60 to dissolve the collectives and divide up the land. Rumors about land distribution also ran rampant in Anlu, Chongyang, and Tongshan. Mao has died. The land will be returned to the people, was the message relayed by villagers in the midst of famine in Xiangyan, Sichuan. Deafening noise about shortages also contributed to a state of permanent chaos on the ground, which, in turn, prompted the propaganda machine to churn out even louder slogans. people and party were locked in a war of words, as every dogma found its obverse in rumour. Panics, for instance, were triggered when ration coupons for certain goods were said to be phased out. Some workers in the Angang steelworks bought up to 35 pairs of socks in June 1960 as long queues spontaneously appeared out of nowhere to stockpile all cotton goods. Similarly, in a commune in Changle, Guangdong, a rumour that salt might be withdrawn led to local panic in January 1961, with people struggling to hoard some 35 tons of salt in 5 days, 40 times more than usual. Rumours of war and impending invasion engulfed entire communities, spreading fear by turning the party propaganda upside down. And fear, in turn, promoted a sense of cohesion as apocalyptic imagery united a disgruntled countryside. In Guangdong, farmers heard that Guangzhou was up in arms and Shantou had been taken, as Chiang Kai-shek had invaded the country. Banners wishing the Kuomintang a long life appeared by the roadside. The information was precise. The Kuomintang has reached Dongxi village on the 14th, or Chiang Kai-shek will come back in August. Defying common assumptions about the parochial lives that peasants allegedly lived in isolated villages, these rumours spread like wildfire, leaping from county to county and across provinces, reaching Hunan in a matter of days. In Putian, Fujian, the province opposite Taiwan, a secret society distributed yellow banners to be prominently displayed after the fall of the Communist Party. Apparently the banners also protected against the effects of nuclear radiation. Some wronged villagers were confident enough to appeal to the law. In Liuhe, near Nanjing, a carder snatched and later ate the chicken an old woman was trying to sell. Incensed, she went straight to court and lodged a complaint. But more often than not, litigation was meaningless, all the more so since the judicial system had crumbled under political pressure, even leading to the abolition of the Ministry of Justice in 1959. Politics was in command, curtailing formal justice as well as formal recourse. In Ningjin County, for instance, the number of carders in charge of the police, the inspectorate, and the courts was halved in 1958. The local courts were overwhelmed with civil cases brought by ordinary people. In response, many turned instead to a tradition of complaint in the form of letters and petitions. As misinformation proliferated within the party bureaucracy, every level feeding false reports and inflated statistics to the next one up, the state security tried to bypass official organs and reach straight down to street level. It paid close attention to popular opinion and encouraged anonymous letters of denunciation. Class enemies, after all, could worm their way into the ranks of the party, while spies and saboteurs were lurking among the masses. Popular vigilance was necessary to ferret them out. The people monitored the party. Even the most insignificant nobody had the power to put pen to paper and bring down a mighty carder, a negligent local official, or an abusive bureaucrat. Arbitrary denunciation could strike at any time up the ladder of power, and people wrote furiously, sending bags of letters each month to beg, protest, denounce, or complain, sometimes coyly and humbly, occasionally vociferously. Some denounced their neighbours over a trifle, others merely sought help in changing jobs or moving house, and a few went into a long tirade against the entire system, peppering their letters with anti-communist slogans. They wrote to newspapers, the police, the courts, and the party. Some wrote to the State Council, and not a few addressed their letters to Mao Zedong personally. In Changsha, the provincial authorities received some 1,500 letters or visitors a month. Many wrote to seek redress from a perceived injustice, and a few even ventured to write letters critical enough to be deemed reactionary. Those who presented a specific case with a concrete request had a chance of receiving an answer. After all, within the huge monitoring system of the party bureaucracy, local authorities had to show that they acted on requests from the masses. By March 1961 in Nanjing, around 130,000 letters had been received since the start of the Great Leap Forward. The majority of complaints concerned work, food, goods and services, but a more detailed analysis of 400 letters by the masses showed that 1 in 10 made a direct accusation or threatened to sue. In Shanghai, the Bureau for Handling Letters from the Public received well over 40,000 items in 1959. People complained about lack of food, poor housing and work conditions, with a few attacking the party and its representatives. The point of a denunciation was to prompt an investigation, and some letters carried enough conviction to spur the authorities into action. After a complaint was sent to the provincial governor of Guangdong alleging that the Institute for Nationalities included dozens of fictitious students on its roster to increase its grain allocation, a local security team was dispatched and managed to extract several confessions and an apology from the Institute's leaders. Some readers sent letters to the People's Daily. Few of these were published, but their contents were summarized and circulated among the leadership. Coal miners from Guangxi province, for instance, wrote to complain that some of them fainted on the job because the food rations had been slashed even though their working hours had increased. The State Council received hundreds of letters each month. Some writers were bold enough to attack the policies of the Great Leap Forward and lament the export of grain in the midst of hunger. Some wrote directly to the top leaders. In doing so, they reproduced a long-standing imperial tradition of petitioning the emperor, but they also demonstrated their belief that abuses of power were local, not the result of a campaign of collectivization initiated by Mao himself. If only Mao knew. Justice surely had survived in the capital. Letters offered hope. Xiang Xiangji, a poor girl from Hunan, had a letter addressed to the chairman stitched inside her coat for a full year before handing it over to an investigation team sent by the provincial party committee. Dear Chairman Mao was a standard opening greeting. For instance, in the case of Ye Lichuang's letter about the starvation and corruption in Hainan. His appeal worked. It led to a lengthy investigation by a high-powered team, which brought to light oppression of the people by local party members. But many letters never reached their destination. After Liu Shaozi personally complained to the Minister of Public Security, Si Fuqi, that letters sent to him by fellow villagers had been opened by the local police, the full extent of the abuse came to light. In Guizhou, the Post Office and the Public Security Bureau routinely opened the mail, which led to the arrest of the authors of denunciations for anti-party or counter-revolutionary activities. When a cadre wrote about mass starvation in Junyi, he was interrogated for several months and sent to work in a kiln factory. More than 2,000 letters were opened by the police every month in Gaotai County, Gansu. Anonymity, apparently, offered little protection. In one case, He Jingfang mailed 8 unsigned letters, but the local police still managed to track him down, extract a confession, and send him off to a labor camp. In Sichuan, Du Xingmin's letter denouncing Party Secretary Song Youyu led to a frantic search through the brigade in which writing samples were compared. Du was unmasked and accused of being a saboteur. But before being handed over to the Public Security Bureau, Du had both his eyes gouged out by an enraged Song. He died a few days later in prison. No wonder some people turned to violence instead. Chapter 26. Robbers and Rebels. Violence was an act of last resort, as desperate farmers assaulted granaries, raided trains, or plundered communes. After Changzhou, Hebei, had been hit by a typhoon in 1961, some villagers armed themselves with sickles to steal the corn from the fields. One party secretary took charge of a brigade and organized raids against neighboring villages, plundering dozens of sheep and several tons of vegetables. Some of these incursions were armed. In one incident, a leader in Shanxi provided the rifles with which 100 villagers ransacked an adjacent commune and hauled away 5 tons of grain. Another local leader headed an armed gang of 260 men who slept rough in the daytime and pillaged at night. In parts of the countryside, large groups would assemble along county and provincial boundaries and make forays across the border, leaving behind a trail of destruction. But more often than not, the target of peasant violence was the state granary. The scale of the attacks was staggering. In one Hunainese county alone, 30 out of 500 state granaries were assailed in 2 months. In the same province, the Xiangtan region witnessed over 800 cases of grain theft in the winter of 1960 to 61. In Huaihua, farmers forced open a whole series of barns, taking several tons of millet. Raids on trains were also common. Farmers would gather along a railway and rob freight trains, using the sheer weight of their numbers to overwhelm the guards. This became increasingly common from the end of 1960 onwards, as the regime started to realize the extent of mass starvation and launched a purge of some of the most abusive party members. After provincial boss Zhang Zhongliang had been demoted in Gansu province, some 500 cases of train robbery were reported by the local police in January 1961 alone. The total losses were estimated at roughly 500 tons of grain and 2,300 tons of coal. And with each assault, the crowds grew bolder. At the Wu Wei railway station, only a few dozen people caused trouble in early January, but as others joined the fray, the crowds swelled into the hundreds. Then, by the end of the month, 4,000 villagers ran amok, bringing to a halt a train from which every detachable portion of property was removed. Elsewhere, near Jiangye, a granary was pillaged from dusk to dawn by 2,000 irate farmers who killed one of the guards in the process. In another case, military uniforms were stolen from a wagon. On the prowl days later, the villagers were mistaken for special forces by the guards in charge of a warehouse and given access to the grain unopposed. All along the railway line, granaries were attacked, livestock stolen, weapons seized, and account books burned. Armed forces and special militia had to be sent in to establish order. Some of the train robberies had diplomatic repercussions. For instance, when the assailants of a freight train burned the exhibition goods that were in transit from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to the People's Republic of Mongolia. To the credit of the Ministry of Public Security, nobody was ordered to shoot into the crowds, and the police were instructed instead to focus on the ringleaders. Violence begets violence. Sometimes the protective shield outsiders mistook for passivity and submissiveness broke down, and villagers erupted in a blind fury. In heated meetings at which higher quotas were introduced, farmers accused their leaders of starving them to death, some of the more disgruntled ones going so far as to assault and kill local carders with cleavers. Others armed themselves with sticks and chased carders suspected of skimming public funds. In Yunnan County, Sichuan, local people unleashed a collective anger upon their leader, who jumped into a pond to his death together with his wife. In the mountainous county of Tongxiang, local team leader Liu Funyan was made to kneel on stones and was beaten with a flagpole. But such examples were unusual. Ordinary people may have pilfered, stolen, lied, and on occasion torched and pillaged, but they were rarely the perpetrators of violence. They were the ones who had to find ways of eating bitterness. the Chinese saying for enduring hardship. By absorbing grief, accepting pain, and living with loss on a devastating scale. Less overt but equally destructive was arson, although it was not always possible to distinguish between fires started accidentally, for instance by poor villagers trying to stay warm during the winter, and those ignited deliberately as a form of protest. The Ministry of Public Security estimated that at least 7,000 fires caused 100 million yuan worth of losses in 1958, although it was unable to tell what proportion should be attributed to intentional burning. Dozens of cases of arson were reported every year by the public security organs in Hebei. Towards the end of 1959, there were 3 times more fires in Nanjing than there had been the previous year. Many were caused by neglect, but not a few were attributed to arsonists. Zhao Jihai, for instance, started a fire in the dormitory of his factory as a form of protest. Su Minghong burned 4 haystacks and was shot dead by the local militia. In Songji, Hubei, the house of a party secretary was torched. Elsewhere in the province, angry farmers doused a statue of Mao with petrol and set it ablaze. In Sichuan, Li Huaiwen set fire to the local canteen, which had once been his home, shouting, "Get the hell out of here! This canteen belongs to me!" By 1961, pyromania possessed the countryside. Around Guangzhou, hundreds of fires flickered at night in the weeks following the Chinese New Year, many started by farmers demanding their own private plot. In Wenyuan County, the villagers scribbled a message on a wall near the granary they had just torched, proclaiming that the grain that was no longer theirs might as well be burned. As starvation sets in, famished people are often too weak and too focused on their own survival to contemplate rebellion. But inside the vaults of the party archives is plenty of evidence of underground organizations springing up in the last 2 years of the famine. They never posed a genuine threat to the party and were easily crushed, but they did act as a barometer for popular discontent. Many of these organizations never even got off the ground. In Hunan, for instance, 150 people along a county border armed themselves for rebellion in the winter of 1960 to 61, but were immediately swept up by local security forces. Near the provincial capital, a Love the People party was set up by a few disgruntled farmers in favor of the freedom to cultivate and trade in agricultural products. They too never stood a chance. But more credible challenges came from the provinces near Tibet, where an armed uprising in March 1959 was quelled with heavy artillery, resulting in the Dalai Lama's flight to exile. In Qinghai in 1958, open rebellion continued for months on end, at places ranging from Yeganyin, Henan, close to the Gansu border in the east, to Gyeongju, Yushu, and Nanken, Nangxian, up in the Tibetan plateau. Some of the rebels were inspired by Lhasa, others were fueled by Islam. The armed forces in the province were insufficient to deal with the uprisings, and the army initially focused on regaining control of all vital highways. The region continued to be rocked periodically by local uprisings. In the autumn of 1960, villages in Xuanwei County, Yunnan, rebelled, an act of subversion that rapidly spread to several communes. The movement was backed by local cadres, including party secretaries in the higher echelons of power. Weapons were seized, and hundreds of discontented villagers rallied around slogans promising the abolition of the people's communes, a free market, and a return of the land to the farmers. The army swiftly intervened, capturing and eliminating all but one of the leaders. In his report to Zhou Enlai, top security boss Si Fuqi mentioned a dozen similar incidents in the southwestern provinces that year. To this had to be added over 3,000 counter-revolutionary groups, detected by the public security forces. Yunnan alone harboured 100 groups that referred to themselves as a party, Deng. Secret societies were ruthlessly crushed after 1949, but a long history of state suppression had prepared them for survival against all odds. A survey of one northern province gives an indication of the extent of their continued influence, although the numbers may have been inflated by overzealous cadres keen on more resources to fight the counter-revolution. In Hebei province, about 40 groups dubbed counter-revolutionary were unmasked within the first few months of 1959. Half of these belonged to secret societies the party had tried to extirpate. Huanxindao, Shengxiandao, Baguaodao, Xiantiandao, Jianggongdao. There were about a dozen popular religious sects and secret societies active in the province. In Ningjin County alone, close to 4% of the local population was thought to belong to one sect or another, many of them swearing allegiance to the Yiguandao. Some of these societies extended their influence across provincial boundaries. Despite restrictions on the movement of people from the countryside, followers would travel from Hebei to Shandong to pray at the grave of a leader of a village sect called the Heaven and Earth Teaching Society. Everywhere people turned to popular religion, despite party strictures against superstition. In Guangdong, where a ceremony to mark the birthday of the mother dragon remained popular, some 3,000 worshippers gathered for the occasion in Dexing in 1960. Even students and cadres joined in. But nothing could destabilize the regime, even in its darkest hour. As in other famines, from Bengal and Ireland to the Ukraine, most villagers, by the time it became clear that starvation was there to stay, were already too weak even to walk down the road to the next village, let alone find weapons and organize an uprising. In any event, even a mild form of opposition was brutally repressed and severely dealt with. Leaders of riots or uprisings faced execution, while others were given an indefinite sentence in a labor camp. What also prevented the country from imploding, even as tens of millions perished, was the absence of any viable alternative to the Communist Party. Whether they were dispersed secret religions or poorly organized underground parties, none except the regime could control this huge expanse of land, and the potential for a coup from within the army had been averted by extensive purges carried out by Lin Biao after the Lushan plenum in 1959. Yet something more tenacious than mere geopolitics prevented the appearance of a credible threat to the rule of the party. The most common technique of self-help in times of mass starvation was a simple device called hope. And hope dictated that, however bad the situation was in the village, Mao had the best interests of his people at heart. A common conviction in imperial times was that the emperor was benevolent, but his servants could be corrupt. Even more so in the People's Republic, the population had to reconcile a vision of utopia trumpeted by the media with the everyday reality of catastrophe on the ground. The belief that cadres who were abusive failed to carry out the orders of a beneficent chairman was widespread. A distant entity called the government and a semi-god called Mao were on the side of good. If only he knew, everything would be different. Chapter 27. Exodus. The most effective strategy of survival in times of famine was to leave the village. Ironically, for millions of farmers, the great leap forward meant departure to the city rather than entry into a commune. As targets for industrial output were ceaselessly revised upwards, urban enterprises started recruiting cheap labor from the countryside, creating a migration of tidal dimensions. More than 15 million farmers moved to the city in 1958 alone, lured by the prospect of a better life. From Changchun, Beijing, Tianjin and Shanghai to Guangzhou, cities exploded as, according to the official census, the total urban population ballooned from 99 million in 1957 to 130 million in 1960. The great outflow from the countryside happened despite formal restrictions on the movement of people. The household registration rules described in Chapter 22 were brushed aside in the rush to industrialization. But few migrants managed officially to change their place of residence from the village to the city. A great underclass was created, relegated to dirty, arduous, and sometimes dangerous jobs on the margins of the urban landscape, and facing discriminatory barriers against assimilation in their place of work. Migrant workers were deprived of the same entitlements accorded city dwellers, for instance, subsidized housing, food rations, and access to health, education, and disability benefits. Most of all, they had no secure status, dwelling in a twilight zone of legality and risking expulsion back to the countryside at any time. This happened in early 1959, as food reserves ran out and the country faced its first winter of hunger. In all major cities, as we have seen, grain reserves fell to historic lows, shortages in industrial centers such as Wuhan being so severe that they risked running out of food within a matter of weeks. The mounting crisis prompted the leadership to ramp up the household registration system, erecting a great wall between city and countryside. As it could provide food, housing, and employment only to urban residents, it left farmers to fend for themselves. In order to ease the burden further, the state capped the growth of the urban population. Tough restrictions on the movement of people were imposed by the State Council on the 4th of February 1959 and again on the 11th of March 1959, stipulating that the free market in labour could no longer be tolerated and villagers had to be sent back to the countryside. As the police started enforcing the household registration system in Shanghai, it was revealed that in some districts up to a fifth of all families had only temporary residence permits, the majority being farmers from Jiangsu province. An estimated 60,000 villagers resided in the city illegally, most working in the freight and construction industries. In the wake of the State Council's repeated directives, 250,000 farmers were rounded up and sent back to the countryside. Adrift between two worlds in the midst of starvation, migrants throughout the country were being forcibly returned to their villages. In the countryside, in turn, local authorities did their best to prevent anybody from leaving for the city, locking people into the famine. The attempt to impose a cordon sanitaire around cities was defeated by a myriad of factors. The great outflow in 1958 had created patterns of migration and networks of contacts which were used by villagers to return to the city. In Hebei in early 1959, 1 in every 25 agricultural workers was roaming the countryside in search of employment. Those who returned to the village over the Chinese New Year encouraged others to follow, heading back as a group to enterprises where good connections had been established and few questions were asked. Letters were sent from the city, including money and detailed instructions on how to join the exodus. In Xinjiang, one of the most devastated regions in Henan, letters came incessantly from Qinghai, Gansu, and Beijing, according to local officials who opened the mail. Li Mingyi sent 3 letters, including 130 yuan, to his brother, urging him and 4 other relatives to join him in working for the Railway Bureau in Xining. In the village, tales were told about life in the city, seen as a haven where rice was plentiful and jobs abounded. Some communes actually supported a form of chain migration by agreeing to take care of children and the elderly, as remittances from workers in the city contributed to the survival of the entire village. From Zhangjiakou, a major hub along the railway to the west of Beijing, 1/3 people vanished during the 1958-9 winter, representing some 7% of the entire workforce. Even in relatively sheltered provinces, such as Zhejiang, villagers took to the road in the winter of 1958-9. Some 145,000 people were known to be on the move, although many more must have escaped the attention of the local authorities tasked with arresting them. As elsewhere, most were headed for a city in search of employment. They were ambitious, the majority intending to travel as far as Qinghai, Xinjiang, and Ningxia, where the famine was less intense. But proximity to a city remained a key factor in prompting villagers to flee. In Longquan, for instance, 1 in 10 of all able-bodied villagers crossed into Fujian province, a mere 40 kilometers away, while others trekked to the cities of Xiaoshan, Fenghua, and Jinhua. Most were young male workers. The women were left behind to look after the family in the village. In Buxia village, 40 kilometers south of Xiaoshan, 230 workers left in several large groups, including local cadres and members of the Youth League. A significant proportion of these had already experienced the city as factories eagerly recruited from the surrounding villages during the Great Leap Forward. Many absconded in the middle of the night, while others walked away in broad daylight, claiming to visit a sick relative in town. In a few cases, cadres themselves wrote letters of reference and provided travel permits, encouraging villagers to pull up stakes and take their chances in the city. Some made a profit by selling blank permits bearing an official stamp. Elsewhere, for instance further south in Guangdong, local cadres adopted a lenient attitude, sensing that more movement of people could alleviate the famine. In Lantang commune, a mere 1 in 7 of all workers in a brigade participated in collective labour. The others performed private work or traded with neighbouring counties, some going as far as Haifeng, over 100 kilometres down the coastline. Many left in groups, boarding freight trains headed for the city. On one day in March 1959, a group of about 100 farmers managed to board a train at Kongjiazhuang, Hebei, without buying a single ticket. A few days later, a similar number boarded from Zhuojiahe station, a tiny village in Huaihan. In Hebei, on the stretch from Saigon to Shekou, hundreds of farmers would congregate at the station each day and board en masse. Some intended to flee the village, but many simply went to the city to sell wood or visit friends. When asking for a ticket, collectors faced verbal abuse and physical assault. In the chaos of boarding, accidents happened, as weaker fare dodgers fell off the train, including a 5-year-old child who had a leg severed in the process. All these groups amounted to a large number of people on the move. In the first 4 months of 1960, for instance, over 170,000 farmers escaping from the countryside were found ticketless on trains in Beijing alone, most of them hailing from Shandong, Hebei, and Henan. Once on board, every available bit of property was used in the struggle for survival. As one official noted in disgust, they wantonly spoil and damage goods, some urinating and defecating on them, a few using high-quality stockings as toilet paper. After they had arrived at their destination, many migrants would be met at the station by a friend or by a tout recruiting labour. Others found a job on the black market. Called human markets, renqi, in Beijing, they opened early in the morning as a mob of unemployed men pushed, shoved and jostled for attention as soon as a prospective employer turned up. Most lived in temporary shelters. A few stayed with friends and family. They would work for as little as 1.3 yuan a day, although carpenters could fetch up to 2.5 yuan, the highest salary for skilled labour being 4 yuan. Some were recruited underground by state companies, others were hired by private individuals for menial jobs or domestic service. The cumulative effect of this outflow could overwhelm the city, despite the cordon sanitaire designed to keep the urban population insulated from the rural famine. Thousands found their way into Nanjing every month, and by the spring of 1959, some 60 to 70,000 refugees had either arrived or transited through the city, overrunning the temporary shelters hastily erected by the municipality. On a single day in February 1959, around 1,500 refugees disembarked. 2/3 were young men, and most came from the surrounding counties, although a number also hailed from Anhui, Henan, and Shandong, the 3 provinces most affected by famine. A few wanted to visit friends and family. Most had no money, and all were in search of a job. Factories and mines secretly recruited them, paying them by piece rate, less than workers with residence permits. Some enterprises actually faked the necessary papers to register them locally, but the vast majority, some 90% of all factories, simply inflated the official number of workers in order to secure sufficient food to feed illegal workers. Not every migrant found a job on the black market, and some were forced to live a marginal existence in the shadows of the city, stealing, begging, scavenging, or selling themselves in order to survive. Gong Fanshun, a 28-year-old male, was described as a vagrant who would climb walls at night to steal clothes and money. Su Yo-Yo was caught after he entered a shop, grabbed a large flatbread, and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth while making a run for it. Young women could be found soliciting customers in the center of the city. For a ration coupon worth 10 or 20 cents, or for a pound of rice, they would perform a sexual favor in a quiet corner of a public park. Those who failed faced starvation. Some 20 bodies were collected each month during the harsh winter. All were described as a threat to social order by the local authorities, reinforcing the negative imagery associated with country folk. When they were caught, they were sent back to their villages, only to return to the city again after a few weeks. Some of the refugees, when questioned by officials, told their stories. Yu Yiming, interviewed in May 1959, had been surviving on 2 bowls of gruel a day in her village in Anxian County. After the carders turned over all the grain to the state, nothing but cabbage remained. Then all the bark on elm trees and the chestnut tubers vanished, leaving the village depleted. Wang Xiulan, a fellow villager, broke down in tears, crying that, "We are not lying. We have not had any food for several months. Everything has been eaten. What can we do?" Other escapees explained how they managed to abscond under the cover of night. Tao Mingtang from Lixiu County recounted how 11 of them fled as a group one evening, lured by rumors that in Heilongjiang young workers could make up to 70 yuan a month. Not all migrants lived in the city's dark underbelly, eking out a miserable existence at the mercy of rapacious factory bosses. In the rush towards industrialization during the Great Leap Forward, some of the most able men recruited from the countryside were given good salaries as incentives to stay. In Pukou, Nanjing's busy port, a team of loaders working on the docks had no right to food rations reserved for city residents, but they earned about 100 yuan a month, enough to eat in some of the top restaurants. Some made 2 salaries, making a better living for themselves than most of the registered workers in local factories. A few even specialized in trading ration coupons on the black market. One woman was caught with coupons worth 180 kilos of rice, which she bought in Shanghai to double her money in Nanjing, exploiting one of the countless loopholes in the planned economy by which the same basic commodity was sold at vastly different prices across the country. Most migrants in factories and construction sites were men, but the majority of villagers who left the rural areas to trade were women. On the other hand, As the famine went on, whatever leverage some young migrants might have had on a black market desperately short of labour simply vanished, replaced by desperation for a scrap of food. By 1960, in Lanzhou, some 210,000 migrants worked in factories without any pay, being given no more than board and lodging. Zhang Zhongliang, the gung-ho boss of Gansu, personally endorsed the arrangement. But outside the provincial capital, complicity from the leaders led to conditions of slave labour. In Tongwei, a steel factory locked up migrants and forced them to work themselves to death, refusing to feed them. 1,000 died that year, as factory bosses were assured of a steady supply of vagrants and drifters looking for work. Who knows how many factories operated in similar conditions? As the years of famine went by, the motivations behind migration changed. In a nutshell, the lure of employment was replaced by the compulsion of famine. As a sense of despair grew, some would steal off into the mountains, hoping to survive on berries, insects, and possibly small animals. But few actually made it, some being forced to return to the village, emerging from the forest with dishevelled hair and torn clothes, sometimes entirely naked, a wild look in the eyes, so changed that they were no longer recognized. On the other hand, when disaster struck, people left en masse, children in tow, their meagre possessions strapped on their backs. Local authorities could only stand by and watch the exodus. After the Zhangzhou region in Hebei was hit by a typhoon in 1961, listless masses of humanity took to the roads, trailing along in total silence, the only sound being the shuffle of their feet. Entire brigades left collectively, carders, men, women and children, trading their clothes for taro along the way, with many of the adults and most of the children ending up stark naked. All over the country, people died by the roadside. What was the effect of the exodus on the village? In many cases, villagers and even local carders supported mass emigration, as they hoped that remittances would allow them to survive. But the countless tales of life in the city, where jobs were easy, the pay was generous and food limitless, must have contributed to a general sense of demoralization. The revolution, after all, had been fought for the farmers, but all too obviously life in the countryside was inferior to that in the city. The imposition of a cordon, shielding towns from villages, can only have worsened a pervasive feeling of worthlessness. In effect, the countryside was quarantined, as if peopled by lepers. As the best workers were poached by recruiters from the city, villages were sometimes split, as jealous farmers turned against families with migrants in the city, beating them or depriving them of food. And even if some communities may have welcomed migration, they soon found themselves crippled by labour shortages. Those who left were overwhelmingly healthy, enterprising young men. Organised flight, on the other hand, had a domino effect which could deplete some villages of all working adults. In Huaihan County, strategically located by the Beijing-Baotou Railway, one village had some 50 working men, but a mere 7 remained by the spring of 1959. Even the head of the village and the party secretary had become drifters looking for work in the city. Where people left because of famine, nothing but ghost villages survived. Only those who were too weak to walk stayed behind. With jobs crying out to be filled during the initial rush of the Great Leap Forward, some of the village officials went after the migrants, trying to persuade them to return home during the busy season. A great many people crossed the border from Hunan into Hubei, following an earlier pattern of migration established during severe shortages in 1957. A team of carders was dispatched to find the villagers, but they were met with a volley of abuse. The migrants refused to go back to the village where food was rationed. The Khadas then turned against the local authorities, accusing them of poaching their people to help build a reservoir. They, instead of the migrants, were thrown behind bars. Once released, they were forced to make a humiliating retreat back to Henan. A more subtle approach was tried elsewhere, for instance in Hengshui, Hebei, where half of all the 50,000 migrants from Xinjiangdan commune were wheedled into returning home in 1960. Relatives were made to write letters imploring them to come back to the village. Sometimes these letters were hand-delivered by local Khadas, anxious to ensure that they reached their destination. But most of the time, brute force was used to prevent villagers from leaving. As we shall see in greater detail in a subsequent chapter, local Khadas beat, starved and tortured those who tried to flee, or exacted punishment from family members. Throughout the countryside, located at strategic junctions, dissuasion stations, Quanzhuchan, or custody and deportation stations, Shurong Xiansong Zhan, were set up by the militia, responsible for arresting people on the run and escorting them back to the village. These centres could arbitrarily detain people without judicial supervision or legal charge, even if they held a temporary residence permit. They survive to this day, specifically targeting beggars and migrant workers. Over 600 were in operation throughout the country at the height of the famine. 8 cities alone, from Guangzhou to Harbin, held more than 50,000 people in such stations by the spring of 1961. In Sichuan in 1960, some 380,000 people were detained and sent back. Cut off from a social network which could provide a measure of protection, adrift on the road with only the bare essentials, escapees were ideal prey. As the Ministry of the Interior reported in May 1960, in Shandong these stations not only confiscated food coupons, rations and train tickets, but also strung drifters and migrants up and beat them black and blue. Women were molested. In Tianshui, Gansu, 1 in every 8 guards said they had raped a woman, while all of them routinely beat villagers in their custody. A special school was even set up to reform the escapees. They were insulted, spat upon, tied up, and forced to kneel or stand for hours on end. Their few possessions were stolen, from small knives, eggs, noodles, wine and rope to socks and trousers. Women were threatened, beaten or starved in order to obtain sexual favors. Many were put to work to cook meals, launder clothes, clean the toilets and wash the feet of the guards. Failure to prepare the noodles of God Li Guozhang properly led 3 of the inmates to be sent to a school where they were beaten for a whole day. But however harsh the treatment meted out to refugees, they rarely gave up, and often managed to burst through the fetters of the system. When a group of 75 villagers were sent back to Wuhu from Shanghai, 60 managed to escape. A month later, 150 out of 250 refugees escorted back north to Shenyang from Tianjin succeeded in absconding. Many were what party officials referred to as habitual refugees, Guan Liu, escaping from the village again and again. Life on the road might have been bitter, but it was better than waiting for death in the village. The tide turned in 1961. Surrounded by famine, beleaguered by migrants and facing a growing population that could no longer be fed, the leadership in Beijing decided to send back 20 million people from the cities to the countryside. The order came on the 18th of June 1961, the target being a reduction of 10 million people before the end of the year, leading to savings of 2 million tons of grain. The rest would follow in 1962, and stragglers would be swept up by 1963. The authorities moved fast. In Yunnan, where cities had ballooned from 1.8 million inhabitants in 1957 to 2.5 million by 1961, Around 300,000 people, many of them unemployed, were selected in order to fill the quota. Those sent back included 30,000 prisoners from Kunming, relocated to labor camps in the countryside. In the cities of Guangdong, close to 3 million people were unemployed. Some 600,000 were moved to the countryside by the end of 1961. In Anhui, where 1.6 million had been added to an urban population of 3.1 million after 1957, some 600,000 people were removed. By the end of the year, State Planner Li Fuchun announced that 12.3 million people had been moved, another 7.8 million being targeted for 1962. In the end, the state proved more resilient than the villagers, mercilessly employing new methods of coercion to keep the urban population at an historic low for years to come. The lucky ones managed to cross the border, but this came at a cost. In Yunnan, where minorities living near Vietnam, Laos, and Burma voted with their feet as soon as the Great Leap Forward started, punishment was brutal. Some 115,000 people left the country in 1958 from villages adjacent to the border, protesting against the lack of free trade, restrictions on the freedom of movement, forced collectivization, and hard labor on irrigation schemes. Those caught fleeing were routinely beaten. A young woman with a baby daughter was bayoneted to death in Qingyong, while others were locked up in a house which was then blown up with dynamite. Even those who voluntarily returned to their villages were tortured and executed, their bodies left by the side of the road. The stench of rotting corpses was pervasive. Numbers are hard to obtain, but according to the British Foreign Office, some 20,000 refugees arrived in Burma in 1958, most of whom were sent back across the border into China. Given that many of the ethnic minority peoples had relatives on both sides of the border, the total is likely to have been much higher. In the southern provinces, frontier people fled to Vietnam. Many were smugglers, but when hunger became too intense, they used their knowledge of the terrain to cross the border, never to return. The exodus took place all along China's extended borders, in particular during a lull in policy enforcement in 1962. What began as a trickle of refugees from Xinjiang became a flood, and by May some 64,000 people had made the crossing, often in large groups, as families with children and their meagre possessions stumbled into the Soviet Union. Half the population of Chuguchak, Tachung, from carders to toddlers, marched along the ancient Silk Road to the border, leaving behind a wasteland. Thousands crossed the border every day at the Bakhta and Korgos checkpoints on the Kazakhstani-Chinese border, overwhelming the border patrols. Many were weak and ill, turning to the Soviet authorities for help. Millions of rubles were made available to provide the refugees with jobs and temporary housing. In Kulya, Yining, chaos ensued after the Soviet consulate was invaded by an armed mob, eager to take away all archives relating to the nationality of minority people, as only those registered as Soviets could cross the border. Granaries were robbed and shots were fired at the militia. According to Soviet sources, rumors that the local authorities actually sold bus tickets to the border caused mayhem. As crowds gathered around the party offices to demand transportation, they were fired upon, and some of them were killed. A similar scramble to escape took place at the border in Hong Kong in May 1962. Throughout the famine, people managed to make their way to the British colony. In 1959, illegal immigration was estimated at some 30,000. This was on top of legal immigration, with the mainland handing out around 1,500 visas a month to those it no longer needed at home. But in May 1962, as the mainland temporarily relaxed its border controls, a steady flow became a flood, reaching a peak of over 5,000 a day. Overnight, Hong Kong became the free Berlin of the East. The great exodus was well planned, and those who undertook it tended to be young urban residents recently sent to the countryside following factory closures. Faced with severe food shortages and abandoned by the system, some decided to flee. Many had money, biscuits, tinned food, and a map. Speculators in Guangzhou even sold improvised compasses called paradise pointers. Tickets for the border area were on sale at the railway station, although clashes occurred between mobs and police in early June during a riot put down by troops. Those lucky enough to have a ticket boarded a train, but others trekked along the coast or hiked through the hills for several days. When a crowd large enough to overpower the guards had gathered by the border, the refugees made a run for it, swimming across the river that separated the mainland from Hong Kong, scrambling through the barbed wire entanglements, and working their way under the steel mesh of the border fence. Accidents happened. Some refugees mistook a reservoir near the border for the river and tried to swim across it at night. Some 200 bodies were later found floating or washed up against the abutment. Others were smuggled on sampans for a fee, some landing on offshore islands, the unlucky ones capsizing in rough seas and drowning. Once they had reached Hong Kong, the refugees had to evade British border patrols. Most were arrested on the spot, but a few slipped into the hills, poor, in rags, mostly barefoot, and some with broken ankles. Unlike in Berlin, they were not welcome, as the Crown Colony feared being swamped by mainlanders. Nobody else offered to take them, with the United States and Canada rigidly sticking to their quotas, and even Taiwan accepting very few for resettlement. The United Nations Refugee Agency, on the other hand, did not recognize the People's Republic. Refugees from China could not exist in political terms and therefore could not be aided under the UNHCR's system. As Hong Kong's Colonial Secretary Claude Burgess put it, the refugee problem was one that no country in the world is in practice willing to share with us. Only those who could be vouched for by relatives in Hong Kong were allowed to stay, and the vast majority were eventually returned to the mainland. Crowds sympathized with the plight of the refugees, providing food and shelter or obstructing vehicles returning them to the border point at Lo Wu. By June, China had closed its border again, and the influx ceased as suddenly as it had started. Part 5. The Vulnerable. Chapter 28. Children. Communal nurseries and kindergartens were set up everywhere in the summer of 1958, allowing women to step out of their homes and join the great leap forward. Problems appeared right away, as children were separated from their parents all day long, in some cases for weeks on end. In the countryside, retired women and unmarried girls were given crash courses in childcare, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the number of toddlers that parents were required to hand over to the state. And as labour shortages became acute in the rush towards industrialization, even they were forced to work in the fields and factories, leaving children in minimal care. The buildings of childcare centres were often ramshackle, in some cases not having any fixed premises at all, but making do with a mud hut or an abandoned shed, and allowing the children to run wild. Outside the capital, in Darjeeling County, a mere dozen out of 475 boarding kindergartens had rudimentary equipment, and more often than not, children simply ate and slept on the floor. Many of the buildings had leaking roofs, and some lacked doors and window panes altogether. As carers had only a rudimentary training, accidents were frequent, with children bumping into boiling kettles and suffering burns. Neglect was such that in one facility several children aged 3 to 4 were unable to walk. In the suburbs clustered around Beijing, a third of all kindergartens were described by the Women's Federation as backward. Even in the capital, childcare was basic in the extreme. In the nurseries, everybody cried, one report noted. The children forced away from their families would burst into tears first, quickly followed by inexperienced young carers who felt utterly overwhelmed by the pressure. And finally, mothers, reluctant to entrust their offspring to the state, would also start crying. Lack of qualified staff also led to the use of corporal punishment to maintain a semblance of order in overcrowded kindergartens. This was common even in the cities, one of the worst cases being a female supervisor who used a hot iron to discipline recalcitrant children and burned a 3-year-old on the arm. Poor standards of care and shabby facilities also combined to produce disease. Eating utensils were shared, while infected children were not segregated, allowing germs to colonize the kindergarten. Even in the relative oasis of Shanghai, toddlers risked going about all day with feces in their pants. In Beijing, infection rates were high. In the No. 2 cotton factory, 90% of the children were sick, commonly with measles and chickenpox. Scabies and worms were also widespread. Death rates were high. In the suburbs, flies abounded, and the kindergartens reeked of urine. Food poisoning was a common occurrence, killing many children. Diarrhea infected 4 in 5 children. Some of them also suffered from rickets. With the advance of the famine, edema became widespread, as bodies started swelling up with water. In Nanjing, 2 out of 3 children inspected in a kindergarten suffered from water retention. Many also had trachoma, an infectious eye disease, and hepatitis. Abuse was rife. Food was commonly stolen from kindergartens, as hardened adults pilfered the rations designated for helpless children. This happened in 3/4 of all kindergartens in Guangzhou, either through blatant theft or more subtly via accounting irregularities. In one case in Nanjing, all the meat rationed for the children was taken home by Director Li Darao, who also appropriated the entire soap ration. Elsewhere in the city, all the meat and sugar was evenly divided up between members of staff. In the countryside, abuse was more frequent, but less well documented. In November 1960, 1 or 2 infants died every day in Sichuan County, Hubei. The workers in charge of the premises ate most of the food. In the end, as the state receded into the midst of chaos, the kindergartens simply folded, leaving villagers to fend for their children. To take but one example, the number of childcare institutions in Guangdong declined from 35,000 to 5,400 in 1961 alone. Children old enough to be sent to school were made to work. A work-study program launched by the central government in the autumn of 1957 required all students to participate in productive labor, which in practice could amount to half of all time spent in school. This was before the Great Leap Forward had even started. As the country was mobilized in the steel campaign in the autumn of 1958, children not only collected scrap iron and old bricks, but actually operated the furnaces, a task so grueling that some fainted after long shifts in the heat. Hundreds of primary schools in Wuhan opened several factories each in a burst of industrialization. In the schools, children were kept on the premises all day long, sleeping in primitive conditions, sometimes 3 to a bed in leaking buildings. Teaching was suspended for weeks on end, as the world of collective labor was deemed to be the center of individual development. Anxious parents had no alternative but to sneak into the school buildings at night to check on the well-being of their children. Then passive resistance took effect, and by early 1959, some students attended formal classes only, opting to skip work experience. A few left school altogether. In Nanjing, many of the truants simply stayed at home, but a quarter found work in factories. Several students worked for the police. School children had to participate in productive labor, but were often put to work without adequate safety measures. Accidents were common, and hundreds died throughout the Great Leap Forward. While digging a canal in Gansu, 7 students perished as a bank collapsed. In Shandong, 8 met their ends working in an abandoned kiln when a wall caved in. In the countryside, most children did not have the luxury of school at all. They were expected to work in the fields, carry manure, look after cattle, or collect firewood for the canteen. Much of this followed traditional practice, as children in poor families had always been expected to help out. But collectivization brought in its wake a much harsher regime, one in which labor was the property of the collective rather than the individual or the family. Children were no longer asked to work by parents, but bossed around by local cadres instead. Many treated children as if they were adults. Tang So-kon, a 13-year-old girl, was made to carry a 41-kilo load of cut grass. Not far away, a boy aged 14 had to haul manure weighing 50 kilos. Throughout the country, a stark logic governed relationships between the rulers and ruled. As there was not enough food to go around, the most able workers were given preferential treatment, while those considered to be idlers, children, the sick, and the elderly, were abused. The party archives provide long and painful lists of examples. Ai Long, a 13-year-old boy who looked after the ducks in Guangdong, was caught digging up roots for food. He was forced to assume the aeroplane position, was covered in excrement, and had bamboo inserted under his nails. The beatings he received were so ferocious that he was crippled for life. In Luoding County, Guangdong, local cadre Ku Bendi beat to death an 8-year-old who had stolen a handful of rice. In Hunan, Tan Yuxing, aged 12, was drowned in a pond like a puppy for having pilfered food from the canteen. Sometimes parents were forced to inflict the punishment. When a boy stole a handful of grain in the same village in Hunan where Tan Yuxing was drowned, local boss Xiong Changming forced his father to bury him alive. The father died of grief a few days later. Reprisals were also taken against children as a form of collective punishment. Guo Haonsheng, on her own with 3 children, was refused leave of absence to take her 5-year-old son to the hospital. She was a stubborn woman and made her way all alone to Guangzhou without permission, but nonetheless lost her child to disease in the hospital. When she returned home after an absence of 10 days, she discovered that her 2 other children had been ignored by the entire village. Covered in excrement, they had worms crawling on their anuses and armpits. Both soon died. Local cadre He Liming then started appearing at her house to bang on the door and denounce her as a shirker. The woman lost her mind. In Liaotia village near Changsha, one parent escaped to the city, leaving behind 2 children. The local cadres locked them inside the house, and they starved to death a few days later. Recalcitrant children were also locked up. In subtropical Guangdong, children could be placed inside a hog's cage simply for talking during a meeting. The police helped, putting children aged 7 to 10 behind bars for stealing small amounts of food in Shuicheng County, Huizhou. One 11-year-old was locked up for 8 months for the theft of a kilo of corn. Larger correctional facilities were established at the county level, designed specifically for children deemed to be incorrigible. In Fengxian County, under the jurisdiction of Shanghai, some 200 children aged 6 to 10 ended up in re-education camp under the control of the Public Security Bureau. Physical punishment included being kicked, standing, kneeling, and the insertion of needles into palms. Some were handcuffed. Pressure also came from inside the family. When the parents were too busy working in the fields or taken ill and confined to their beds, the children were in charge of fetching the allocated ration from the canteen, which could be many kilometers away. The children, sometimes as young as 4, had to jostle with adults in the canteen and then carry the food back to the family. The strain was immense, and many of those interviewed today remember vividly how they let their families down on one or another occasion. Ding Xiao'e was a small girl of 8 when she had to look after her entire family, as her father was taken ill and her mother had kidney stones and bound feet, which meant that she could not work for the commune and earn a living. Every day the girl had to queue in the canteen for up to an hour, all the while being pushed aside and bullied by hungry adults. The entire family of 6 depended on the one bowl of watery porridge she was handed, but one day, after a heavy downpour, the scrawny girl slipped on her way back home and spilt the entire contents. I cried, but then I remembered that my parents and the whole family were still waiting for me to bring the food back for them to eat. So I picked myself up and scraped the food up from the ground. It was full of sand. Her family got angry, blaming her for having wasted the ration on which all depended. But in the end they ate the food, slowly because it was full of sand. If they did not eat it, they would be so hungry that they might go crazy. Children fought with each other for food. Although Ding Xiao'e was the child who brought home the family ration, sometimes her parents would give more food to her brothers, depriving her and her younger sister. They argued, they cried, and sometimes they even fought with each other over the rations. Liu Shu, who grew up in Runshu County, Sichuan, also remembers how his younger brother filled up his bowl first, leaving next to nothing for the others. At each meal, he screamed loudly. Every meal was like that. Because he screamed, he was often beaten. Li Ye, a mother of 3, recalled that her 2 sons fought over food every day. They fought fiercely. My youngest daughter received the smallest ration, although she always cried for the biggest amount. She cried very loudly to get her way. My other children cursed her for that and still remember it to this day. Violence against children inside the family could go much further, as family members became competitors in the presence of insufficient food. Information is difficult to come by, but police reports sometimes get close to the complex family dynamics that developed in times of hunger. In Nanjing, about 2 cases of murder inside the family were reported every month in the middle of the famine. Most of the violence was committed by men and directed against women and children, although 1 in 5 victims was an elderly person. In the majority of cases, the reason behind murder was that the victims had become a burden. In Liuhe, a paralyzed girl was thrown into a pond by her parents. In Jiangpu, a dumb and probably retarded child aged 8 stole repeatedly from both parents and neighbors, putting the family at risk. He was strangled in the night. A few cases showed deliberate starving of a weaker family member. Wang Xiuchang, for instance, regularly ate the ration allocated to his 8-year-old daughter. He also took her cotton jacket and trousers in the middle of the winter. In the end, she succumbed to hunger and cold. In the countryside, following an established tradition the Communist Party could do little about, children were sold or given away when they could no longer be supported by their own families. In Nianqiu County, Hebei, Chen Junyuan was strained to the limit by his family of 6, and he gave his 4-year-old son to a fellow villager. His 7-year-old was handed over to an uncle in a neighboring county. In Chengdu, Li Ye gave one of her 3 daughters to her sister, but other family members did not like the child, and the mother-in-law was a fierce woman who openly favored her own grandson. "We have no food for ourselves. Why should we keep another little bitch?" she complained. She took away all of the food earmarked for the adopted child. The girl, who was only 4 years old, was also sent to fetch vegetables from the canteen every day, having to deal with adults pushing and shoving in the queue. She often fainted from hunger. She was neglected by her adoptive family and was found covered in lice a few months later when she was taken back by her mother. Few families were willing to take on an extra burden in the famished countryside, prompting some people to abandon their children. The lucky ones were left behind in a city, some families making a great effort to break through the cordon fencing off the countryside. In Nanjing, over 2,000 children were found abandoned in 1959, 4 times more than in the entire decade of communist rule up to the Great Leap Forward. 6 out of 10 were girls, and about a third were aged 3 or older. Most were sick, a few blind or handicapped. Judging by the accents of those able to speak, many came from Anhui province, others from villages neighboring Nanjing. Some of the families were interviewed by community workers. The most common rationale was the very logic of collectivization, as some villagers gave official propaganda a twist by arguing that children belong to the state. Utopian images of abundance beyond the village, of wealth and happiness ensconced behind city walls, were also important. A common folk notion in the countryside was that a child could enter town and enjoy a happy life, as it would be brought up in prosperity. But more tragic stories lurked behind such rationalizations. For instance, in the case of a 13-year-old boy called Shi Liu Hong. He was taken on a trek across the mountains from his home village in Hujiang. Tired and hungry, he fell asleep by the side of the road, only to find that his mother had gone when he woke up. This was one of the most common ways of losing a child. The verb lose, liu, was often used as a euphemism for abandonment. As a 13-year-old girl recounted, her father had died 3 years earlier, and there was no food in the village. Her mother had first lost her blind brother, aged 14. Then her younger brother and sister were lost in the mountains, before she too was left behind. As the last example shows, some children were abandoned in pairs, perhaps because the parents hoped that they might stay together. On the streets of Nanjing, a 6-year-old was thus found crying for his mother and holding on to 2 younger toddlers. But other reasons also accounted for the abandonment of siblings. Some were left on the streets because women from the countryside, desperate for food and shelter, remarried men in the city who did not welcome children. Some had their date of birth scribbled on a piece of paper pinned to their clothes. Others carried a written note in a pocket. In a few rare cases, desperate mothers took their children straight to the police station. There are no reliable statistics on the number of abandoned children, but in a city like Nanjing, several thousand were found in a single year. In Wuhan, the capital of Hunan, 4 or 5 were picked up by the authorities each day by the summer of 1959. In the province as a whole, some 21,000 children were placed in state orphanages by the summer of 1961, although many more were never recorded by the authorities. But in most cases, children stayed with their parents to the very end. Across the countryside, in countless villages, starving children with swollen bellies and pipe-stem limbs, their heavy heads wobbling on thin little necks, were left to die in peasant huts, by empty fields, or along dusty roadsides. In some villages in Jinghai County, Hebei, children aged 4 to 5 were unable to walk. Those who could wore nothing but an unlined garment, shuffling barefoot through the snow in the winter. Even in cities such as Shizichuan, half of the babies died because their mothers had no milk. In some cases, children were almost the only ones to die. In a small village in Xionggai County, Guangdong, 47 people, or 1 in 10, died in the winter of 1958-9. Of these, 41 were infants and children, 6 were elderly. Yet, against all odds, sometimes the children were the ones who survived. In Sichuan, it was estimated that 0.3 to 0.5% of the rural population were orphans, meaning roughly 180,000 to 200,000 children without parents. Many roamed the villages in ragged groups, unwashed and unkempt, surviving on their wits, which, most of the time, meant theft. Children on their own were easy prey, stripped of their meagre belongings, cups, shoes, blankets, clothes, by their guardians or neighbours. Discarded by acquaintances once they had robbed her of her every possession, Gao Yuhua, a girl aged 11, slept on a hay bed and had a mere loincloth to cover herself. She stayed alive by crushing grains of millet, which she ate raw, and was described by an investigation team as resembling a primitive child from the Stone Age. Xiang Xingping was adopted by a poor farmer in Fuling, but after the 12-year-old had complained to neighbours that the man abused him and gave him mud to eat, his head was bashed in. Elsewhere in the county, an orphan had his spine broken by angry villagers who caught him stealing from the fields. When siblings survived, it was not uncommon for them to turn on each other. Among many reported cases, Jiang Laosan, aged 7, was beaten and robbed by his brother, aged 16, dying a few months after becoming an orphan. Some of the orphans showed extraordinary resilience, as the story of Zhao Jiaobai, a soft-spoken woman with sad eyes, shows. A few years before the Great Leap Forward, her family left their native village in Henan to join a migration program encouraging farmers to settle in Gansu province. Her father was made to break ice in the mountains, but died of hunger in 1959. Her mother was too ill to work. One of the local carders came to the house, banging on the door to announce that slackers would not be fed. Another local bully came at night, pestering her mother for sexual favours. In the end, exhausted, she seems to have given up. In the middle of a freezing night in January 1960, she got up and went to the toilet. Her daughter, Zhao Jiaobai, aged 11, woke up and asked her mother where she was going. Then she fell asleep again, but 2 hours later her mother was still in the toilet. I called out to her, but she did not answer. She just sat there, with her head towards one side, but she said nothing. Surrounded by strangers speaking an alien dialect, Zhao and her sister, aged 6, ended up living with an uncle, who had also migrated to Gansu. He was reasonable towards me, because I was old enough to go out and work, but he was not nice to my sister. You know, in Gansu it was very cold, -20 Celsius. He asked my sister to go out looking for kindling in such freezing weather. How could she find any wood? One day, as it was freezing, she came home empty-handed. So he beat her on the head, and she bled pretty badly. To protect her sister from her uncle's abuse, Zhao took the 6-year-old with her as she went to work like an adult, digging canals and ploughing fields. Here, too, she was unsafe. Once, as I was working, I heard my little sister crying, and I saw somebody hurting her. Somebody was using sandballs to hit my sister, and she was surrounded by clumps of sand. Her eyes were covered in grit, and she just cried and cried. Zhao found a couple who were planning to return to Henan. She sold everything they had and bought 2 tickets at 10 yuan. Back in Henan, at last, they found her grandmother, who took the 2 girls under her wing. When asked how she had become the woman she is now, Zhao Xiaobai answered without hesitation, "Through suffering." Some children never found anybody willing to look after them and were placed in orphanages where conditions, rather predictably, were appalling. Physical punishment was common, for instance causing a dozen to die at the hands of their guardians in one commune in Jiangjiang County, Sichuan. In Hubei, orphans were sheltered in ramshackle buildings with leaking roofs and left to survive the winter without padded cotton clothes or blankets. Medical care was non-existent. many thousands died of disease. Although infants died in disproportionate numbers, fewer of them were actually born during the famine. Demographic experts have relied on the published census figures of 1953, 1964, and 1982 to try to piece together the decline in births during the famine, but much more reliable figures are available from the archives, as in a command economy local authorities had to keep track of the population. In the Kuching region, Yunnan, where the famine appeared in 1958, births dropped from 106,000 in 1957 to 59,000 the following year. In Yunnan as a whole, the number of births plummeted from 678,000 in 1957 to 450,000 in 1958. Another way to look at it is to find age-related statistics compiled after the famine. In Hunan, a province which was not among the worst-hit regions, a very clear gap appears among children aged 3 in 1964. There were some 600,000 fewer of them than 6-year-olds, although they too must have suffered. On the other hand, there were 4 times more children aged 1 and 4 times more children under the age of 1. But none of these statistics recorded what must have been countless unreported cases of infants dying within weeks of being born. Who had any incentive to count the deaths of newborns whose births had not even been recorded in the middle of starvation? Chapter 29. Women. Collectivization, designed in part to liberate women from the shackles of patriarchy, made matters worse. Although work patterns varied hugely from one end of the country to the other, in most of the north, women rarely worked in the fields before the Great Leap Forward. Even in the southern regions, it was often only the poor who joined the menfolk outdoors. Besides taking care of domestic work, women and even children usually engaged in other occupations, making handicrafts in their spare time to supplement the family's income. Entire villages sometimes specialized in producing a defined range of commodities for local markets, from paper umbrellas, cloth shoes, and silk hats to rattan chairs, wicker creels, and twig baskets, all from the safety of the household. Even in more isolated villages, women by custom worked from home, weaving, spinning, and embroidering for family and for cash. As women who had never worked in the fields were mobilized in the rush to modernize, they were required to turn up every day at the sound of the bugle and march off in teams to plough, sow, rake, weed, and winnow. But despite full employment in communes, women were paid less than men, no matter how hard they toiled. The work point system devised by the communes systematically devalued their contribution, since only strong men were able to reach the top of the scale. And as women joined the collective workforce, the state did very little to lighten the load at home, as there was no shortage of domestic tasks which still needed to be carried out, from mending clothes to raising children. Kindergartens, for instance, were supposed to help with babysitting, but, as we have seen, many were far from adequate, which meant that women often had to juggle childcare with full employment. As family life was buffeted by constant campaigns, the exigencies of mobilization took a heavy toll on women, exhausting many before famine began to bite. In those villages drained of able-bodied men who joined the exodus to the city, women were left to look after relatives and dependents. Most of all, women were vulnerable because in a regime which mercilessly traded food for work, every weakness led to hunger. In the relentless drive to achieve even higher targets, at the furnace, in the field, or on the factory floor, menstruation was widely seen as a flaw. Menstrual taboos of popular religion, which feared the polluting potential of women during their periods, were swept aside seemingly overnight. Failure to come out to the field was punished, the most common form of retribution being a reduction of work points for each day of absence. Some male cadres abused their positions of power, humiliating those women who asked for sick leave. Su Yinzi, party secretary of the Chengdong People's Commune in Hunan, forced those who requested a rest on the grounds of menstruation to drop their trousers and undergo a cursory inspection. Few were willing to undergo the humiliation, and many became ill as a result, several dying under the strain of labouring while suffering severe menstrual pain or gynecological problems. Expectant mothers were also compelled to work, often until the last stage of pregnancy, although they too were commonly penalized. In one district in Sichuan alone, 24 women miscarried after being compelled to work in the fields. Chun Yuanming, who objected, was kicked between her legs by the cadre in charge and crippled for life. Where abusive cadres assumed power unopposed, punishment could go much further. In the same Hunan commune just mentioned, pregnant women who did not appear at work were made to undress in the middle of the winter and then forced to break ice. In Xingyuan, Guangdong, hundreds of villages at a time were made to work in the middle of the winter without cotton-padded clothing. No exceptions were made for pregnant women or those with small children, and people who protested were deprived of food. In Panyu County, just outside Guangzhou, a cadre grabbed 7 months pregnant Du Jianhao by her hair and forced her to the ground for not working sufficiently hard. He kept her pinned down and shouted abuse at her until she passed out. Her husband cried with fear but was powerless to intervene. After she regained consciousness, she staggered back home looking dazed, then sank to her knees, collapsed, and died. Some women were so desperate that they preferred to die. Liang Xianu, pregnant yet obliged to work in the winter, jumped to her death in a cold river. Exhausted and hungry, women became so weak that they stopped menstruating altogether. This was common everywhere, even in the cities, where women were given some medical care. In the Tianjiao district to the south of Beijing, half of all female workers in a metallurgy factory suffered from lack of menstrual periods, vaginal infections, or a prolapsed uterus. As the only available washroom was always occupied, some of the women went for months without ever washing. When combined with endless hours in a poorly ventilated environment, even political activists like Yuan Bianhua would spit blood and sometimes even lacked the strength to stand up on their own. Other studies, conducted by the Women's Federation, made similar observations. In the Beijing electron tubes plant, for instance, half of all 6,600 women had some form of gynecological disorder. Wu Yufang, aged 25, had arrived at the factory as a sturdy young girl in 1956, but in 1961 suffered from headaches, irregular menses, sleeplessness, irritability, and lack of strength. Married for 5 years, she was still without children. A medical examination showed that she, like many of the other workers, had mercury poisoning. The physical decline among rural women was so extreme that many suffered from a prolapsed uterus, meaning that the womb, held in place inside the pelvis by muscles and ligaments, collapsed inside the vaginal canal. Even without overwork and lack of food, weakness can cause the uterus to sag or slip out of its normal position. This happens when women experience a difficult childbirth or suffer from a loss of estrogen. But the term refers to a variety of different stages, from a drooping cervix to the uterus coming completely outside the vagina. The latter was the syndrome observed again and again by medical authorities. The statistics they provided, even if classified, could not possibly reflect the reality, and varied from 3 to 4% of women in the countryside just outside Shanghai to 1 in every 5 working women in Hunan. The real incidence must have been much higher, Given that many women would have felt too ashamed to report the condition, many cadres would have been reluctant to report medical disorders associated with starvation, and too few trained doctors actually existed in the countryside to have even a rough idea of what was happening. A prolapsed uterus was difficult to cure because the underlying causes, lack of food and lack of rest, were hard to remedy in times of famine. Even if they had money to pay the fees, many women simply did not have the time to leave their children and their work to visit a hospital, which were few and far between in the countryside. Many villagers also feared hospitals, and they resorted instead to local treatments. In Hubei, female healers used a variety of recipes, some handed down from generation to generation, to assist women suffering from gynecological problems, heating and grinding ingredients into a powder that was smeared onto the vaginal walls, and mixing medicinal herbs to cure menstrual disorders. Aunt Wang, as she was known in a village in Zhongxiang County, helped hundreds of women, her house often harboring 4 or 5 patients being nursed back to health as her husband went foraging for leaves and roots in the forest. But such traditional remedies were rarely tolerated under forced collectivization, and in the absence of effective medical care, most women simply had to bear their condition and labor on. Women were vulnerable in other ways. Socially marginalized in what remained, after all, a tough, male-oriented world, they were prone to sexual abuse. Huge power was given to local cadres, while famine gradually eroded the moral fabric of society. As if this combination were not bad enough, many families were separated or broken up as menfolk joined the exodus, enrolled in the army, or labored on distant irrigation projects. As the layers of social protection surrounding women gradually crumbled, they were left almost entirely defenseless to confront the naked power of the local bully. Rape spread like a contagion through a distressed moral landscape. A few examples will suffice. 2 party secretaries of a commune in Wencheng, north of Guangzhou, raped or coerced into sex 34 women in 1960. In Hongshui County, Hebei, 3 party secretaries and a deputy county head were known to have sexually abused women routinely, one of them having had sex with several dozen. Further north, a secretary of Gujiazing village raped 27 women, and an investigation showed that he had taken liberties with almost every unmarried woman in the village. Li Dengmin, party secretary of Kumo, raped some 20 women, 2 being underage. In Lieyang, Hunan, girls as young as 11 or 12 were sexually abused. In Xiangtan, a cadre set up a special team, Zhuan Yedi, of 10 girls whom he sexually abused at whim. And even if women were not raped, they were subjected to sex-specific humiliations, as collectivization swept aside the customary moral values of sexual restraint and bodily propriety. China was undergoing a revolution, turning upside down moral codes of behavior passed down from generation to generation, which led to perversions that would have been unthinkable before 1949. In a factory in Wugang County, Hunan, local bosses forced women to work naked. On a single day in November 1958, more than 300 went about their jobs in the nude. Those who refused were tied up. A competitive system was even devised by which the women most eager to strip were granted a reward, the top gift consisting of cash to the value of 50 yuan, more or less equivalent to a month's salary. While some women may have embraced the opportunity to advance their careers, many were no doubt repelled, although nobody dared to speak their mind. But a few did write. After some of the women fell ill, Hunan can be bitterly cold during the winter, a series of anonymous letters were sent to Mao Zedong. Whether he actually read these letters we do not know, but someone highly placed in Beijing phoned the provincial committee in Changsha and demanded an inquiry. The factory leaders, it came to light in the course of an investigation, had apparently encouraged the women to take off their clothes in a spirit of emulation which aimed to break feudal taboos. Seemingly anything could be justified in the name of emancipation. Equally crude and humiliating were the nude parades which happened across the country. Women, occasionally men, were made to march through the village entirely naked. In Suichang County, Zhejiang, men and women accused of larceny were stripped naked and paraded. Zhu Moying, a grandmother aged 60, was forced to undress and then lead the procession by beating a gong, despite the pleas for pardon from fellow villagers. Some of the abused women felt too ashamed to return to their homes. 24-year-old Zhu Renxiao, stripped and paraded for petty theft, felt too ashamed to face people and asked to be moved to another village. She killed herself when her request was turned down. In another small village in Guangdong, the militia stripped 2 young women and tied them to a tree, using a flashlight to explore one of the girl's private parts and drawing a large turtle, symbol of the male organ, on the other woman's body. Both committed suicide. Less often mentioned in the archives or in interviews, but part of a distinct social trend in any famine, was the trade in sex. Women provided favors for almost anything, from a morsel of food and a better job to a regular but illicit relationship with a man who could offer some sense of security. Most of these transactions went on undetected, but there was also a whole underworld of prostitution which the authorities tried to monitor. One correctional facility in Chengdu kept well over 100 prostitutes and delinquent female children. More than a dozen were sex workers who had been re-educated after the communist victory in 1949, but refused to reform themselves. Wang Xingji, who went by the nickname of Old Mother, in turn introduced other women to the trade. Some of the new sex workers formed bands with male thieves and roamed the country, traveling to Xi'an, Beijing, and Tianjin to make a living. A few worked independently, 1 or 2 even regularly handing over money to their parents, who turned a blind eye to the source of the income. Village women also offered their bodies for food after escaping to the city, as we have already seen. The logical extension of this trade in sex was bigamy, as country girls lied about their age or their marital status in order to secure a husband in town. Some were only 15 or 16, well below the legal age of marriage. Others were already married but committed bigamy to survive. A few were prepared to abandon their children from a previous marriage, but not all of them deserted their families. Some returned home only a few days after the wedding had taken place. Trade in sex, flimsily disguised by the pretense of marriage, was even more common in the countryside. In one closely studied Hebei village, the number of weddings increased 7-fold in 1960, the worst year of the famine. Women poured into the village from distressed areas, marrying for goods, clothes, or food for relatives. Some were as young as 16, others left soon after the wedding. A few of the women introduced other family members to the groom, resulting in 6 cases of bigamy. And then there was trafficking in women. From Inner Mongolia, for instance, teams spread out over the country, hauling back hundreds of women every month. Most came from famished Gansu, a few from Shandong. Some were mere children, others were widows, although married women were also trafficked. The victims ranged across all social categories, including students, teachers, and even carters. Few came voluntarily, and some were traded several times. 45 women were sold to a mere 6 villages in less than half a year. Always marginalized, sometimes humiliated, invariably exhausted and often abandoned by the men, women, in the end, were the ones who had to make the most heart-rending decision, namely how the meager food ration should be divided. This was not so at the onset of famine, as men were normally in charge and demanded to be fed first. In the same way that women were systematically given fewer work points than men under collectivization, a patriarchal society expected that priority be given to the feeding of all male members of the household. As men provided, women abided, a cultural imperative that dictated that even in normal times women were given a smaller share of the food. And as famine took over, women were deliberately neglected in the interests of male survival, a choice that was justified on the grounds that the entire family ultimately depended on the ability of men to go out and find food. But once the men were gone, women had to endure the agony of their starving children without being able to help. Not all could live with the constant crying and pleading for food by their children, made so much more unbearable by the stark choices they had to make about the distribution of scarce resources. Liu Xiliu, deprived of food for 6 days as punishment for being too sick to work, finally succumbed to the pangs of hunger and devoured the ration allocated to her child, who soon started crying of misery. Unable to suffer the torment, she swallowed caustic soda to put an end to her life. There is no doubt that the emotional distress and physical pain, to say nothing of the self-abasement and humiliation many had to endure, were enormous, and much of this was a direct consequence of sex discrimination. But historians have shown that in many other poor patriarchal societies, women did not die in much greater numbers than men, however problematic recorded rates of mortality may be. In the Bengal famine, male mortality even exceeded that of females, leading the historian Michel McAlpin to write that females may be better able than males to withstand the trials of a period of famine. As we have seen in previous chapters, women excelled at devising everyday strategies of survival, from foraging in the forest and preparing substitute foodstuffs to trading on the black market. In the end, the greatest victims of the famine were the young and the elderly. Chapter 30. The Elderly. Life in the countryside has always been tough in China, and strict observance of traditional notions of filial piety would simply have been beyond the reach of all but the wealthiest households before the communist takeover. Proverbs suggested the limits of respect for the elderly in traditional society. With 9 sons and 23 grandchildren, a man may still have to dig a grave for himself. Even if children were the family pension, the elderly continued to rely for the most part on their own work to eke out a frugal life. And while some prestige may have been associated with old age, in a society that heavily emphasized earning power, many people must have felt a decline in respect when moving into old age. As elsewhere, the elderly feared loneliness, impoverishment, and abandonment, in particular those who were more vulnerable than others, the ones without family. But in most cases, before 1949, they could count on a measure of care and dignity. Their mere survival commanded respect. Yet by the time of the Cultural Revolution, a completely different set of values seemed to dominate, as young students tortured their teachers and Red Guards attacked elderly people. When did the moral universe turn upside down? While the party was steeped in a culture of violence, fostered by decades of ruthless warfare and ceaseless purges, the real watershed was the Great Leap Forward. As villages in Machung complained, the people's communes left children without their mothers, women without their husbands, and the elderly without relatives. These 3 family bonds were destroyed as the state was substituted for the family. As if this were not bad enough, collectivization was followed by the agony of famine. As hunger stalked an already distressed social landscape, family cohesion unraveled further. Starvation tested every tie to the limit. The prospects for the elderly without children were particularly grim. so much so that many traditionally tried to join monasteries or nunneries, while others established fictitious ties of kinship with adopted children. These age-old customs were swept away with collectivization. In the summer of 1958, retirement homes for the childless elderly appeared throughout the villages of rural China. At the peak of the Great Leap Forward, over 100,000 of them were reportedly established. Abuse was rife. Some of the elderly were beaten. Even those with only a few meagre possessions were robbed, and others were put on a slow starvation diet. In Tongzhou, just outside Beijing, the head of the retirement home systematically stole food and clothes earmarked for the elderly, condemning the inmates to a winter without heating or cotton-padded jackets. Most passed away as soon as frost appeared, although their bodies were not buried for a week. Further south, in Xianghai County, Guangdong, the entire village was put to work in the absence of able-bodied men, who were all conscripted on a distant irrigation project. The elderly slaved day and night, a 70-year-old going for 10 days without any sleep at all. A tenth of the village died in the winter of 1958-9, the majority of them children, and those elderly people kept in retirement homes. In Chongqing County, Sichuan, the director of one home made the residents work 9 hours a day, followed by 2 hours of study in the evening. In another case, the elderly were forced to work throughout the night, according to the demands of militarization. Slackers were tied up and beaten or deprived of food. In Hunan, too, they were routinely tied up and beaten. In Chengdu, in the winter, the inmates of one retirement home slept on a muddy floor. They had no blankets, no cotton-padded clothes, no cotton hats, and no shoes. In Hengyang, Hunan, the medicine, eggs, and meat reserved for the elderly went to the carders in charge of the home. As the cook succinctly put it, "What point is there in feeding you? If we feed the pigs, at least we will get some meat." In the province as a whole, by the end of the famine, a mere 1,058 had managed to survive in the remaining 7 homes. Many of the homes collapsed almost as soon as they had appeared, besieged by the same systemic problems of funding and corruption which undermined kindergartens. The childless elderly who were abandoned to the care of collective entities had to scramble for survival by the winter of 1958-9. But life outside the retirement home was no better. Just as children were treated like adults, the elderly too had to prove their worth to the collective, as rations in the canteen were dished out against work points. Hunger was never simply a matter of lack of resources, but rather of their distribution. Confronted with shortages in both labor and food, local cadres all too often decided to exchange the one for the other, in effect creating a regime in which those unable to perform at full capacity were being slowly starved to death. The elderly, in short, were dispensable. And just as children were harshly chastised even for small misdemeanors, so the elderly were subjected to an exacting regime of discipline and punishment, in which the family often shared. In Liuyang County, Hunan, a 78-year-old who complained about working in the mountains was detained, and his daughter-in-law ordered to hit him. After she had refused, she was beaten bloody. Then she was ordered to spit on the old man, who had also been beaten to a pulp. He died shortly afterwards. Inside the family, the fortunes of the elderly depended on the goodwill of their children. All sorts of quarrels developed in times of famine, but new bonds also developed. Jiang Guihua remembered that her mother did not get on well with her blind grandmother. The grandfather was a cripple. Both were dependent on others for food, but also for help in getting dressed and using the toilet. Jiang Guihua was the one to provide help, as her mother often lost her temper and tried to cut their food rations. But there was little she could do, and after a while her grandparents died of eating soil. They were buried without a coffin, wrapped in some straw and lowered into a shallow pit. In the end, when everybody left the village in a desperate search for food, only the elderly and the handicapped stayed behind, often unable to walk. In Dangyang, Hubei, 7 people were all that remained of a once lively and noisy village, 4 being elderly, 2 blind, and 1 handicapped. They ate leaves from the trees. Part 6. Ways of Dying. Chapter 31. Accidents. Poor safety was endemic to the command economy, despite detailed labour legislation and meticulous rules on every aspect of industrial work, from the provision of protective clothing to the standards of lighting. An extensive network of labour inspectors, from the Federation of Trade Unions, the Women's Federation, and the Communist Youth League, as well as from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Labour, periodically toured workshops, monitored health hazards, and looked into the living standards of workers. They operated under huge political pressure and often preferred to turn a blind eye to widespread abuse, but they could file hard-hitting reports. Despite this vast apparatus, factory managers and team leaders, regardless of their personal sympathies for their workers, remained obsessed with increased output. On the ground, both zealots and dawdlers set the tone. Party activists cut corners, reduced standards, ignored safety, and abused the workforce as well as every piece of equipment in their relentless quest to meet higher production targets. On the factory floor and in the fields, ordinary people tried to counter the blow of each production drive with the force of collective inertia. But widespread apathy and negligence, while easing the pressure from above, also had a corrosive effect on safety in the workplace, as people abdicated responsibility for anything that did not concern them directly. And as collectivization produced growing shortages of food, clothes, and fuel, much riskier techniques of self-help appeared, from lighting a stove in a thatched hut to stealing safety equipment, leading in turn to more accidents. Worker fatigue only made matters worse, as people fell asleep by the furnace or at the wheel. To this should be added a simple, if grisly, calculation. Failure to fulfill a target could cost a manager his career, while violation of labour safety attracted a mere slap on the wrist. Life was cheap, costing a lot less than installing safety equipment or enforcing labour legislation. After all, what were a few deaths in the battle for a better future? As we have seen, Foreign Minister Chen Yi, comparing the Great Leap Forward to a battlefield, was adamant that a few industrial accidents were not going to hold back the revolution. It's nothing, he said with a shrug. Take the case of fire. We have noted how the Ministry of Public Security estimated that some 7,000 fires destroyed 100 million yuan in property in 1958, the year of the Great Leap Forward. One reason for the extent of the damage was a lack of firefighting equipment. Most of the fire hoses, pumps, extinguishers, sprinklers and other tools had been imported, but foreign purchases were suspended in a drive towards local self-sufficiency. By the end of 1958, however, all but 7 out of the 80 national factories making the equipment had closed down. In some cases, firefighters had to stand by empty-handed and watch the flames spread, powerless to intervene. The situation did not improve over the following years. Workers in overcrowded shacks cobbled together from mud, bamboo, and straw huddled around improvised fires, which sometimes got out of control. Hundreds of fires raged through Nanjing in a single month in 1959. Accidents also happened when people sneaked away from the canteen to cook their own meals on the sly. When a young girl lit a fire in dry weather, the wind carried a spark and set fire to her hut, which erupted into a blaze, destroying lives and property. when a kerosene lamp was kicked over during engineering work at Singmen, Hubei, an inferno claimed 60 lives. Villagers recruited to work on large irrigation sites lived in hastily erected straw huts, which regularly went up in flames as exhausted workers bumped into lamps or furtively lit a cigarette. Few reliable statistics exist about actual death rates, but in Jiangxi, a mere 24 incidents burned or asphyxiated 139 people in a single month. In Hunan, about 50 people died each month. The Public Security Bureau listed some 10 fires a day in the first half of 1959. Industrial accidents soared, as safety was considered a rightist conservative concern. In Guizhou, the Provincial Party Committee estimated that the number of accidental deaths had multiplied by a factor of 17 in early 1959 compared to a year earlier. The exact number of casualties was unknown, as few inspectors wanted to pour cold water on the Great Leap Forward with talk of death, while enterprises routinely concealed accidents. Li Rui, one of Mao's secretaries purged in the wake of the Lushan plenum, later estimated the total of fatal industrial mishaps in 1958 at 50,000. According to the Ministry of Labour, some 13,000 workers died in the first 8 months of 1960, equivalent to over 50 deaths each day. Although this was probably only a fraction of the actual accidents, the report highlighted some of the problems which beset the mining and steel industries. In the Tangshan iron plant, more than 40 powerful blast furnaces were jammed together in a square kilometre, but no protective fences were erected around the cooling basins. Workers slipped and fell into the boiling sludge. In coal mines across the country, inadequate ventilation allowed asphyxiant and highly inflammable gases to accumulate. Coal gas explosions ripped through the mines, sometimes ignited by the sparks coming from faulty electrical equipment. Flooding was another mining hazard which claimed numerous lives, while badly maintained mine stopes collapsed and buried the miners alive. In March 1962, a blast tore through the Badaoxiang mine, Tonghua County, Jilin, claiming 77 lives, although the worst case was probably in the Laobaotong mine in Datong, where 677 miners died on the 9th of May 1960. But explosions also happened routinely in smaller concerns, although such cases were no doubt excluded from the statistics gathered by the Ministry of Labour. In Hunan, a critical report noted how mining accidents had increased every quarter since the launch of the Great Leap Forward. By early 1959, an average of 2 miners every day were killed in an accident somewhere in the province. In the Guantang mine in Nanjing, opened during the Great Leap Forward, 3 heavy detonations occurred in a fortnight, among other accidents described as avoidable. Lamps fell down shafts, safety belts were discarded, and inexperienced workers were sent down into the mines without proper training, sometimes barefoot. Shafts and tunnels were dug in a manner described a few years later as chaotic, in utter disregard of local geology. The coal mines claimed more lives than any other industry, but everywhere death was on the increase. Dirt and clutter encumbered the workshops. Uncollected litter and abandoned parts were strewn about passageways, while a chronic lack of lighting, heating and ventilation turned the factory floor into an intrinsically hazardous environment. Most workers did not even have a uniform, let alone protective clothing. In Nanjing, lethal blasts occurred every month from 1958 onwards, as concerns over the safety of workers were discarded in the pursuit of higher targets. Many of the factories were hastily set up and badly conceived during the Great Leap Forward. In several cases, entire roofs caved in on the workers. The situation was not much better when it came to public transportation. Inexperienced drivers joined an expanding fleet, Weight and speed limits were flouted, if not denounced as rightist, while trucks, trains and boats were poorly maintained and driven beyond endurance, often breaking down only to be patched back together with substandard equipment and scavenged pieces. Figures again are missing, but the extent of the problem is indicated by a summary report from Hunan. On the roads and rivers crisscrossing the province, more than 4,000 accidents were reported in 1958, claiming 572 lives. In one case, a blind man and his handicapped colleague operated a ferry. In the neighbouring province of Hubei, boats often navigated in the dark, as lamps and lighting were missing. On Matsang Lake, Wuhan, an overloaded passenger ship without any safety equipment caught fire, and 20 passengers drowned in August 1960. Similar accidents happened throughout Hubei. In Tianshui, Gansu, more than 100 people, most of them students, died in 2 separate incidents in less than a month in the winter of 1961-2. The ferries across the Wei River were 3 times over the passenger limit. Buses were just as congested. On those in Guangzhou, people were crammed like pigs, and breakdowns were so common that crowds of waiting passengers slept for days on end outside the station. Fatal accidents were common. Train disasters were less frequent, but as famine worsened, railway wagons too became conveyors of death. In January 1961, passengers were marooned in the middle of the frozen countryside of Gansu, suffering delays of up to 30 hours as engines broke down or ran out of fuel. No food or water was provided on board. Urine and excrement spread through the carriages, and the corpses of starved travellers rapidly accumulated. As the railway system clogged up, unruly crowds were also left stranded at railway stations. In Lanzhou, up to 10,000 people were put up in temporary accommodation because of the huge delays. The station itself was packed with thousands of waiting travellers without adequate provisions. Several died each day. For each accidental death, several people barely escaped with their lives. But in the midst of the famine, even a minor injury could spell doom. Workers rarely received compensation for an industrial accident and were often ruined by medical expenses or sacked from their jobs. In the countryside, food could be used as a weapon by rapacious cadres. Absence from work, even for a medical reason, was met with a reduced food ration. Infections, malnutrition, or partial invalidity reinforced each other, putting sick people at a disadvantage in the struggle for survival, and all too often dragging them down in a vicious circle of want. Chapter 32. Disease. Not all people who die in times of famine die of hunger. Common illnesses such as diarrhea, dysentery, fever, and typhus claim many lives first. The precise impact of each disease in China at this time is extremely difficult to ascertain, not only because of the size of the country and the diversity of conditions on the ground, but also because some of the most problematic archives happen to belong to the health services. In a climate of fear in which millions of party members were purged or labelled as rightists, few subjects could be more sensitive than that of disease and death. When malnourishment reached the inner recesses of power in Zhongnanhai, and Li Jisui told the chairman that hepatitis and edema were everywhere, Mao quipped, "You doctors are just upsetting people by talking about disease. You're making it difficult for everybody. I just don't believe you." Of course, party officials continued to produce damning reports on all sorts of topics throughout the Great Leap Forward, often at great personal risk, but reliable surveys of medical conditions are hard to find. First, the health services were battered by collectivization, then they were overwhelmed by famine victims, and finally they simply collapsed. Hospitals, even in major cities, were stripped of resources, and by 1960 doctors and nurses were fighting for their own survival. In Nanjing, for instance, up to 2/3 of all nurses and doctors were sick. They were ill because the hospitals had become catalysts in the spread of disease and death. As one report indicated, flies and other vermin could frequently be found in the food, causing diarrhea among staff and patients. Even in top hospitals reserved for party members, the heating had broken down, while staff wore dirty patches and rags stitched together. Few uniforms were ever laundered. In Wuhan, severe shortages were compounded by criminal neglect, as most doctors and nurses in the people's hospitals seemed to lack what a report called a sense of responsibility. They turned a profit by diluting medicine with water. They stole from patients. They beat the sick. Male doctors abused female patients. Hospital finances were a shambles. In these conditions, it does not come as a surprise that few, if any, medical experts were inclined to spend time in famished villages armed with scalpels and test tubes, trying to establish the determinants of mortality. The countryside, where most of the people died, was cut adrift. When the extent of the famine was finally recognized in the winter of 1960-61, emergency centers were set up in abandoned cowsheds or disused farms to help the starving. In Rongxian County, Sichuan, those brought in were dumped on a thin layer of straw directly on the floor. There were no blankets despite the bitter cold. The stench was overwhelming. Pitiful moans of anguish echoed through the air. Some were left without water for days on end, not to mention food or medicine. In Tongliang, the living shared beds with the dead. Nobody seemed to care. In Guangxian, things sometimes worked out the other way around. The living were locked up with the dead, as those in charge could not wait for some people to die. Yan Xishan, a mechanical worker suffering from epilepsy, was tied up and left to die in the morgue. Rats had already eaten the eyes and the noses of 6 cadavers in the room. One of the most striking features of the famine is the low incidence of epidemics. Typhus, also called jail fever, hospital fever, or famine fever, was mentioned, but did not seem to kill in large quantities. Transmitted in the feces of lice or fleas, it appeared in crowded, unsanitary conditions, and was associated with famine, war, and cold weather. It was common in detention centers for migrants fleeing the countryside, even in cities such as Beijing and Shanghai. Some 10 to 15% of victims could succumb to typhus, typhoid, and relapsing fever in times of famine, but this may not have been the case in China. Could the widespread use of DDT, efficient in pest control, have helped? This is not likely, given that other insects survived the onslaught of the country's war against nature. As we have seen, locusts actually thrived in a distressed landscape, as did other pests. The rat population, which carried the flea, was culled by the campaigns of eradication launched at the beginning of the Great Leap Forward. But rats breed ferociously fast and are not fussy feeders. A more convincing reason why typhus, with its rash and high fever ending in delirium, may not have been widespread is that epidemics were rapidly isolated. Here was a military regime which openly denied the existence of famine, yet pounced on suspected outbreaks of infectious diseases. This happened, for instance, in the case of cholera, which appeared in Guangdong in the summer of 1961. The epidemic started in early June when several fishermen fell ill after eating contaminated seafood. Within a matter of weeks, thousands more were infected, and soon well over 100 people were dying of the disease. The local authorities used the army to impose a cordon sanitaire round the affected region. While the quarantine could not prevent cholera from spreading as far as Xianmen and Zhongshan, panic even broke out in Yangjiang. The overall number of casualties remained low. Plague, too, spread to an area the size of a province in March 1960, but seems to have been contained. But other major epidemics that historians have come to associate with famine are also noticeable for their absence from the archives. There were higher incidences of smallpox, dysentery and cholera, but there is little archival evidence so far of millions being swept away by major epidemics. And the official gazetteers, published decades after the famine by local party committees, do not mention them frequently either. On the contrary, where disease is mentioned, the set sentence is invariably that deaths by edema caused by inadequate nutrition were high. The picture which emerges from the record is that of a country in the grip of a whole variety of diseases, rather than suffering from the impact of 2 or 3 epidemics historically associated with famine alone. And this wide-ranging increase was as much due to the destructive effects of collectivization on virtually every aspect of daily life, from crowded kindergartens, filthy canteens, and hazardous workshops, to under-equipped, overcrowded, and understaffed hospitals, as it was a consequence of widespread starvation per se. In Hunan, some 7,500 children died of measles in 1958, twice as many as in the previous year, as families were forced to leave their offspring in congested kindergartens. Cases of polio were 15 times higher in 1959 than in 1958. The incidence of meningitis doubled, attributable again to disastrous conditions in boarding kindergartens. Snippets of information from other regions confirm this trend. Thousands of cases of meningitis, for instance, also appeared in Nanjing in the winter of 1958-9, claiming 140 lives. The rate of diphtheria also increased hugely, causing 7 times more deaths in Nanjing in 1959 than in the previous year. Hepatitis soared, but tended to affect privileged city residents rather than the impoverished masses in the countryside. In the cities of Hubei, 1 in 5 suffered from the disease in 1961. In Wuhan alone, some 270,000 out of 900,000 people tested positive. In Shanghai, too, the number of infections was high enough to prompt some state enterprises to request special medical facilities to treat the illness. Malaria was endemic. In the summer of 1960, up to a quarter of all villages in parts of Wuxi suffered from the disease. Snail fever, or schistosomiasis, caused by a parasitic worm that attacks the blood and liver, was prevalent. There were thousands of cases in many a county in Hubei, where people came into contact with freshwater snails when wading barefoot through irrigated rice fields or when they went fishing. In Hanyang, hungry factory workers descended upon the many lakes surrounding the city to cut barley in the summer of 1961. 3,000 people were infected, a dozen died. Hookworm, which sucks blood so voraciously that it leads to anemia in the host, was common, even though reliable statistics remain elusive. But the problem was serious enough for the health authorities in Hunan to set a target of curing 3 million infected people in 1960 in a mere 8 counties. Everywhere the effects of collectivization led to higher rates of illness. We have seen how people died from the heat of the backyard furnaces during the Iron and Steel campaign in 1958, but in the following years heat stroke continued to claim lives. Malnourished and exhausted workers were exposed to high temperatures all day long, and in Nanjing, dozens of cases of heat stroke, several fatal, occurred in just 2 days in the summer of 1959. In Hubei, even simple straw hats were lacking, but cultivators were compelled to work at noon in the blazing sun. Thousands suffered from the heat, some 30 cases being fatal. Even leprosy was on the increase. Caused by a bacterium that leaves permanent damage to the skin, nerves, limbs, and eyes, it spread because of inadequate care, contaminated water, and insufficient diet. Hospitals were creaking under the workload, turning away leprosy patients. In Nanjing, some 250 cases were hospitalized, but lack of resources meant that they could not be segregated from other patients. Well over 2,000 lepers were known to exist in Wuhan, but a severe shortage of hospital beds condemned them to roam the city, scavenging for food. Lepers in the countryside could be less fortunate. In Xigong commune, Guangdong, a 16-year-old boy and an adult, both suffering from leprosy, were escorted up into the mountains and shot in the back of the head. Mental illness, however difficult to define, was widespread, no doubt because the incessant depredations of the state combined with widespread loss, pain, and grief to drive famished people to insanity. Few meaningful studies were produced, but one Huaochu commune in Guangdong claimed that more than 500 villagers suffered from mental illness in 1959. In one curious case of mass hysteria, a third of some 600 students in a middle school in Ruiyuan County, Zhejiang, started crying and laughing without apparent reason in May 1960. Similar reports came from Sichuan, where hundreds of villages in several counties went berserk, talking gibberish and bursting out in convulsive laughter. One estimate placed the national rate of mental illness at 1 per 1,000. But as the case of Huachu shows, many more people must have been unable to cope with the sheer violence of collectivization and the horror of famine. That much is clear from very high rates of suicide, as we shall see in the next chapter. In any event, few were ever cared for, as the medical authorities had other priorities. In Wuhan, for instance, some 2,000 known cases had no access to specialist care, as a mere 30 beds were available for psychotic cases in the entire city. Even when they were badly treated, the mad had one advantage. Like the court jester, they got away with telling the truth. As one survivor from the Xinjiang region remembers, only one man dared to mention the famine in his village, walking around all day in a craze, repeating to all and sundry a popular jingle, "Man eats man, dog eat dog, even rats are so hungry that they nibble away at stones." Nobody ever bothered him. Major epidemics usually associated with famine did not afflict the countryside in China. Instead, the destructive effects of collectivization increased a whole range of illnesses, including poisoning, as people took to famine foods. Some could be quite nutritious. Edible kelp eaten in Ireland during the potato famine of 1846-8, or tulip bulbs in the Netherlands during the hunger winter of 1944-5. But many led to digestive diseases. Even before people started scrounging for edible roots and wild herbs, digestive problems could appear, caused by severe imbalances in diet. Urban residents were sometimes given a much higher proportion of pickles, salted vegetables, and fermented bean curd as substitutes for fresh greens. In Nanjing, for instance, many factory workers had a salt intake of 30 to 50 grams a day, almost 10 times the amount that would be recommended today. They added soy sauce to hot water to break a monotonous diet. In one case, a man was found to have ingested some 5 liters of soy sauce in less than a month. But large amounts of leafy vegetables without sufficient carbohydrates also caused ill health. When grain rations ran out by the end of the month and hungry people resorted to fresh produce instead, their skin would sometimes turn purple and they died, victims of phosphate poisoning. Dozens of fatal cases were reported in the countryside around Shanghai in 1961. Poor hygiene in the food industry caused diarrhea outbreaks that claimed the weak and vulnerable. The chaos sown by collectivization was felt at every level of the food supply chain, as the state took command of production, storage, processing, distribution, and catering. Food became just another output figure to be massaged, twisted, and faked by factory bosses, while apathy, neglect, and sabotage were common among workers. In Wuhan, food poisoning was frequent in the summer of 1959, with hundreds of incidents being recorded every couple of days. Heat in the sweltering summer played a part, but a detailed investigation of 6 food producers identified widespread neglect as the main culprit. Flies were everywhere. One zealous inspector counted about 20 insects per square metre. Jugs and vats destined for the market had broken seals, their contents wriggling with worms. In one factory, maggots were found in 40 tons of jam and maltose. Rotten eggs made their way into cakes and candies. There was no water on many of the premises, so workers did not wash their hands. Some urinated on the floor. Once the foodstuffs reached the market, they rotted away in humid weather. A further problem was that many of the ingredients no longer came from the suburbs, but were shipped over long distances instead. A batch of carrots from Zhejiang province, for instance, had rotted during transportation to Wuhan. And then the human and material tools for handling food were grossly inadequate. The peddlers who previously reached every corner of the market with fresh produce had been absorbed into a lumbering collective, while 1/6 of all vegetables rotted in the streets simply because there were not enough bamboo baskets to distribute them. In the canteens, the situation was no better. Flies were found in the food, while even basic utensils were missing. In one case, 300 workers had to share 30 pairs of chopsticks during breakfast, which were rapidly rinsed in a wash basin filled with dirty water. Restaurants offered no escape from the cycle of neglect. The kitchens were described as chaotic, governed by flies rather than by people. When the flies were swatted, they dropped into the food. In one eating place, the vegetables were served covered in dirt. Insects were found in the vinegar and soy sauce containers. These examples are all from the cities, where people were relatively privileged in comparison to the abysmal conditions in the countryside. Since all the food was concentrated in large canteens, entire villages were affected by outbreaks of diarrhea or food poisoning. In Jintang County, Sichuan, the thin gruel served to the 200 farmers in one canteen contained dozens of maggots. The reason was that the well used by the canteen was adjacent to a toilet, and drainage was poorly divided, in particular after heavy rain. Those who refused to eat the gruel went without any food for 3 days. The few who managed to down the concoction suffered from severe stomach pain. Dozens were taken ill. 10 died. 4 vats with human excrement and urine, their contents spilling onto the floor, were found in a kitchen in Pengxian County. The water used to wash the food and dishes came from a stagnant pond by the doorstep. 1/4 of the villagers were sick. Flies lorded it over people. In Xinyang, also in Sichuan, chicken excrement is everywhere. Human feces have piled up, ditches are blocked, and the stench is overwhelming. Local people refer to the canteen as shit alley. Even when there was food, canteens could run out of fuel or water. In Chengdu, where several branches of the Yangtze merged, some of the cooks had to travel half a mile to find water, and the grain was sometimes served raw. But in many cases, of course, the canteens did not operate at all. After they had run out of food and fuel, the doors were closed, and villagers had to fend for themselves. Collectivization was checkered with accidents, as we have seen in the last chapter. People were not only given contaminated products or tainted food, they also fell victim to poisoning accidents. In less than a month, in 1960, some 134 fatal cases were reported to the Ministry of Hygiene, although this was a pale reflection of the reality on the ground. Pesticides were sometimes stored in canteens and granaries, while the tools used to prepare food or handle chemicals were not always kept apart. In Baodi County, Hebei, a roller contaminated with pesticides was used to mill the grain, and over 100 villagers were poisoned. Nothing was done. The flour was sold a few days later, and another 150 people fell ill. In Wenshui, Shanxi, a pot used for poison found its way into the kitchen of a kindergarten, where more than 30 children ended up with severe intestinal pains. In Hubei, fertilizer balls were mistaken for bean cakes. 1,000 people fell ill, and 38 died. As food ran out, the government started promoting new food technologies and substitute foods. Most of these were quite harmless. The double steam method, heralded as a great revolution in cooking technology, enjoined cooks to steam the rice twice, adding water each time to bulk up the food. Some of the substitute foods consisted merely of ground corn cobs, corn stalks, or the chaff from soybeans and other grains. But the government also introduced new ersatz foods. Chlorella was heralded in the early 1950s by food experts around the world as a miracle form of algae that could convert 20 times more solar energy into protein than other plants. But the plankton soup that promised to pull millions out of hunger turned out to be impossible to produce and so vile to the palate that the craze eventually subsided. In China, the watery slime was elevated to the status of miracle food during the famine. It could be cultivated and skimmed from swampy ponds, but more often than not, it was grown in vats of human urine, the green stuff being scooped out, washed, and cooked with rice. It probably contributed very little in terms of nutrition. Scientists discovered in the 1960s that the nutrients were encased in tough cell walls that were impossible for human digestion to break down. Prisoners were used as guinea pigs. Besides the green plankton, which sickened the inmates, they were also fed sawdust and wood pulp. Bao Zhuowang, also known as Jean Pasqualini, the author of a memoir about life in a Chinese labor camp, remembered how brown sheets of the stuff were ground into paper pulp and mixed with flour. Mass constipation followed, killing the weaker prisoners. But even in the cities, the spread of substitute foods caused obstruction of the bowels or rupture of the sphincter. Workers at the Liangma factory in Beijing had to prise out their feces by hand. Villagers scoured the forest for plants, berries, and nuts. They combed the hills for edible roots and wild grasses. In desperation, they scavenged for carrion, rummaged through rubbish, scraped the bark off trees, and in the end turned to mud to fill their stomachs. Even in Beijing, foreigners witnessed people knocking off the leaves of acacia trees with sticks, which were then collected in bags and turned into soup. Yan Shifu, a wiry man with a broad grin, was a young boy aged 10 when the Great Leap Forward unfolded in Sichuan. He now works as a chef and has a good memory for food. He recalls how rami leaves were finely chopped and turned into pancakes, rape stalks were cooked into a thick stew, while mustard leaves were boiled. Pea stalks were milled, sieved, and turned into small pancakes. Banana stalks were peeled and eaten raw, as if they were sugar cane. Radish was pickled and rare enough to be seen as a treat. Insects were popped live into the mouth, but worms and toads were grilled. Despite his family's ingenuity, his father and his younger sister died of starvation. Some of the grasses, mushrooms, and roots foraged by villagers were toxic. Few people actually knew what they were eating, as children were often the ones in charge of slipping out at night and foraging for wild herbs. In those days, one survivor reminisced, it was not possible to go out and look for known herbal remedies. We ate everything. We ate any plant that was green. We did not care. As long as we knew that the plant was not poisonous, we ate almost anything. But accidents were common. In Hebei, about 100 deaths caused by contaminated food, diseased animals, and toxic roots and herbs were reported each month. Cassava, a starchy tuber that could be milled into tapioca, is an excellent source of carbohydrates, but the leaves are highly toxic and cannot be eaten raw. In Guangxi province, Some 174 people died in a single month after eating it without proper soaking and cooking. A similar number in Fujian province succumbed to a paralytic neurological disease caused by cassava, among thousands of cases of food poisoning. Cocklebur, a weedy plant, was another hazard. The seeds were highly toxic, killing unsupervised pigs rooting for food. In humans it led to nausea and vomiting, as well as twisting of the neck muscles, followed by a rapid pulse, breathing difficulties, and eventually death. In 10 days the toxic weed claimed 160 victims in Beijing. In a strange reversal of fortune, sometimes the most politically marginalized people were in a better position to survive, as they had developed coping mechanisms against starvation for many years before the Great Leap Forward. As the offspring of an evil landlord, Meng Xiaoli and his brother were chased from their ancestral house in Xianjiang, Hubei, immediately after the communist takeover in 1949. He was not given the time to gather any belongings. Though he was only a young boy, his jumper was torn from his back. They wandered about the village with their mother, ostracized by all, and ended up by the lakeside digging for wild vegetables. They slept on dried straw with the village dogs on their first night, and were later allocated a shabby mud hut. At first they tried to beg, but nobody dared to give them any food. So we tried to catch fish from the lake, but couldn't catch enough to eat because we didn't have the right tools. But we still managed to survive because we could dig up lotus roots and pick up seeds. After a few months, my brother and I learned how to catch fish from the lake. Although we didn't have any rice, in fact, we could eat quite well. When the famine engulfed the village years later, the family was the only one to be prepared for survival. Straw and stalks were eaten from roofs. Zhao Jiabai, the orphan girl aged 11 who had to work like an adult to look after her little sister, remembered how one day, tortured by hunger, she climbed up a ladder onto the roof. I was still quite young then. I was very hungry, so I broke a piece of maize stalk, used to cover the roof, and began to chew it. It tasted delicious. I chewed one piece after another. I was so hungry that even maize stalks tasted good. Leather was softened and eaten, explained Zhu Erge, who witnessed half his village die of hunger in Sichuan, but managed to survive because his mother was a cook in the canteen. We soaked the leather chairs people used to sit on. After they were soaked, we cooked the leather and cut it into small pieces to eat. Infected animals were eaten by the famished, even in the outskirts of the capital. In Huairou County, lambs contaminated with anthrax were regularly devoured by starved villagers. Hundreds were poisoned after eating bits of smelly fat mixed with clumps of hair, scraped off animal hides by a Chengdu leather factory, which were bartered for vegetables with the people's canteen. Even the contaminated carcasses of diseased livestock culled by a slaughterhouse in Guangxian County were quietly sold to a local commune. When people were not eaten by rats, rats were eaten by people, dead ones sometimes being fished out of cesspits. When nothing else was left, people turned to a soft mud called Guanyin soil, named after the goddess of mercy. A work team sent by Li Qingsuan was taken aback by what they saw in Liangxian County, Sichuan. It was a vision of hell, as serried ranks of ghostly villagers queued up in front of deep pits, their shriveled bodies pouring with sweat under the glare of the sun, waiting for their turn to scramble down the hole and carve out a few handfuls of the porcelain white mud. Children, their ribs starting through the skin, fainted from exhaustion, their grimy bodies looking like mud sculptures shadowing the earth. Old women in ragged clothes burned paper charms and bowed, hands folded, mumbling strange incantations. 250,000 tons were dug out by more than 10,000 people. In one village alone, 214 families out of a total of 262 had eaten mud, several kilos per person. Some of the villagers filled their mouths with mud as they were digging in the pit, but most of them added water and kneaded the soil after mixing it with chaff, flowers, and weeds, baking mud cakes that were filling, even if they provided little sustenance. Once eaten, the soil acted like cement, drying out the stomach and absorbing all the moisture inside the intestinal tract. Defecation became impossible. In every village, several people died a painful death, their colons blocked up with soil. In Henan, as He Guanhua recollected, so many people took to eating a local stone called yanglishi, which was ground and turned into cakes, that adults would help each other prize out their feces with twigs. All over China, from Sichuan, Gansu, and Anhui to Henan, people tormented by ravening hunger turned to mud. People really did die of starvation, in contrast to many other famines where disease loomed large on the horizon of death. Starvation, in a strict clinical sense, means that the attrition of protein and fatty deposits in the body causes the muscles to waste away and eventually stop functioning, including the heart. Adults can survive for weeks without food, as long as they can drink water. The fat stored in the body provides the main source of energy and is broken down first. A small amount of calories are also stashed away in the liver as glycogen, which is generally converted within a day. But as soon as the fatty deposits have been exhausted, proteins are stripped from muscles and other tissues and used by the liver to produce sugars needed by the brain, the body's first priority. The brain quite literally starts cannibalizing the body, taking bits of this or that tissue to come up with the glucose it needs to survive. Blood pressure lowers, which means that the heart has to work harder. The body weakens and progressively becomes emaciated. As proteins are depleted, fluids start leaking out of the blood vessels and from disintegrating tissues, accumulating beneath the skin and in cavities around the body, producing edema. The swelling first appears in the face, the feet, and the legs, but fluids can also gravitate around the stomach and chest. Swollen knees make walking painful. Taking extra salt or watering down a meal to make it last longer only worsens the condition. But some of the starving do not suffer from edema and dehydrate instead, their skin turning to parchment, shriveled and scaly, sometimes covered with brown spots. As the throat muscles weaken and the larynx dries up, the voice grows hoarse before falling silent. People tend to curl up to save energy. The lungs weaken. The face caves in. Cheekbones stand out, and bulging eyeballs are a gruesome white, staring vacantly and seemingly without emotion. The ribs poke through the skin, which hangs in folds. Arms and legs look like twigs. Black hair loses its color and falls out. The heart has to work harder still, as the volume of blood actually increases relative to a declining body weight. In the end, the organs are so damaged that they fail. Starvation may have been a taboo topic, but the archives are replete with reports about edema, shuizhongbing, and death by starvation. Wu Ningkun, a professor of English literature, described what happened as he went through hunger. I was the first to come down with a serious case of edema. I became emaciated, my ankles swelled, and my legs got so weak that I often fell while walking to the fields for forced labor. I did not know what I looked like, as there were no mirrors around, but I could tell from the ghastly looks of the other inmates that I must have been quite a sight. Few victims were as eloquent, but the symptoms were observed everywhere. In a commune in Qingguan, once considered Guangdong's granary, 40% of the villagers suffered from edema in 1960. Even in cities it was common. We have already seen how half the workforce suffered from edema in Beijing. Among high school students in Shanghai, edema spread in 1960 to 61. In Nankai University, Tianjin's top institution of higher learning, 1 in 5 suffered from edema. So common was the disease that when the famished did not develop it, an explanation was warranted. Yu Kaiming, an outspoken official appointed as the first secretary of Jiang Jiaku in 1959, observed how in the winter of 1960 to 61, starving villagers would suddenly drop dead as a consequence of low blood sugar without the usual signs of edema. Why did villagers not succumb to epidemics in much greater numbers before terminal starvation set in? One reason, suggested above, is that the party closely monitored infectious diseases. But collectivization also brought about organizational chaos and the collapse of rural healthcare, which was rudimentary in the best of cases. A more plausible explanation is that people in the countryside starved to death much more quickly than elsewhere, reducing the window of opportunity during which germs could prey on a lowered immunity. The only available food was in the collective canteens, and access to these was controlled by local cadres. Under immense pressure to come up with tangible results, many local officials used food as a weapon. As we shall see in the chapter on violence, villagers who did not work were not given any food, and those who could no longer work were often exhausted. Death followed promptly. Chapter 33. The Gulag. Xun Shaxing, a 54-year-old man working on a collective farm in Shanghai, made a fatal mistake on a summer's day in 1958. Rather than adding water to manure to reduce the solids, he poured the undiluted fertilizer directly over a row of carrots. The leaves wilted. Xun was obviously more interested in collecting work points than in selfless devotion to the great leap forward in agriculture. And he was brazen as well. Rather than show contrition after his arrest, he defiantly claimed that food was scarce and prison would at least provide him with bed and board. Closer scrutiny revealed that he had also slandered the party 2 years earlier. He was promptly packed off to a labor camp for 10 years in the windswept plains of Qinghai, 2,000 kilometers to the northwest of Shanghai. His file shows that he was released in September 1968, a sick and broken man willing to write the most demeaning confessions, from his deliberate act of sabotage 10 years earlier to what appeared to be his biggest infraction during a decade of forced labor, namely the accidental breaking of government property in the form of a pane of glass. His sentence was severe, but many ordinary people faced a spell of 1 to 5 years in a camp for the slightest misdemeanor. Most of the evidence is securely locked away in the closed archives belonging to the public security bureaus, but reports on crime and punishment were occasionally copied to other party organs. For instance, a document detailing that even petty thieves in Nanjing were sentenced to terms ranging from 5 to 10 years in the summer of 1959. In Beijing, an internal prison registry with details of 400 male prisoners shows that a sentence of 5 to 10 years for a minor offence was nothing out of the ordinary. Deng Baojun, a farmer who had joined the People's Liberation Army in 1945 and was demobilized a decade later, pilfered 2 pairs of trousers worth a grand total of 17 yuan. He was jailed for 12 years on the 11th of February 1958. Chen Jiwen, an illiterate villager who stole from travellers at the Tianmen bus station in the capital, was given 15 years. Another pauper who eked out a living as a cowherd before making his way to the capital in 1957 was found thieving in front of the Beijing department store. He too was locked away for 15 years. But fewer people were shot than in the previous years, at least after 1958. The policy was to arrest fewer, kill fewer, and supervise fewer. Si Fuqi, Minister of Public Security, explained to his staff in April 1960. Death by execution, like everything else in the planned economy, was a figure, a target to be fulfilled, a table of statistics in which the numbers had to add up. 4,000 should be killed in 1960, he announced. This was lower than the previous year. In 1959, some 4,500 people were killed. The term was always kill, sha. The communist regimes rarely felt the need to disguise judicial killing with euphemisms such as death penalty or capital punishment, while 213,000 people were arrested and a further 677,000 were humiliated in public. None of these sensitive data are easy to come by, but a public security document from Hebei shows how this worked out at the provincial level. In the province surrounding the capital, some 16,000 counter-revolutionaries were arrested in 1958, 3 times more than in the preceding 2 years, as well as 20,000 common criminals, the highest figure since 1949, with the exception of 1955. These numbers dropped drastically in 1959, which saw the authorities apprehend 1,900 counter-revolutionaries and 5,000 common criminals. Little changed in 1960 and 1961, except that the number of common criminals went down to just over 1,000. About 800 were shot in 1959. Few may have been killed, but even a short stint in a labour camp could spell disease and death. A constellation of labour camps stretched across the country's most inhospitable regions, from the great northern wilderness, as the vast swampy expanses of Heilongjiang were called, to the arid mountains and deserts of Qinghai and Gansu in the northwest. Life was miserable, if not tenuous, outside the Gulag system, but inside the salt and uranium mines, the brick factories, the state farms and labour camps, a brutal regime combined with widespread starvation to bury 1 out of every 4 or 5 inmates. In Huangshui, Sichuan, more than a third of all inmates starved to death. In Xiangbiangu, a sand dune area near the Gobi Desert in Gansu, the first batch of 2,300 prisoners arrived in December 1957. By the time the inmates were moved to another farm in September 1960, 1,000 had died in abject conditions. This was followed by a further 640 deaths in November and December, when the camp was finally closed down in the wake of Jiang Zhongliang's fall from power. Overall, in the entire province, some 82,000 prisoners worked in 100 reform through labour camps in June 1960. By December 1960, only 72,000 prisoners remained, close to 4,000 having died that month alone. The lowest annual death rates in labour camps recorded in the archives consulted for this book were 4 to 8% a year from 1959 to 1961 in Hebei, which held only a few thousand prisoners. How large was the population in the Laogai, or reform through labour camps? Si Fuqi put the total, excluding Tibet, at 1.8 million in 1960. Prisoners worked in 1,077 factories, mines and quarries, as well as on 440 farms. A rough death rate of 5% in 1958 and 1962, and 10% a year from 1959 to 1961, would amount to 700,000 deaths from disease and starvation. No wonder some wished to escape, but overall surveillance was tight, if only because the labour camps made a crucial contribution to the national economy. Estimated by Si Fuqi in 1960 at 3 billion yuan per annum, not counting the 750,000 tons of produce from farms. Reform through labour camps were only one part of a much larger Gulag system. People who were subjected to struggle sessions or put under formal surveillance, just under 1 million in 1959, were all too often dispatched to a local prison. And more importantly, from 1957 to 1962, formal justice was curtailed. This started, as always, at the top, in the person of Mao Zedong. In August 1958, he pronounced that every one of our party resolutions is a law. When we have a conference, it becomes the law. The great majority of rules and regulations, 90%, are drafted by the judicial administration. We should not rely on these. We should rely mainly on resolutions and conferences. 4 conferences a year instead of common law and criminal law to keep order. The chairman's word was law indeed, as party committees, with the help of the masses, took charge of judicial matters. It was this political pressure that brought about the abolition of the Ministry of Justice in 1959. In the countryside, this meant that power shifted from the judicial authorities towards the local militias. In the entire county of Ningxin, Hebei, with a population of 830,000 people, a mere 80 cadres were in charge of the police, the inspectorate, and the courts. This was half as many as in the days prior to the advent of the people's communes. The local militia relied on a whole new dimension added to the world of incarceration from August 1957, namely re-education through labor camps, called liaoxiao. Common criminals like Shun Shanxing were handed a sentence by a people's tribunal, but prisoners in re-education camps were not subject to any judicial procedures and could be kept indefinitely until fully re-educated. In contrast to the reform through labor camps, they were organized not by the Ministry of Public Security, but by provinces, cities, counties, people's communes, and even villages. Anybody suspected of pilfering, vagrancy, slandering the party, daubing reactionary slogans on walls, obstructing labor, or committing an act regarded as against the spirit of the Great Leap Forward, could be locked away in a re-education camp. These were just as harsh as the more formal labor camps, and they sprouted up everywhere after 1957. Si Fuqi mentioned 440,000 prisoners in re-education camps in 1960, but what he saw from the distance of his office in Beijing was no more than the tip of an iceberg. It was not until work teams were sent into the countryside from late 1960 onwards to supervise a purge of local cadres that the dimensions of local incarceration finally come to light. There was hardly a collective that did not run its own private gulag, backed up by the powerful militia created in the summer of 1958. Report after report mentioned how this or that unit, local police offices, village teams, people's communes, had established a private punishment camp, Sili Xingchang. For every criminal like Shun Shanxing formally handed over to the courts, several bypassed the judicial system and ended up in a local prison. The size of this shadow world will never be known. In the model commune of Sushui, as we have seen, Zhang Guoqiong built an elaborate gulag system, extending from the county down to every brigade. It held 1.5% of the local population. In Fengxian, near Shanghai, villagers were routinely carried off to special labor camps, one of them set up specifically to lock up recalcitrant children. In Kaiping County, one brigade alone boasted no fewer than 4 camps, as hundreds of people were sent away for a couple of days or longer stretches of up to 150 days. Once inside the camps, many were beaten and tortured. Some were crippled for life. Sometimes people were not even locked up in a formal prison. To set an example, a cadre in Kaiping chained up a grandmother accused of theft for 10 days in the canteen using 4.5-kilo fetters. A young militiaman struck matches to burn her feet. Special camps and special sanctions were devised throughout the country, as local justice was allowed to run rampant. In Yangtze County, Guizhou, the inmates of one camp had the character for thief imprinted on their forehead in red ink. Throughout the province, people's communes set up training centres, Qisundui, where those who expressed critical views or refused to attend meetings were sent for re-education and compelled to undertake hard labour. Several training camps were also established by the Public Security Bureau in Liuchu in 1959 to take care of subversive elements who objected to collectivization. In Yanqing County, north of Beijing, the merest suspicion of slacking resulted in detention. A 62-year-old man spent a month in confinement for not having caught enough sparrows. If for every criminal handed over to the formal justice system, some 3 or 4 people were locked away in a local re-education camp, the total prisoner population would have reached 8 to 9 million in any one year during the Great Leap Forward, 1.8 to 2 million in labour camps, 6 to 8 million in re-education camps. The total number of deaths due to disease and starvation, conservatively estimated earlier at about 1 million in formal labour camps, would have to be multiplied by 3 or 4, meaning that at least 3 million died in the Gulag during the famine. The death rate was high, but compared to the Soviet Union in the 1930s, the incarceration rate was relatively low. This is because comparatively few people actually did time for crime. They were beaten and starved instead. Chapter 34. Violence. Terror and violence were the foundations of the regime. Terror, to be effective, had to be arbitrary and ruthless. It had to be widespread enough to reach everyone, but did not have to claim many lives. This principle was well understood. "Kill a chicken to scare the monkey" was a traditional saying. Cadres who forced villages in Tongju, just outside the capital, to kneel before beating them called it "punish 1 to deter 100." However, during the Great Leap Forward, something of an altogether different nature happened in the countryside. Violence became a routine tool of control. It was not used occasionally on a few to instill fear in the many. Rather, it was directed systematically and habitually against anybody seen to dawdle, obstruct, or protest, let alone pilfer or steal, a majority of villagers. Every meaningful incentive to work was destroyed for the cultivator. The land belonged to the state. The grain he produced was procured at a price that was often below cost of production. His livestock, tools, and utensils were no longer his. Often even his home was confiscated. The local cadre, on the other hand, faced even greater pressure to fulfill and over-fulfill the plan, having to whip up the workforce in one relentless drive after another. The constant hammering of propaganda may have helped in the early days of the Great Leap Forward, but the daily meetings villagers were required to attend contributed to widespread sleep deprivation. Meetings every day, loudspeakers everywhere, remembered Li Popo when interviewed about the famine in Sichuan. Meetings, some of them lasting several days, were indeed at the heart of collectivization, but they were not so much a forum of socialist democracy where the peasant masses openly voiced their views, as a site of intimidation where cadres could lecture, bully, threaten and shout themselves hoarse for hours on end. All too often farmers were woken in the middle of the night to work in the fields after an evening at a village meeting, so that they slept for less than 3 or 4 hours a day in the ploughing season. In any event, as the promise of utopia was followed by yet another spell of back-breaking labour, the willingness to trade hard work for empty promises gradually eroded. Soon, the only way to extract compliance from an exhausted workforce was the threat of violence. Nothing short of fear of hunger, pain, or death seemed to be able to galvanize them. In some places, both villagers and cadres became so brutalized that the scope and degree of coercion had to be constantly expanded, creating a mounting spiral of violence. With far fewer carrots to offer, the party relied more heavily on the stick. The stick was the weapon of choice in the countryside. It was cheap and versatile. A swing of the baton would punish a straggler, while a series of blows could lacerate the back of more stubborn elements. In serious cases, victims could be strung up and beaten black and blue. People were forced to kneel on broken shells and beaten. This happened, for instance, to Chen Wuxiong, who refused to work on an irrigation project far away from home. He was forced to kneel and hold a heavy log above his head, all the while being beaten with a stick by local carder Chen Longxiang. As famished villagers often suffered from edema, liquid seeped through their pores with every stroke of the stick. It was a common expression that someone was beaten until all the water came out, for instance in the case of Lu Qingfu, a farmer chased by a team of thugs. So enraged was their leader, Jun Zhongguang, first party secretary of Napeng Commune, Xin County, that he beat the man for 20 minutes. Party officials often took a lead. The report compiled by the local party committee, which investigated abuses in a commune, Xingwan, explained that the first party secretary, Deng Zhongxing, personally beat more than 200 farmers, killing 14 in an attempt to fulfill the quotas. The brains of Liu Sheng Mao, too sick to work at the reservoir in Huaminglu, Hunan, were widely spattered by the beating he received from the brigade secretary, who continued to pummel his lifeless body in a blind fury. Au Desheng, party secretary of a commune in Hunan, single-handedly punched 150 people, of whom 4 died. "If you want to be a party member, you must know how to beat people," was his advice to new recruits. In Daoxian County, everywhere is a torture field, an investigation team wrote. Farmers were clubbed on a regular basis. One team leader personally beat 13 people to death. A further 9 subsequently died of their injuries. Some of these carders were veritable gangsters, their mere appearance instilling fear. In Nanhai County, brigade leader Liang Yanglong toted 3 guns and stalked the village in a big leather coat. Li Xianchun, team leader in Hebei, injected himself with morphine daily and would swagger about the village in bright red trousers, swearing loudly and randomly beating anybody who had the misfortune to catch his attention. Overall, across the country, maybe as many as half of all carders regularly pummeled or caned the people they were meant to serve, as endless reports demonstrate. 4,000 out of 16,000 villagers working on the Huangsai Reservoir in Hunan in the winter of 1959-60 were kicked and beaten, and 400 died as a result. In a Luoding commune in Guangdong, more than half of all carders beat the villagers, close to 100 being clubbed to death. A more comprehensive investigation of Xinjiang, Henan, showed that over 1 million people died in 1960. Most died of starvation, but some 67,000 were beaten to death by the militias. The stick was common, but it was only one tool in the arsenal of horror devised by local carders to demean and torture those who failed to keep up. As the countryside slid into starvation, ever greater violence had to be inflicted on the famished to get them into the fields. The ingenuity deployed by the few to inflict pain and suffering on the many seemed boundless. People were thrown into ponds, sometimes bound, sometimes stripped of their clothes. In Luoding, a 10-year-old boy was tied up and thrown into a bog for having stolen a few stalks of wheat. He died after a few days. People were stripped naked and left in the cold. For stealing a kilo of beans, farmer Zhu Yufa was fined 120 yuan. His clothes, his blanket, and his floor mat were confiscated. Then he was stripped naked and subjected to a struggle session. In one commune in Guangdong, where thousands of farmers were sent to do forced labor, stragglers were stripped of their clothes in the middle of winter. Elsewhere, in the rush to complete a reservoir, up to 400 villagers at a time were made to work in sub-zero temperatures without cotton-padded clothing. No exceptions were made for pregnant women. The cold, it was thought, would force the villagers to work more vigorously. In Liuyang, Hunan, a team of 300 men and women were made to work bare-chested in the snow. 1 in 7 died. And then, in the summer, people were forced to stand in the glaring sun with arms spread out. Others had to kneel on stones or on broken glass. This happened from Sichuan in the south to Liaoning in the north. People were also burned with incandescent tools. Hot needles were used to singe navels. When farmers recruited to work on a reservoir in Lingbei commune complained about pain, the militia seared their bodies. In Hebei, people were branded with a hot iron. In Sichuan, a few were doused in petrol and set alight, some burning to death. Boiling water was poured over people. As fuel was scarce, it was more common to cover people in urine and excrement. One 80-year-old woman, who had the temerity to report her team leader for stealing rice, paid the price when she was drenched in urine. In Longwy commune near Shantou, those who failed to keep up with work were pushed into a heap of excrement, forced to drink urine, or had their hands burned. Elsewhere, a runny concoction of excrement diluted with water was poured down a victim's throat. Huang Bingyin, a villager weakened by starvation, stole a chicken, but was caught and forced by the village leader to swallow cow dung. Liu Desheng, guilty of poaching a sweet potato, was covered in urine. He, his wife, and his son were also forced into a heap of excrement. Then tongs were used to prise his mouth open after he refused to swallow excrement. He died 3 weeks later. Mutilation was carried out everywhere. Hair was ripped out. Ears and noses were lopped off. After Chen Di, a farmer in Guangdong, stole some food, he was tied up by militiaman Chen Xiu, who cut off one of his ears. The case of Wang Ziyu was reported to the central leadership. One of his ears was chopped off, his legs were tied up with wire, a 10-kilo stone was dropped on his back, and then he was branded with a hot iron, as punishment for digging up a potato. In Yuanling County, Hunan, testicles were beaten, soles of feet were branded, and noses were stuffed with hot peppers. Ears were nailed against the wall. In the Liuang region, Hunan, iron wires were used to chain farmers. In Xianyang, Sichuan, an iron wire was run through the ears of thieves, pulled down by the weight of a piece of cardboard which read, "Habitual Thief." Others had needles inserted under their nails. In several parts of Guangdong, carders injected salt water into people with needles normally used on cattle. Sometimes husbands and wives were forced to beat each other, a few to death. One elderly man, when interviewed for this book in 2006, quietly sobbed when he recounted how as a young boy he and the other villagers had been forced to beat a grandmother, tied up in the local temple for having taken wood from the forest. People were intimidated by mock executions and mock burials. They were also buried alive. This was often mentioned in reports about Hunan. People were locked up in a cellar and left to die in eerie silence after a period of frantic screaming and scratching against the hatch. The practice was widespread enough to prompt a query by provincial boss Zhou Jiazhu during a visit to Fengling County in November 1958. Humiliation was the trusted companion of pain. Everywhere people were paraded, sometimes with a dunce cap, sometimes with a placard on their chests, sometimes entirely naked. Faces were smeared with black ink. People were given yin and yang haircuts, as one half of the head was shaved, the other not. Verbal abuse was rife. The Red Guards, 10 years later during the Cultural Revolution, invented very little. Punishment also extended to the hereafter. Sometimes the corpses of those who had been beaten to death were simply left to rot by the roadside, destined to become pariahs of the afterlife, their wandering ghosts, according to popular belief, never able to rest without proper burial rites. Signs were put up by some graves. In Longwy Commune, Guangdong, where 1 in 5 died in 1959, some people were hastily buried by the roadside, the site marked by a signboard with the word sluggard. In Ximen, Hunan, the entire family of Mao Bingxiang starved to death, but the brigade leader refused to give them a burial. After a week, rats had gnawed through their eyes. Local people later told an investigation team that, "We people are not even like dogs. Nobody buries us when we die." Family members could be punished for trying to bury a relative who had fallen foul of local justice. When a 70-year-old mother hanged herself to escape from hunger, her child hurried back home from the fields in a panic. But the local carder was infuriated by the breach of discipline. He chased the daughter down the road, punched her head, and then, when she was down, kicked her upper body. She was crippled for life. "You can keep her and eat her," he said of her mother, whose body was left for days to decompose. The worst form of desecration was to chop up the body and use it as fertilizer. This happened with Deng Daming, beaten to death because his child had stolen a few broad beans. Party Secretary Dan Niming ordered his body to be simmered down into fertilizer for a field of pumpkins. The extent of the violence is difficult to underestimate. In a province such as Hunan, which did not rank as one of the worst in terms of overall casualties, a report by a Central Inspection Committee addressed to Zhou Enlai at the time noted that people were beaten to death in 82 out of 86 counties and cities. But it is harder to come up with reliable figures, and none are likely ever to be produced for the whole country. It was difficult enough for investigators at the time to determine how many people had died during the famine, let alone ascertain the cause of death. But some of the team sent to the countryside probed further and came up with a rough idea of what had happened on the ground. In Daoxian County, Hunan, many thousands perished in 1960, but only 90% of the deaths could be attributed to disease and starvation. Having reviewed all the evidence, the team concluded that 10% had been buried alive, clubbed to death, or otherwise killed by party members and the militia. In Ximen County, Hunan, some 13,500 died in 1960, of whom 12% were beaten or driven to their deaths. In Xinjiang, a region subject to an inquiry headed by senior leaders such as Li Xianyan, 1 million people died in 1960. A formal investigation committee estimated that 6 to 7% were beaten to death. In Sichuan, the rates were much higher. In Kaixian County, a close examination by a team sent by the Provincial Party Committee at the time concluded that in Fengle Commune, where 17% of the population had perished in less than a year, up to 65% of the victims had died because they were beaten, punished with food deprivation, or forced into committing suicide. Report after report detailed the ways in which people were tortured, and the image that emerges from this mass of evidence is that at least 6 to 8% of all the famine victims were directly killed or died as a result of injuries inflicted by carders and the militia. As we shall see in Chapter 35, at least 45 million people perished above a normal death rate during the famine from 1958 to 1962. Given the extent and scope of violence so abundantly documented in the party archives, it is likely that at least 2.5 million of these victims were beaten or tortured to death. There is no simple explanation for the violence that underpinned crash collectivization. One might very well point to a tradition of violence stretching back many centuries in China. But how would that have been any different from the rest of the world? Europe was steeped in blood, and mass murder took an unprecedented number of lives in the first half of the 20th century. Modern dictatorships can be particularly murderous in their combination of new technologies of power exercised through the one-party state, with new technologies of death from the machine gun to the gas chamber. When powerful states decide to pool these resources to exterminate entire groups of people, the overall consequences can be devastating. Genocide, after all, is made possible only with the advent of the modern state. The one-party state under Mao did not concentrate all its resources on the extermination of specific groups of people, with the exception, of course, of counter-revolutionaries, saboteurs, spies, and other enemies of the people. Political categories vague enough potentially to include anybody and everybody. But Mao did throw the country into the great leap forward, extending the military structure of the party to all of society. Everyone a soldier, Mao had proclaimed at the height of the campaign, brushing aside such bourgeois niceties as a salary, a day off each week, or a prescribed limit on the amount of labor a worker should carry out. A giant people's army in the command economy would respond to every beck and call of its generals. Every aspect of society was organized along military lines, with canteens, boarding kindergartens, collective dormitories, shock troops and villagers construed as the foot soldiers in a continuous revolution. These were not merely martial terms rhetorically deployed to heighten group cohesion. All the leaders were military men attuned to the rigors of warfare. They had spent 20 years fighting a guerrilla war in extreme conditions of deprivation. They had coped with one extermination campaign after another, unleashed by the nationalist regime of Chiang Kai-shek, and then managed to survive the onslaught of the Japanese army in the Second World War. They had come through the vicious purges and bouts of torture which periodically convulsed the party itself. They glorified violence and were inured to massive loss of life, and all of them shared an ideology in which the end justified the means. In 1962, having lost millions of people in his province, Li Xinxuan compared the Great Leap Forward to the Long March, in which only 1 in 10 had made it to the end. We are not weak, we are stronger, we have kept the backbone. On the ground, party officials showed the same callous disregard for human life as they had to the millions mobilized into the bloody offensives against Chiang Kai-shek. The brute force with which the country had been conquered was now to be unleashed on the economy, regardless of the casualty figures. And as sheer human willpower was deemed capable of just about any feat, mountains could be moved. Any failure looked suspiciously like sabotage. A slacker in the war on sparrows was a bad element who could derail the entire military strategy of the Great Leap Forward. A farmer who pilfered from the canteen was a soldier gone astray, to be eliminated before the platoon was threatened with mutiny. Anybody was potentially a deserter or a spy or a traitor, so that the slightest infraction was met with the full rigor of martial justice. The country became a giant boot camp in which ordinary people no longer had a say in the tasks they were commanded to carry out, despite the pretense of socialist democracy. They had to follow orders, failing which they risked punishment. Whatever checks existed on violence, religion, law, community, family, were simply swept away. As the party purged itself several times during the Great Leap Forward, it also recruited new members, many of them unsavory characters who felt little compunction in using violence to get the job done. The village, commune, or county with the most red flags was generally also the one with the most victims. But red flags could be taken away and given to a rival at any moment, forcing local cadres to keep up the pressure, although the workforce was increasingly exhausted. A vicious circle of repression was created, as ever more relentless beatings were required to get the starving to perform whatever tasks were assigned to them. In the escalation of violence, the limit was reached when the threat of punishment and the threat of starvation cancelled each other out. One villager forced to work long shifts up in the mountains in the cold of winter put it succinctly, "We are exhausted. Even if you beat me, I won't work." The way in which violence escalated at the time was analysed in an extremely interesting manuscript entitled How and Why Carders Beat People, written by one of the investigation teams dispatched to the countryside in Hunan. The authors of the report not only spent time collecting incriminating evidence against carders guilty of abuse of power, but they also interviewed them in a rare attempt to find out what had gone wrong. They discovered the reward principle. Carders beat villagers to earn praise from their superiors. However chaotic the situation was on the ground, violence always followed a line, namely from the top towards the bottom. Zhao Jiangcheng was an example. A low-ranking party member, at first he refused to hit people suspected of being rightists in the purges following the 1959 Lushan plenum. He was taken to task by his superiors, and even risked being denounced as a conservative rightist himself. But he continued to express reluctance at using violence against party enemies. So he was fined 5 yuan as a warning. Then, at long last, he succumbed to the pressure, coming back with a vengeance, bashing a small child till it was covered in blood. Peer pressure all too often dragged local carders down to the same level, binding all in a shared camaraderie of violence. In Leiyang, county leader Zhang Donghai and his acolytes considered violence to be a duty intrinsic to the continuous revolution. Having a campaign is not the same as doing embroidery. It is impossible not to beat people to death. Local carders who refused to beat slackers were themselves subjected to struggle sessions, tied up and beaten. Some 260 were dismissed from their jobs. 30 were beaten to death. In Hechuan County, Sichuan, carders were told that there are so many people working, it doesn't matter if you beat a few to death. Some of the interviews collected by party inspectors in 1961 confronted the perpetrators of violence with their victims. Xiao Kenan was a young Hunanese who was beaten for the first time in the summer of 1958, at the height of the collectivization frenzy. Dispatched to work for 12 hours a day in the middle of the winter on an irrigation project in the Huaogou Mountains, he was covered in blows again. One of his tormentors was a carder called Yi Xiaohua. Xiao knew Yi from his childhood, and recalled that the man had never resorted to violence before the Great Leap Forward. With the unfolding of new political campaigns, he changed, beating and cursing on a mere whim. He punched hard, leaving his victims bruised, battered and bleeding. When Yi Xiaohua, in turn, was asked why he was so violent, he explained that the pressure had come from his superior. Yi was afraid of being labelled a rightist. His boss told him that, if you don't beat them, the work won't get done. The pressure had to be passed along a chain of command. The people above us squeeze us, so we have to squeeze the people below us. In other words, as party members were terrorized themselves, they in turn terrorized the population under their control. Carders had a choice. They could improve the living conditions of the villagers, against all odds, or instead try to meet the party's targets. The one came at the expense of the other. Most took the path of least resistance. Once that choice had been made, violence assumed its own logic. In conditions of widespread penury, it was impossible to keep everybody alive. There simply was not enough food left in the village to provide even reliable farmers with an adequate diet, and in the climate of mass repression following the 1959 Lushan plenum, it did not look as if the problem of shortages was about to be solved very quickly. An expedient way to increase the available food was to eliminate the weak and sick. The planned economy already reduced people to mere digits on a balance sheet, a resource to be exploited for the greater good like coal or grain. The state was everything, the individual nothing, his worth being constantly assessed through work points and determined by the ability to move earth or plant rice. In the countryside, farmers were treated like livestock. They had to be fed, clothed, and housed, all of which came at a cost to the collective. The logical extension of these bleak calculations was to cull those judged unworthy of life. The discriminate killing of slackers, weaklings, or otherwise unproductive elements increased the overall food supply for those who contributed to the regime through their labor. Violence was one way of dealing with food shortages. Food was commonly used as a weapon. Hunger was the punishment of first resort, even more so than a beating. Li Wenming, deputy party secretary of a commune in Chuxing County, clubbed 6 farmers to death, but his main tool for discipline was hunger. 2 recalcitrant brothers were deprived of food for a full week, and they ended up desperately foraging for roots in the forest, where they soon died of hunger. One of their wives was sick at home. She too was banned from the canteen. An entire brigade of 76 people was punished with hunger for 12 days. Many died of starvation. In Longui commune, Guangdong, the party secretary of the commune ordered that those who did not work should not eat. Describing what happened in several counties in Sichuan, one inspector noted that commune members too sick to work are deprived of food. It hastens their deaths. In the first month, the ration was reduced to 150 grams of grain a day, then in the following month to 100 grams. In the end, those about to die were denied any food at all. In Xiangbei and Yongchuan, virtually every people's commune withholds food. In one canteen, catering for 67 people, 18 died within 3 months after they were barred from the premises on grounds of sickness. Few reliable figures exist, but a team of inspectors who looked closely at a number of brigades in Zhejiang County, Sichuan, believed that 80% of those who had died of hunger had been denied food as a form of punishment. And even those who were given food in the canteen often received less than they were formally entitled to. As one farmer explained, the ladle that was dipped into the pot could read people's faces. By this, he meant a phenomenon that many interviewees recalled, namely that the man in charge of the canteen deliberately discriminated against those he considered to be bad elements. Whereas the spoon reached deep to the bottom of the pot for good workers, it merely skimmed the surface for bad elements who were given a watery concoction. The water looked greenish and was undrinkable. Report after report alleges that the sick were also forced to come out and work in the fields. Of the 24 villagers suffering from edema who were compelled by Kader Zhao Zuodong to take part in labor, all but 4 died. In Xinshang commune, those who were lucky enough to be given medical treatment were driven to perform heavy labor by the local party secretary as soon as they were released from medical care. Throughout the country, those who were too ill to work were routinely cut off from the food supply, a decision easily reached by those cadres who interpreted illness as opposition to the regime. In the worst places, even those who managed to accomplish their daily task were given only a bowl of watery rice. "To each according to his needs" was the slogan heralded by model counties such as Sushui, but all too often the reality was much closer to Lenin's dictum that he who does not work shall not eat. Some collectives even divided the local population into different groups according to their work performance, each being given a different ration. Calories were distributed according to muscle. The idea was to cut the ration from those who underperformed and use it as a bonus to encourage the better workers. It was a simple and effective system to manage scarcity, rewarding the strong at the expense of the weak. A similar system had been devised in similar circumstances when the Nazis were confronted with such food shortages that they could no longer feed their slave laborers. Gunther Falkenhahn, director of a mine that supplied IG Farben's chemicals complex, divided his Ostarbeiter into 3 classes, concentrating the available food on those workers who provided the best return per unit of calories. Those at the bottom fell into a fatal spiral of malnutrition and underperformance. By 1943, he had received national recognition, and the idea of Leistungsernährung, or performance feeding, was promulgated as standard practice in the employment of Ostarbeiter. No order ever came from above, instructing party members to restrict adequate feeding to above-average workers, but it seemed an effective enough strategy to some cadres keen to obtain maximum output for minimal expense. In Peach Village, Guangdong, the cadres divided the farmers into 12 different grades, calibrated according to performance. Workers in the top grade were given just under 500 grams of grain a day. Those lingering at the bottom received a mere 150 grams a day, a starvation diet that weeded out the most vulnerable elements. They were replaced by others who inexorably slipped down the ranks, edging closer to the end. 1 in 10 was starved to death in 1960. In fact, throughout the country, as we have seen, units were divided into different ranks, red, grey and white flags being handed out to advanced, mediocre and backward units. It was a small step to elaborate the system further and make calorie income dependent on rank. In Xingdang County, for instance, one village divided its members into superior, middle and inferior groups, their names respectively listed on red, green or white paper. Members of different ranks were not allowed to mix. Red names were praised, but white names were relentlessly persecuted, many ending up in makeshift labor camps for re-education. Suicide reached epidemic proportions. For every murder, an untold number suffered in one way or another, and some of these opted to end their lives. Often it was not so much the pain that pushed a person to end it all, as the shame and humiliation endured in front of other villagers. A set phrase was that such and such, having strayed from the path, was afraid of punishment and committed suicide. Driven to their deaths, or driven against the wall, were also common expressions used to describe self-murder. In Fengxian, Shanghai, of the 960 people who were killed in the space of a few months in the summer of 1958, 95 were forced into an impasse and committed suicide, while the others died of untreated illnesses, torture, or exhaustion. As a very rough rule of thumb, figures again are woefully unreliable, about 3 to 6% of avoidable deaths were caused by suicide, meaning that between 1 and 3 million people took their lives during the Great Leap Forward. In Puning, Guangdong, suicides were described as ceaseless. Some people ended their lives out of shame for having stolen from fellow villagers. When collective punishment was meted out, those who felt guilty for having endangered others committed suicide. In Kaiping County, a 56-year-old lady pilfered 2 handfuls of grain. Her entire household was banned from the canteen for 5 days and sent to a labor camp. She committed suicide. Sometimes women took their children with them, knowing that they would not survive on their own. In Shantou, a woman accused of theft tied her 2 children to her body before jumping into the river. In cities, too, suicide rates rocketed, although there are few reliable figures. The Bureau of Public Security in Nanjing, for instance, was alarmed when it reported that in the first half of 1959, some 200 people had jumped into the river to commit suicide. The majority were women. Many killed themselves because their families had been torn apart by collectivization. Dang Guiying, for instance, lost her son to illness. Then her house was destroyed to make way for an irrigation project. She joined her husband, who worked in a Nanjing factory, When the authorities launched a campaign to send villagers back to the countryside, he did nothing to protect her. She hanged herself. Chapter 35. Sights of Horror. The horror of mass destruction was first encountered by the party leadership in Xinjiang. It reduced Li Xianyan, a tough veteran of the Red Army, to tears. The immediate reaction was to blame counter-revolutionaries. Soon a campaign unfolded across the country to take power back from the forces of reaction, often with military backing from the center. But in a clever move designed to portray Xinjiang as an exception, reports were released within the party relating to the Xinjiang incident. To this was added the Fengyang incident, named after a dusty county in a plain by the Huai River in Anhui province. Here too a reign of terror had claimed a quarter of the 335,000 villagers. A compilation of party reports on both cases started circulating in the 1980s, including a 600-page document that was smuggled out of China in the wake of the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989. These subsequently became the basis for most studies of the period. Xinjiang became a byword for the famine. However, local cadres who convened across the country to discuss the Xinjiang report in 1961 were unimpressed. In Xiangtan, Hunan, a county where tens of thousands had died, some cadres thought that the Xinjiang incident paled in comparison to what had happened in their own backyard. Why should it be called an incident, some wondered. There are, indeed, vast numbers of villages where death claimed more than 30% of the population in a single year. In some cases, entire hamlets were wiped out. But counties are much larger political entities, their populations typically ranging from 120,000 to 350,000. A death rate of 10% in 1 year across an entire county, composed of many hundreds of villages, some tightly clustered together, others divided by hills, rivers or forests, could have occurred only under immense political pressure. These sights of horror, where deceit and terror combined to produce mass killings, existed across the country. Every province under the leadership of a political zealot had several. Some even boasted a dozen. There is unlikely to be a complete list of such cases any time soon, given that so much of the party archives remains locked away, but below is a provisional list of 56 counties, which will no doubt grow as better sources become available. It is based on a compilation of 40 counties by Wang Weizi, a demographer who worked for the Public Security Bureau in Beijing. But his information is incomplete, as it is derived from official figures sent to the capital rather than on local findings. A number of counties have been added to the list on the basis of the archival material consulted for this book. Several of these cases will be examined in this chapter. Sichuan, Shichui, Yingqing, Fuling, Zhongxian, Dazhu, Jiyang, Xiushan, Youyang, Nanxi, Jianxiang, Lushan, Jianwei, Muchuan, Pingshan, Bixian, Yan, Lushan, Suda. Anhui, Chaosian, Taihe, Jinghuan, Wuwei, Suancheng, Huaoxian, Suxian, Fengyang, Fuyang, Feidong, Wuhe. Henan, Huangshan, Changcheng, Xinshai, Zhenan, Tanghe, Xixian, Guxi, Jinyang, Shanxai, Suiping. Gansu, Tongwei, Longxi, Wuwei. Huizhou, Medan, Jishui, Jinsha, Tongxi. Qinghai, Huangzhong, Zaduo, Jinghe. Shandong, Juyue, Jining, Zihe, Pingyuan. Hunan, Guchang, Guangxi, Huangxiang. Tongwei, in the northwest of Gansu, was one of the poorest areas in the country. Set among undulating hills and divided by ravines on an arid Loess plateau, it was once an important stop on the ancient Silk Road. Before the centre of gravity moved away towards the lush south, the region had heaved with human activity, as good use was made of the rich Loess. Signs of the past are everywhere, as the soil is easy to dig. Walls, houses, and mounds for tombs were made of Loess and seemed to be carved straight out of the landscape. Caves were sculpted out of brittle hills, some with arched openings and dusty courtyards. Over time, wind and rain eroded the mountain, and the dwellings ended up standing on their own. Terraces on top of hills and roads through deep valleys blended into a landscape of dirt that was moulded over the ages by busy hands. The Red Army occupied Tongwei in September 1935, where Mao composed an ode to the Long March. Si Daolong, head of the county, was a model party member, selected in May 1958 by the province to attend one of the Communist Party's most prestigious meetings in Beijing. When the chairman's call for radical collectivization came a few months later, Si responded with zeal, amalgamating all the cooperatives into 14 giant communes. Under the watchful eyes of the militia, everything was collectivized: land, livestock, homes, tools, and even pots, tins, and jars were confiscated. Farmers had to follow every dictate from party leaders. As Tongwei was a key link in the province's plan to divert a tributary of the Yellow River up the mountains to create a water highway which would turn the arid plateau into a green garden, 1 in 5 farmers was dispatched to work on a reservoir. In order to please an inspection team sent to spur on work on the irrigation scheme, half of all villagers were dragged out to distant construction sites in the midst of the harvest. The crop was allowed to rot in the fields. In a poverty-stricken county where farmers only just managed to eke out a living, more than 13,000 hectares were abandoned in the first year of the Great Leap Forward alone. Over the years, the harvest shrank, from 82,000 tons in 1957 to 58,000 tons in 1958 to 42,000 in 1959, and finally to a miserable 18,000 tons in 1960. But the procurements increased. Si Daolong reported a bumper harvest of 130,000 tons in 1958. The state took a third. In 1959, Si again reported twice as much. As the state now took almost half, there was hardly any grain left. Villagers who complained were branded rightists, saboteurs, or anti-party agitators. The head of the county, a man called Tian Buxiao, was deeply shaken by what he saw in the countryside. He was denounced as an anti-party element and repeatedly subjected to struggle sessions as a small Peng de Huai. He committed suicide in October 1959. Over 1,000 cadres who objected in one way or another were taken to task. Some were dismissed, others locked up, but torture was also widespread, in particular against villagers. People were buried alive in the caves carved from the Loess hills. In the winter they were buried under the snow. Other forms of torture were used, including bamboo needles. In the unedited report appended to the file containing the final version sent up to the provincial committee, a sentence mentions that people were beaten to death and made into compost. More than 1,300 were beaten or tortured to death. By the winter of 1959 to 60, people were eating bark, roots, and chaff. According to a report compiled by the county committee in Tongwei a few years after the famine, Some 60,000 people died in 1959 and 1960. The county had 210,000 villages in 1957. Few households escaped starvation. Almost everyone had several relatives who died of hunger, and more than 2,000 families were entirely wiped out. Si Daolong was eventually arrested, but he could hardly have presided over a reign of terror lasting several years without the support of his superiors. One rung above him stood Dou Minghai, party secretary of the Dingxi region to which Tongwei belonged. Dou himself was under constant scrutiny from Zhang Zhongliang, the boss in Gansu. So intense was the pressure that he considered villages who tried to escape from the region to be all bad, every one of them guilty of opposing the party. He kept on pressing for higher procurement rates, declaring that "I would rather that people die of hunger than ask the state for grain." But in the end, even his superiors could no longer ignore the extent of the starvation, and 100-strong team was sent from the provincial capital Lanzhou in February 1960. Si Daolong and his aides were arrested. A month later, a report was sent to Beijing. The central leadership declared Dongwei to be completely rotten. Sichuan, unlike Gansu, is a rich and fertile province traditionally known as the Land of Abundance, with subtropical forests and hundreds of rivers that have been diverted since ancient times for irrigation purposes. But in this huge province, the size of France, there are vast variations, with deep valleys and rugged mountains on the western Sichuan plateau, sparsely populated with ethnic minority people, in contrast to the basin around Chengdu, where low hills and alluvial plains support tens of millions of farmers. More counties in Sichuan than anywhere else had a death rate of over 10% a year. Most were impoverished areas in the mountains around the basin area, but quite a few were scattered around Chongqing, a city clinging higgledy-piggledy to steep cliffs by the Yangtze. This was the case, for instance, with Fuling, a relatively prosperous county with terraced fields along the Yangtze River in the hinterland outside Chongqing. Baozi, a commune of 15,000 people, known as Fuling's grain storage, produced such abundant harvests that it usually sent half of its produce as tribute to the state. Along the main road, up to 400 people could be found on any one day, busy bringing grain, vegetables and pigs to market. But by 1961, grain output had plummeted by some 87%. The fields were overgrown with weeds, and half of the population had vanished. A wind of communism had blown over the commune, as bricks, wood, pots, tools, and even needles and nappies for babies had been confiscated in a mad scramble for collectivization, in which the very notion of individual property was seen as rightist conservatism. "We can eat our fill even without agriculture for 3 years," was the slogan of the day, as 70% of the workforce was diverted away from agriculture towards the building of large canteens, piggeries, and markets. People still working in the fields had to follow commands from the commune, for instance tearing out acres of maize because a deputy party secretary thought that the leaves were turned in the wrong direction. Close planting, on the other hand, killed the rice crop on some of the most fertile plots. In parts of the commune, 80% of the rice terraces were converted to dry land for vegetables, with disastrous results. Then, as an order came from Li Jinsuan that advanced units should help turn the mountains into a rich green, with slopes covered with wheat, farmers were made to abandon the fertile terraces to scrape the rocky earth up in the highlands many miles away. To conceal the precipitous decline in agricultural output, in 1959 the commune leaders declared a crop of 11,000 tons instead of the 3,500 tons in storage. The state took 3,000 tons. The militia went around checking for hidden stashes of grain, taking whatever they could get their hands on. Struggle sessions punctuated the daily schedule. Bodyweight was the class line demarcating the poor from the rich. To be fat was to be a rightist, and rightists were ceaselessly pursued, often to the death. In the end, people had nothing to eat but bark and mud. Up to a third of the population died in some of the villages in Baozi. Baozi was by no means exceptional. Throughout Fuling County, death rates were high, with some villages losing 9% of their people in a single month in 1960. An average death rate of 40 to 50% was not uncommon in brigades across the region. Other counties in the Chongqing area also had death rates of over 10% in 1960. For instance, Shichu, Xiushan, and Yuyang. In Shichu, the militia forbade villages from foraging for roots and wild herbs, searching every home for pots and pans to prevent cooking outside the canteens. Violence was common, as beating squads, darundui, in parts of the county, took charge of discipline. Some carried pincers and bamboo needles. Chen Jilin, a deputy secretary of one of the communes, beat several hundred people, killing 8. Some were buried alive. In the county as a whole, according to the Public Security Bureau, some 64,000 people died in 1959 to 60 alone, or 20% of the population. So overwhelmed by waves of death were the authorities that in the end the dead were cast into mass graves. 40 bodies were tossed into a pit in Shuitian commune. Near the road to the county capital, another 60 corpses were buried in a shallow trench, but the job was carried out so badly that 20 of the bodies had parts sticking out of the ground, which were soon attacked by ravenous dogs. As coffin wood was scarce, several dead toddlers at a time were carried out in rattan containers to be buried. Far away from the lush valleys along the Yangtze, pitched battles bloodied the grasslands up in the Tibetan plateau to the west. In 1959 in Setar, Seda, a county in the Ganzi Autonomous Region, Tibetans were rounded up and forced into collectives after Lhasa had been rocked by rebellion and the Dalai Lama forced to flee on foot over the Himalayan mountains into India. Dozens of uprisings took place in Ganzi by the end of 1958, leading to thousands of arrests and many executions. In Setar, widespread slaughter preceded collectivization, since herdsmen preferred to kill their sheep rather than hand them over to the state. Tens of thousands of animals were butchered and eaten. The cadres in control of the grain refused to feed the nomads, using the militia to extract every possible hint of wealth from those they considered to be their enemies. Corralled into makeshift communes, many people died of disease. Whereas the nomads had had access to clean water all year round, they were now packed into shoddy encampments without adequate facilities, and quickly overrun with excrement and detritus. Out of a population of some 16,000, about 15% died in 1960 alone. About 40% of those who died were beaten or tortured to death. Guizhou, unlike its northern neighbour Sichuan, is an impoverished province, historically rocked by rebellions from the minority people who compose at least a third of the population, many of them living in poverty in the hills and highlands that dominate what is known as the Kingdom of Mountains. Qishui, once prosperous as a strategically located pass for the transportation of salt, is a forlorn outpost on the border with Sichuan. The river that flows through a red sandstone valley picks up the sediment and gives the place its name, which means red water. In March 1935, the Red Army crossed the river several times, turning the county into holy ground keenly promoted by local leaders after the revolution. Up in the Scarlet Mountains, small villages were hidden among giant tree ferns and bright green bamboo, but most of the people grew paddy and sugarcane along the river and its tributaries. Between October 1959 and April 1960, around 24,000 people died, more than 10% of the population. Wang Linqi, a relatively young man at 35, was in charge of the county. He was given a coveted red flag in 1958 and was commended by the central leadership for having transformed a backwater into a 5,000-kilo county, thanks to the many innovations heralded by the Great Leap Forward. In Shishui, under Wang Linqi, deep ploughing meant digging to a depth of 1 to 1.5 meters, the deeper the better. Large quantities of seed were used, often 200 to 450 kilos per hectare, but at times as much as a ton or two, sometimes even 3 tons. Among other great schemes devised by the county leadership was an irrigation project in which water would be conveyed through a network of bamboo pipes to every plot in the county. Water pipes in the skies of Qishui was the slogan, but the scheme failed miserably after acres of bamboo forest were chopped down, depriving the villages of a much-needed resource. The result of the Great Leap Forward in Qishui was a plummeting grain output and the virtual extermination of the livestock. But Wang was determined to maintain his reputation. As early as September 1958, many months before Zhao Ziyang's report on the hiding of grain in Guangdong, he decreed that a part of the crop was being withheld by rich peasants and bad elements in a sustained attack on the socialist system. A merciless counterattack with armed cadres was required to save the communes and prevent a counter-revolution. People on the ground were terrorized. A year later, in the wake of the Lushan plenum, villages were divided into poor peasants and rich peasants. Behind the backs of rich peasants stood the landlords, saboteurs, counter-revolutionaries and other elements who were bent on wrecking the revolution. Poor and rich peasants, this struggle is to the death. Several thousand cadres were expelled from the party for having the wrong class background, while mass demonstrations, struggle meetings and anti-hiding campaigns were organized to root out every class enemy. Like Mao, Wang Linqi was a poet, composing verses to celebrate the working class and organizing a traditional opera in which he starred as the main actor, before hundreds of invited guests tucking into a lavish banquet. In the meantime, agriculture was neglected. Although in January 1960, Wang announced to his superiors in Guiyang a bumper crop of 33,500 tons. 80% of this amount existed on paper only. Wang Linqi was hardly a unique case in Guizhou, a radical province led by Zhou Lin, a close follower of Mao. Everywhere Zhou Lin tacitly encouraged a radical approach to the Great Leap Forward, resulting in one of the highest death rates in the country. In Metan, famous for its tea, 45,000 people died in 6 months. Wang Xingchen, the first party secretary, deployed a labor force of 50,000 at will, building giant tea gardens, orchards, irrigation systems and communal buildings that would turn Metan into a national model. 40,000 pigs were requisitioned for a 10,000-hog city. Anybody critical of these schemes was accused of stirring an evil revisionist trend and given the label of rightist opportunist. In 1960, an Arrest Many and Detain Many campaign was organized by the police and the militia, sweeping across the region and locking up close to 3,000 people in a month. A simple slogan seemed to capture the Metan spirit. Those who are unable to produce grain will not be given any grain. The figure of 45,000 deaths is very high, but even so it may be an underestimate. According to an investigation by the Provincial Party Committee, in one commune alone 12,000 people died of starvation, representing 22% of the population. Focusing on one village, a more detailed inquest showed how over a third of the farmers died. Nongcha was once a relatively prosperous village, in which each family owned a few ducks and chickens, but by 1961 the crop had decreased to a third of what had been produced in 1957. Vegetables were hard to come by. Sugarcane production, indispensable for local farmers to trade against food and goods, was virtually wiped out. Many of the fields lay destroyed after experiments in deep ploughing and land reclamation. Some were called moon plots, because the pockmarked terrain would no longer retain any water. No work points were ever kept, and villages were fed according to the whims of local carders in chaotic canteens. Personal property was seized. Private plots were abolished. State procurements were sky-high, despite falling grain production. In 1959, 3/4 of the crop was dragged away by state agents, leaving the villagers to starve. By 1961, 1 pig was left in the entire village. When an inspection team was scheduled to visit Metan in April 1960, the local leaders scurried about day and night to bury corpses in mass graves by the side of the road. Sick villagers and neglected children were locked up and guarded by the militia, while telltale trees without bark were torn out, roots and all. Travelling through the region in March 1960, Ni Zhongjun was ecstatic about Guizhou in a letter to Mao. In fact, Guizhou is not poor at all. It is very rich. In future, it should be our industrial base in the southwest. As the Yellow River nears the end of its long journey across the Loess Plateau, it intersects with the Grand Canal, an ancient man-made river completed in the 7th century to haul the grain tribute from the south to the imperial capital in the north. It is said that more than 47,000 labourers were needed to maintain the canal system, which was used at its height in the mid-15th century by some 11,000 grain barges. Zihe is the main river port in Shandong, lying just northwest of Xinan, and it should have fared well thanks to its strategic location on the Yellow River. Before the Great Leap Forward, it was known as a grain store, with an abundant crop that managed to reach 200,000 tons in a good year for a population of roughly 500,000. Cotton, tobacco and fruit were also widely cultivated. By 1961, Zihe County had lost well over 100,000 people, or a fifth of its population compared to 1957. Half of the workers who had survived or stayed behind were sick. The economy lay in tatters. The 200,000 tons of grain harvested in 1956 had dwindled to a mere 16,000 a few years later. The collapse in peanut production was even more dramatic. Whereas 7,780 tons had been taken from the fields in 1956, a pitiful 10 tons was all that could be gathered by 1961. Everything, it seemed, was reduced to about 1/10 of what could have been expected before 1958. Even the land under cultivation had shrunk, as a fifth was taken away for waterworks and roads, most of which were never finished. As everywhere in the north, the amount of alkaline soil doubled, reaching almost a third of the surface under cultivation. Despite, or rather as a consequence of, massive investment in water conservancy projects, the overall irrigated surface shrank by 70%. Off the fields, the devastation was just as visible. Livestock was more than halved. The number of carts dwindled, while tens of thousands of simple tools such as rakes and hoes had vanished. Over half of all the trees had been felled. Of all the housing in the county, 38% had been destroyed. Of what was left standing, a quarter was heavily damaged and needed urgent attention. Some 13,000 families did not even have a single room left to themselves. Hangzhuang was one of the many hamlets in Zihe County. It had 240 villages in 1957, but by 1961 only 141 remained. A quarter of the village had died of hunger, 1 in 6 families having been entirely extinguished, a fact which always carried a great deal of weight in a culture which continued to emphasize dissent, despite all the official rhetoric of class war. Between 1958 and 1961, only 4 children had been born in the village, one of whom had died in infancy. Many villagers were single, most were weak or sick, and few women from other villages were willing to marry local men. The village had lost some 40% of its land, and well over half of what remained was almost barren through heavy salinization. According to a local saying, on leaving the house one beholds a white expanse, as the salt whitened the earth for as far as the eye could see. In the midst of this thin, exhausted land stood derelict mud huts. The village had boasted a total of 240 rooms, but a mere 80 remained standing, most of them with leaky roofs or walls that had caved in. There was nothing inside these miserable dwellings, as an inspection team revealed. All the families have gone bankrupt through the famine. Those least affected have sold all their clothes and furniture, while the most damaged ones have had to sell their pots, bowls, and basins, as well as the wood stripped from their houses. In the village, 27 families have sold everything they had. Young Mao, for instance, left the village in 1960. His wife and child could survive only by selling every possession. They had no bed, no pots, and no tools to cultivate the land. They shared a ragged blanket and a threadbare coat. Others were worse off. Among the few people who had stayed in Hangzhuang was Liu Zailin, aged 33, who soon died of hunger. His wife hanged herself from a rafter, leaving behind 2 children who were adopted by local villagers. In Shandong, the teams sent to investigate what had happened during the famine were coy about pointing the finger at abusive cadres, unlike their peers in Gansu or Guangdong. But the political dimensions of the famine were clear. The head of the village had changed 15 times since the Great Leap Forward. Few could do anything to resist punitive procurements imposed from above, and in 1959 the villagers were left with an average of 25 kilos of grain per person for the entire year. Widespread conscription of labor on irrigation projects did not help. In the winter of 1959-60, 46 of the best laborers were recruited from Hangzhuang. They worked for 40 days and nights on end, in the snow, but were not given any grain, which had to be supplied by the village, already depleted by state requisitions. Some died while digging earth outside in the cold, others dropped dead by the roadside on the way home. Across the Shandong countryside there were countless villages in a similar predicament, broken by 4 years of mass abuse. Early warning signs had appeared in April 1959. Tang Xilong, a senior leader in Shandong, personally witnessed how in several counties in the Jining region the trees had been stripped bare, children were abandoned, and farmers died along the roadside, their faces sallow from hunger. In Zhuye, people ate the straw from their pillows. Thousands died of hunger. Tang Xilong reported this situation to provincial boss Shu Dong, but also took the exceptional step of sending a copy to Mao Zedong. A few weeks later, a contrite Shu Dong had to explain the Jining incident to the chairman, who was passing through the region in his special train. But Shu Dong did nothing to alleviate the famine. By his own admission, he detested bad news and refused even to talk about one finger of shortcomings in Shandong, threatening those who were critical of the Great Leap Forward with the label of rightist conservatism. According to others who had to work alongside Shu Dong, the regional Tsar exploded in a violent rage when anybody prevented him from enforcing a utopian vision that had cost the lives of countless people. He who strikes first prevails. He who strikes last fails. Shu Dong religiously followed Mao's advice about seizing the grain before the farmers could eat it, enforcing vast procurements to satisfy the demands from Beijing. Gansu, Sichuan, Guizhou, Shandong. All these provinces contained counties where the death rate was above 10% in 1960. But nothing was as bad as Anhui, run by Zheng Xisheng, one of Mao's most devoted followers. Like other provinces, Anhui was divided into regions, having over a dozen. One of these regions was Fuyang. Fuyang had a population of 8 million in 1958. 3 years later, more than 2.4 million people had died. One of the reasons for the high death rate was the landscape itself. Flat and generally barren, it offered few places to hide. Many of those who wanted to flee the area followed the river into Xinyang, in neighboring Henan, where the famine was even worse. The Huai River itself was a web of death. In 1957 it became the focus of a huge irrigation project which commanded up to 80% of the labour force. Every hectare would have a duct, every 10 hectares a canal, and every 100 hectares a large waterway. Fields would be as smooth as a mirror, deep ploughing making the soil as pliable as dough. Fuyang would catch up with the future in a mere year or two. Slogans such as, "On a rainy day we see a bright day, the night becomes the day," and "In daytime we fight the sun, at night we battle the stars," were behind the ceaseless exploitation of the best workers along the river. Many succumbed to disease, exhaustion, and death. To prevent workers from returning home over the Chinese New Year, the militia sealed their homes. With the inexorable advance of dams, dikes, and channels, everything in the way was flattened. Trees, graves, even large bridges were torn down, forcing farmers to walk for several kilometres each day to attend to the fields. Entire villages were compelled to relocate overnight at the whim of a carder. Hundreds simply vanished from the map. Other giant schemes took away the best workers from the fields before the sowing or reaping was even completed. So abundant was the crop, the party line went, that grain should be turned into alcohol. Hao County, striving to become a 5,000-ton county, built more than 3,200 alcohol factories in January 1959. Less than half ever worked, and many tons of grain went to waste. Just as ruinous were efforts to mechanize agriculture. Clunky iron wheels were added to some 10,000 carts, which were so heavy that bulls could no longer pull them. To compound the problem, the old carts were banned from the roads, and farmers seen to use them were denounced as rightists. The grain output plunged, but zealous carders doubled it on paper. Punitive requisitions followed, carried out with routine violence. They sometimes extracted close to 90% of the actual crop. To compensate for the shortage in grain, carders burst into local households and carried away tables, chairs, and beds. Farmers were even forced to turn in a set amount of cotton clothes, up to several kilos per family. Failure to fulfill the quota led to a ban from the canteen. Zhao Huaijun had to hand over the cotton jackets of his 70-year-old mother and his child. In the freezing cold, they had to bury themselves underneath some straw to keep warm. By 1960, there was so little left to collect that in one commune the biggest hall consisted of 100 coffins. Torture was rampant. Iron wire was used to pierce the ears of bad elements, while women were stripped and suspended by their hair. In the words of a leader in Jiaoshu County, their breasts were twisted until liquid oozed out. In Lin Xuan, the use of violence was summarized as follows by the local party boss. People died in tragic circumstances, being beaten and hanged to death, deprived of food or buried alive. Some were severely tortured and beaten, having their ears chopped off, their noses dug out, their mouths torn off, and so on, which often caused death. we discovered how extremely serious all of this was once we started investigating. Murder was common. In Daohuazhuang, a small village in Lizuan, 9 out of 19 Kadas had killed at least one villager during the famine. Li Fengying, a team leader, killed 5 people. In some cases, villagers were deliberately entrapped. In late 1959, at the height of the famine, one of the food processing factories belonging to the local grain bureau in Funan County left bean cakes in a courtyard with the gates wide open. As starving farmers tried to pilfer the food, the gates were suddenly locked behind them. Some of those who were caught were forced into a grain sack that was tied at the end. Then they were beaten with iron bars. The sacks were covered in blood. Others had their faces carved by knives and then oil rubbed into the wounds. Help for the famished was withheld. 15 tons of grain sent to support those in need in one county alone were confiscated, hastening the deaths of thousands. People also died when the local authorities tried to hide the famine from inspection teams. The militia, for instance, were instructed to seal off the villages and not allow anyone with signs of starvation onto the streets. In one commune targeted for a visit by the Ministry of Interior in 1960, the county head scrambled to round up and hide more than 3,000 villagers with edema. Locked up without any medical support, several hundred died in a matter of days. A local Kada had a quick look at Xin Chonchua, who was one of those suffering from edema. "He won't live. Bury him quickly," he ordered, as an inspection team was on its way. "He was still breathing while being buried," concluded the local party secretary. Chapter 36. Cannibalism. The countryside was a world of noise before the famine. Hawkers filled the air with their chants, some using rattles to advertise their wares. The din of gongs, cymbals, and firecrackers traditionally accompanied popular events, whether a burial or a wedding. Loudspeakers nailed to trees by street corners and village squares blasted out propaganda and revolutionary music. Passing trucks and buses, clouds of yellow dust billowing behind them, would have worked their horns incessantly. Boisterous conversations were yelled across fields, so loud that outsiders might mistake them for a bitter argument. But after years of famine, an eerie, unnatural silence descended upon the countryside. The few pigs that had not been confiscated had died of hunger and disease. Chickens and ducks had long since been slaughtered. There were no birds left in the trees, which had been stripped of their leaves and bark, their bare and bony spines standing stark against an empty sky. People were often famished beyond speech. In this world plundered of every layer that might offer sustenance, down to bark and mud, corpses often ended up in shallow graves or simply by the roadside. A few people ate human flesh. This began in Yunnan, where the famine started in the summer of 1958. At first, the carcasses of diseased livestock were unearthed, but as famine tightened its grip, some people eventually dug up, boiled and ate human bodies. Soon the practice appeared in every region decimated by starvation, even in a relatively prosperous province such as Guangdong. For example, in Tanbin, Luoding, a commune where 1 in 20 villagers died in 1960, several children were eaten. Few archives offer more than an oblique reference to cannibalism, but some police reports are quite detailed. In a small village in Sili County, Gansu, villagers caught the whiff of boiling meat from the hut of a neighbor. They reported the man to the village secretary, who suspected that a sheep might have been stolen and proceeded to inspect the premises. He discovered flesh stored in vats, as well as a hair clip, ornaments, and a scarf buried at the bottom of a pit. The artifacts were immediately identified as the belongings of a young girl who had vanished from the village days earlier. The man not only confessed to the murder, but also owned up to having unearthed and eaten the corpses of young children on 2 previous occasions. After the village had taken measures to protect the graves from desecration, he had turned to murder. Human flesh, like everything else, was traded on the black market. A farmer who bartered a pair of shoes for a kilo of meat at the Zhangye railway station found that the package contained a human nose and several ears. He decided to report the finding to the local Public Security Bureau. To escape detection, human flesh was sometimes mixed with dog meat when sold on the black market. But few reports were ever systematically compiled. Under a regime in which the mere mention of famine could land a cadre in trouble, cases of cannibalism were covered up wherever they appeared. In Gansu province, the provincial leader Jiang Zhongliang was personally told of a string of cases in Tongwei, Yumen, Wushan, Jinying, and Wudu, but he dismissed the evidence out of hand, blaming bad elements. Shu Dong, leader of Shandong, also suppressed evidence about cannibalism, fearing that adverse news would harm his reputation. Wang Lingqi, the county leader of Chishui, one of the sites of horror covered in the previous chapter, took the local security forces to task for arresting villagers guilty of cannibalism. So unmentionable was the topic that in a report distributed to the party leadership, the blame for the practice was placed on saboteurs who had tried to tarnish the reputation of the party by exhuming human bodies, pretending to eat them, in order to publicize the extent of the famine. A few fairly comprehensive documents have survived. One of these was compiled in March 1961 by a municipal unit in Linxia, a city south of Lanzhou. Linxia was heavily influenced by Islam, populated predominantly by Hui people, and the capital of a region with a dozen other ethnic minorities, including Tibetans, Salar, Bawan, and Dongxiang. The region suffered from mass collectivization during the Great Leap Forward, which ran roughshod over the habits and customs of minorities. An investigation of the region in the immediate aftermath of the famine showed that 54,000 people had died in a mere 2 years. The report listed some 50 cases discovered in the city, not in the entire region, all comprehensively arranged in the kind of list that was so much in favor with the planners, reducing horror to a mere set of facts and figures. Here are the details of 4 such cases. Date, 25th of February 1960. Location, Hongtai Commune, Yaohechia Village. Name of culprit, Yang Zhongsheng. Status, poor farmer. Number of people involved, 1. Name of victim, Yang Ershun. Relationship with culprit, younger brother. Number of people involved, 1. Manner of crime, killed and eaten. Reason, livelihood issues. Date, void. Location, void. Name of culprit, Ma Manai. Status, poor farmer. Number of people involved, entire family of 4. Name of victim, void. Relationship with culprit, void. Number of people involved, 13. Manner of crime, corpses exhumed and eaten. Reason, livelihood issues. Date, the 9th of January, 1960. Location, Maitsi Commune, Jiangshama Village. Name of culprit, Gang Gamai. Status, poor farmer. Number of people involved, 1. Name of victim, Maha Maichi. Relationship with culprit, fellow villager. Number of people involved, 1. Manner of crime, hacked to death, cooked and eaten. Reason, livelihood issues. Date, March 1960. Location, Hongtai Commune, Xiaogu Gate. Name of culprit, Zhu Shuangzi. Status, poor farmer. Number of people involved, 2. Name of victim, void. relationship with culprit, husband and elder son, number of people involved, 2, manner of crime, corpses exhumed and eaten, reason, livelihood issues. Most of the culprits on the list practiced necrophagy, either eating those who had passed away or exhuming and eating cadavers after burial. The 76 victims fell into 3 categories: killed and eaten, 12, eaten after death, 16, and exhumed and eaten, 48. Among those who were murdered, roughly half were fellow villagers and half were strangers passing through. Only 1 murder took place inside the family. Linxia was no exception. When a team of inspectors was sent to review the Jiaotu commune in Shizhou County, Sichuan, in early 1961, they were startled by the extent of cannibalism. Rather than take note of a few cases to signal the practice, as was usual, they made the effort to investigate 1 brigade in depth with the help of the local Public Security Bureau. The list they compiled provided the details of 16 victims and 18 perpetrators. Necrophagy had apparently started after Luo Wenxiu, a 70-year-old woman, unearthed the bodies of 2 small children and cooked them for herself. In some cases, only parts of a body were eaten. Ma Zemin's heart, for instance, was scooped out. Much of this may have been related to the fact that most of these corpses were already in an advanced state of putrefaction. Some people covered the meat in hot peppers. In Russian there is a distinction between liudodstvo, literally people-eating, and trupodstvo, or corpse-eating. It is a very useful distinction, one which introduces much-needed nuance into a topic stigmatized not only by the party, but also by its enemies, keen to portray cannibalism as a metaphor for the very system itself. And as the villagers themselves told and retold stories about body snatchers, cannibals with red eyes, or families swapping their children between them before eating them, the whole business was sensationalized to the point where it was placed under a cloud of skepticism. But as the cases of Linxia and Jiaotu show, very few people were actually cannibals who killed to eat. Most were scavengers, extending their survival techniques to the eating of cadavers. How they reached their decision to eat human flesh must surely have varied from one person to the next. But as desperate survivors, all of them would have witnessed many of the horrors being inflicted on living human beings, from body parts being chopped off to people being buried alive. Surely, in the midst of state-sponsored violence, necrophagy was neither the most common nor the most widespread way of degrading a human being. Chapter 37. The Final Tally. How many died? There will never be a satisfactory answer to that question, if only because in the midst of the Great Famine so few reliable statistics were kept. So far, every noteworthy estimate has been based on the official figures on population size and on birth and death rates for 1950 to 1982, published for the first time in the 1984 Statistical Yearbook by the National Statistical Bureau, or on the official figures of the 1953, 1964, and 1982 censuses. Immediately following the publication of the Statistical Yearbook, Basil Ashton used the official evidence to propose a figure of 30 million premature deaths during the 1958 to 1962 period, when the overall population stood at roughly 650 million. Judith Bannister, a professional demographer, also looked at the population statistics and concluded that an estimated 30 million excess deaths appeared during 1958 to 1961. Since the data present a whole range of problems, from lack of internal consistency to the under-registration of births and deaths and the exclusion of the armed forces, different authors have tinkered with this or that variable either to lower or to heighten the number. Peng Siqi, an expert in population studies, proposed an estimate of 23 million in 1987, while Zheng Zhang, in her book on Mao, reached a figure of 38 million. More recently, retired journalist Yang Jixiang suggested a figure of about 36 million, also based on published statistics. New evidence was produced in 2005 when Cao Shuzi, an historical demographer from Shanghai, systematically worked his way through more than 1,000 gazetteers, official local histories published after 1979 by county or city party committees. While acknowledging that this widely diverse set of data, too, ultimately rests on figures made public by the party, it introduced a much more fine-tuned analysis of regional differences. Cao's estimate was 32.5 million premature deaths. How reliable are official numbers? In the Soviet Union, the Central Office of Statistics produced two sets of demographic statistics, one for internal use and one for publication. But as we have already seen in the case of grain procurements, the party archives in China have widely different set of statistics at every level, from the commune, the county, and the province up to the centre. Some were compiled at the height of the collectivization craze and were intended to convey political zeal. Others were assembled by investigation teams sent to the countryside to oversee the removal of abusive party officials. In other words, debates about whether the released figures are doctored or not miss a very basic point. There is no need for anybody to falsify figures. It is merely a matter of compiling a set of statistics which appears to be the least politically damaging, or, to put it slightly differently, the fact that public data in a one-party state are not falsified does not necessarily make them reliable. At least 3 different sets of unpublished data exist in the archives, namely those compiled by the Provincial Public Security Bureau, those from the local party committee, and those from the local statistical bureau. Nobody has ever gained access to all 3 sets, but after 1979, as the new leadership wanted to find out more about the Maoist era, a team of 200 was instructed by Zhao Ziyang to go around every province to examine internal party documents. The erstwhile secretary of Guangdong, who had pioneered an anti-hiding campaign in 1959, was now premier, and he asked the team to draw a picture of rural China. The team's report was never published, but one of its members, a senior party official called Chen Yizi, fled to America in the wake of the Tiananmen massacre in 1989. In exile, he claimed that the team had arrived at a death toll of 43 to 46 million people for the famine. Only one person who has investigated the famine has taken Chen Yizi's claim seriously, namely Jasper Becker, who interviewed him for his book Hungry Ghosts, published in 1996. The archival evidence presented for the first time below vindicates Chen Yizi's findings and conservatively puts the number of premature deaths at a minimum of 45 million for the Great Famine of 1958 to 1962. Even Chen Yizi and his team would have encountered difficulties in carrying out their research. Archives in a one-party state are not public. They belong to the party and are controlled by the party. Except for those under the remit of the public security bureaus, most of them are located in a building inside the party headquarters. Even a high-powered delegation from Beijing could have been fobbed off or deliberately misled by experienced archivists, all the more so since a catalogue would not have existed for every collection. But most of all, some sets were simply missing. In Hubei, for instance, the file from the party committee which should have contained the figures for all excess deaths during the famine is incomplete. Inside the brown folder is a handwritten note appended by an archivist dated June 1979, which regrets that the item is missing. As to the Public Security Bureau, in Hubei it offered no more than a vague estimate, speculating that the death rate in 1961 was 2 to 3 times lower than the preceding year. The report wonders about the total death toll, but provides no answers. In any event, all three organizations, the Provincial Public Security, the Provincial Party Committee, and the Provincial Statistical Bureau, would have had to rely on units lower down the party hierarchy to compile their reports, and obstruction from below was rife. In Gansu Province, the Provincial Party Committee sent out a request for estimates in 1962 for excess deaths during the famine. The project foundered, as only a handful of counties ever replied. But even when numbers were sent in by county authorities, there were problems. First among them was the distinction between normal and abnormal deaths. Demographers distinguish between natural and unnatural deaths to tease out a rough estimate of how many people died prematurely as a consequence of famine. But in China, the distinction was political. Industrial accidents, suicides, fatal epidemics, or deaths from starvation were all a matter of great concern to the authorities. They stood as indices of social and political health, and they were diligently monitored by the party's regulators. Even a single case of suicide could signal that something was amiss, warranting a political investigation from above. In the middle of mass death in Fuyang, one of the sites of horror in Anhui, where up to 70% of some villages were wiped out, the region reported 10,890 deaths for the first quarter of 1961, of which a mere 524 were described as abnormal, including 103 deaths due to emaciation and edema. In Zhongxiang, Sichuan, the county head Zhu Wensheng simply dictated that in the official statistics 2 rules had to be followed. Birth rates had to exceed death rates, and the death rate could not be higher than 2%. In Fuling, also in Sichuan, 2 sets of statistics were kept. For 1960, local cadres managed to count a total population of 594,324 people, but reported 697,590, a difference of more than 100,000. Even when cadres were willing to confront the harsh reality of famine, who could have kept track of an avalanche of death? In Xiangjin, in Xiangbei counties in Sichuan, up to 250 people died each day in December 1960. The last thing on the minds of local officials would have been to do the rounds each day to produce a neat list of mortality figures, even if they were specifically asked by their superiors to do so. When local cadres or police officers did try to report the full extent of death, they were generally labelled rightists. Chao Xian, head of the Public Security Bureau in Wenxiang County, Sichuan, systematically compiled statistics for 1959 and discovered that 27,000 people, or 16%, were missing compared to the previous year. He was taken to task by his superior at the provincial level, but refused to modify his findings, which led directly to his political demise. To make matters even more complicated, obfuscation went all the way to the top. Provincial boss Liu Siho, like so many others, dutifully reported 4,700 abnormal deaths to Chairman Mao for all of Hebei in 1960, even though his own team of inspectors had discovered that in one county alone some 18,000 had died of hunger since 1958. The irony is that he chastised county leaders for covering up the extent of the famine, all the while keeping the incriminating figures from his own superiors in Beijing. At every level, party officials badgered their subordinates for the truth, but were deceitful with their own superiors, contributing to a maze of self-deception. To say that knowledge is power is a truism, and one that does not go very far in explaining why the more absolute power was, the less truth it managed to produce. But death on such a scale could hardly be hidden all the time. Sometimes local leaders took a chance, sending in hard-hitting reports further up the hierarchy. occasionally directly to Zhou Enlai or Mao Zedong himself. Extraordinarily detailed reports compiled by the investigation teams that fanned out over the countryside after October 1960 led to the removal of a whole series of leaders who had presided over mass death. And sometimes retrospective investigations were carried out in the years following the famine as the party tried to make sense of what had happened. The result is not so much a neatly arranged set of statistics revealing some absolute truth and a few telling numbers, but rather a mass of uneven and at times messy documentation compiled in different ways, at different times, for different reasons, by different entities, with different degrees of reliability. So assigning a team of 200 people to sift through the evidence would have been a good idea. The very best of these documents were compiled by a powerful security bureau and covered an entire province. As we have seen, this did not happen in Hubei, but it did in Sichuan, by far the most devastated province in all of China. The head of the Provincial Security Bureau authorized an investigation into the statistics from 1954 to 1961. The results undermined many of the reported totals, which underestimated the death toll by several percent in 1960 alone. The corrected death rate for 1954 to 1957 was an average of 1%. This increased to 2.5% in 1958, to 4.7% in 1959, to 5.4% in 1960, and to 2.9% in 1961. It added up to 10.6 million deaths from 1958 to 1961, of which 7.9 million were above 1% and can thus be considered excess deaths. But in Sichuan, unlike the rest of the country, famine did not vanish in 1962. There are countless reports about continuing starvation from a range of counties until the end of 1962. The Public Security Bureau compiled figures which determined that 1.5% died that year, meaning that another 300,000 perished prematurely, bringing the total to 8.2 million. Yet even this figure is no doubt too low by at least 10 or 20%, if only because in Sichuan, unlike in other provinces such as Gansu, the party boss Li Jingchuan remained firmly in power despite his responsibility for the deaths of many millions of people. Even in 1962, few county leaders in Sichuan would have been prepared to report the full extent of the disaster. No other similar documents are available, so far, but we do have data collected by regional statistical bureaus. In the case of Yunnan, where the famine started in 1958, the death rate recorded for the year was 2.2%, double the national average for 1957. This alone would have amounted to 430,000 excess deaths, when most historians using official statistics mention only about 800,000 deaths for the entire 1958 to 1961 period. The best available evidence comes from carefully compiled reports at the village, commune and county level. Since the work of the historical demographer Cao Shuzi, who used published party gazetteers to estimate death rates on a county basis, is in agreement with other population specialists who propose a death roll of roughly 32 million, it provides a very helpful baseline. Common sense indicates that local party committees had every incentive to underestimate published death rates, and in that sense, Cao Shuzi's estimate should be considered conservative. The purpose of what follows is to test his figures and provide a rough idea of how they should be adjusted. Not only is a focus on smaller entities such as counties much more accurate than larger aggregations at the national level, but it also allows us to eliminate so many of the variables that have confused demographers working with censuses, from internal migration to the size of the army between 1958 and 1962. However, an average death rate is required in order to calculate extra death figures. What would be reasonable? Here is what Liu Shaozi, the head of state, thought in 1961 when discussing the famine in his hometown of Huaminglu, where hundreds died every month. What are normal deaths? What are abnormal deaths? If you hit a man once and he dies of his injuries, or if somebody jumps into a river, it qualifies as an abnormal death. You can take the figures of the last 2 years to calculate a normal death rate. A normal death rate is below 1%, in general 0.8%. A normal birth rate is 2%. Any deaths above 0.8% are abnormal. To err on the safe side, given the wide variations across the country, 1% should be taken as a normal death rate. In the case of Hebei, we have some very detailed reports for 1960, compiled after provincial boss Liu Ziho gave the green light by asking for investigations into abnormal deaths down to the level of the household. Hu Kaiming, an outspoken party official in charge of Jiangxiakou, who later incurred the wrath of Mao Zedong for proposing greater freedom for farmers to determine their own prices, reported that 1.9% of the population had died in 1960, amounting to 59,000 people. In Weixian County, adjacent to Jiangxiakou, the death rate was 3.4% in 1960, as 18,000 people died. That amounted to some 40,000 excessive deaths in 1 year. Using official documentation, Cao Shuzi's figure for excessive deaths in Jiangxiakou and Weixian is 15,000 for the entire 3 years of famine. In Tianjin and the surrounding countryside, hardly the most deprived part of the country, 30,000 people died within 3 months at the end of 1960. A normal rate of attrition would have claimed less than half of these lives. The figure provided by Cao Shuzi, again based on official rather than archival sources, is 30,000 excess deaths for 3 years. Another example comes from Shijiazhuang, the seat of a region covering some 15 counties. By reading the official data critically, Cao arrives at 15,000 deaths for the entire region over 3 years. But in the city of Shijiazhuang alone, close to 4,000 people died in a mere 10 days in January 1961, when counting the victims of starvation was no longer politically taboo. Tianjin, Jiangxiakou, and Shijiazhuang were cities nominally isolated from starvation in the countryside. A very different example comes from Gansu, where the demotion of Zhang Zhongliang in November 1960 was followed by several months of local investigations, bringing to light the extent of the famine. In Longxi County, 16,000 people died in 1959, or 7.5%, followed by 23,000 in 1960, or 11% of the population. So in those 2 years alone, the excess deaths stood at 35,000. But for 3 years of famine, Cao Shuzi reaches 24,000 deaths. Party archives give 32,000 deaths for Xinying County, about 7% each year in 1959 and 1960. This contrasts with a figure of 19,000 excess deaths for a period of 3 years arrived at by Cao Shuzi. In Zhangye, out of a population of roughly 280,000, some 5,000 people died in November, followed by 6,000 in December 1960. Even if we double the normal rate of attrition to 2%, that would still represent over 10,000 excess deaths in less than a quarter of a year. Cao Shuzi arrives at 17,000 excess deaths, not for 1 county in 2 months, but for 4 counties over a period of 3 years. In the spring of 1960, some 20,000 people died in Wuwei County alone. Cao Shuzi suggests 50,000 premature deaths for a region comprising 4 counties over a period of 3 years. In Guizhou, the Provincial Party Committee reckoned by 1961 that some 10% of the workforce were missing when compared with 1957, meaning 500,000 workers, not counting children and the elderly. Not all of these had died, of course, as many had migrated out of the province, but the death rates were high throughout Guizhou, in particular in regions such as Qishui and Medan. In Qishui, some 22,000 people died in half a year, or 10% of the population. Cao Shuzi, using the official record of the county, proposes 46,000 over a period of 3 years, which seems reasonable enough. But in the case of Medan, 45,000 people died in half a year. Cao Shuzi suggests 105,000 for 4 counties over a period of 3 years, which must be too low. Even more interesting is that in his extremely conscientious compilation of the official data for all counties, some places are missing. Yanhe, part of the Tongren region, is not mentioned, although some 40 to 50,000 people died of hunger in that county alone. In Shandong, the discrepancies are of a similar magnitude, even if few of the relevant archives can be accessed by historians. In Pingyuan County, to take an example from the northwestern part of the province, a high-ranking investigation noted that out of a population of 452,000 in 1957, over 46,000 people had died by 1961. Despite 24,000 births, the total population dropped to 371,000, as tens of thousands took to the roads to escape from famine, many to die elsewhere, their deaths being excluded from these figures. Cao Shuzi's examination of the official annals proposes 19,000 premature deaths for Pingyuan County. Even if we take into account a normal death rate of 1% per year over a period of 4 years, the total of excess deaths reported at the time would be equivalent to 28,000, or 50% higher. A similar observation can be made about Sihe, which lost a fifth of its population, or 100,000, between 1957 and 1961. If we deduct a normal death rate of 1% for 4 years and accept that roughly half of the vanished probably migrated to other areas, the document is not clear on this issue, we are still left with a figure comparable to Pingyuan, or roughly 30,000, although Cao Shizu ventures no more than 19,000, or a third less. For the entire Laizhou region, consisting of Qingdao and 13 counties, Cao Shuzi's estimate is 164,000 premature deaths over 4 years. But the archives show that in Jimo County alone, according to incomplete statistics, some 47,000 people died, excluding 51,000 farmers who took to the roads, over a period of 2 years. Even if we deduct 15,000 normal deaths for a population of approximately 750,000 people, it still leaves the county with 32,000 premature deaths, far above Cao Shuzi's estimate. In some cases, the archival data and the published material are in line. In Xinxing County, Guangdong, 1.5% of the population died in 1959, followed by 2.88% in 1960. This would have amounted to roughly 5,000 deaths, while Cao Shuzi arrives at a total of 8,000 deaths for 3 years. For the much larger region of Tianmen, also in Guangdong, encompassing several counties, the death rate given to the Provincial Party Committee was 2% in 1960, or 120,000 deaths, half of which would count as premature. This is difficult to compare with Cao's reconstruction of the official data, as the administrative borders of the region were extensively redrawn after 1961, but they do seem roughly to fit his estimate of 112,000 excess deaths for 3 years. In the case of Sichuan, as noted above, political pressure under Li Jingzuan meant that few, if any, counties reported high death rates, and none matched those found in the official documentation published decades later and consulted by Cao Shuzi. None of this is intended as a criticism of Cao Shuzi's work. On the contrary, his painstaking reconstruction of what happened at the county level, on the basis of well over 1,000 local gazetteers, has established a baseline which is very much in accord with figures derived by demographers from more abstract sets of population statistics. A systematic comparison of these figures with archival data compiled at the time or in the immediate aftermath of the famine would not be possible without his work. And when we confront the official data with archival evidence, we find a pattern of underestimation, sometimes by 30 to 50%, sometimes by as much as a factor of 3 or 4. Perhaps some of the reports exaggerated the death rates, but it is very difficult to see why. There was no political advantage to be gained from declaring extra deaths. The death toll was not a major consideration in the purge of party members after October 1960. The manner of death mattered, as local cadres were classified according to different levels of abuse. In fact, there was every advantage in inflating the overall population. When a team went to investigate the statistics in Hunan in 1964, it found that the overall population was systematically inflated by more than 1%, in some counties by up to 2 or 3%. The difference for 1963 was 500,000 people in Hunan who existed on paper alone. Through thorough testing, we found that in the past the population figures were routinely and severely inflated. When the Ministry of Public Security undertook a more widespread check on population statistics in 1963, it discovered a similar pattern of inflation across the country, sometimes as high as 2.2% in the case of Gansu, for instance. Of a population of 681 million today, we estimate that about 1 to 1.5% of those counted are fake. Many local cadres, in order to obtain greater cloth rations and other goods, intentionally increase the population figures. A year later, during the official 1964 census, the Central Census Office confirmed that the problem of population inflation is far worse than we thought, or at least 1 million was added for Hebei and Henan each, and no fewer than 700,000 for Shandong, 3 of the provinces that have been closely investigated. There was very little that could be done about the issue. Even if we ignore some of the most glaring disparities between archival data and official figures, the gap is in the order of 50 to 100%. It is very difficult to venture an alternative death toll, all the more since so many of the key sets of archival statistics remain prudently under lock and key, far removed from the eyes of prying historians. But there is enough archival evidence from a sufficiently large diversity of party units to confirm that the figure of 43 to 46 million premature deaths proposed by Chen Yizi, who was a senior member of a large working group that sifted through internal party documents around 1980, is, in all likelihood, a reliable estimate. The death toll thus stands at a minimum of 45 million excess deaths. It could be even worse than that. Some historians speculate that the true figure stands as high as 50 to 60 million people. It is unlikely that we will know the full extent of the disaster until the archives are completely opened. But these are the figures informally discussed by a number of party historians. And these are also, according to Chen Yizi, the figures cited at internal meetings of senior party members under Zhao Ziyang. Yu Xiguang, an independent researcher with a great deal of experience, puts the figure at 55 million excess deaths. Epilogue. The turning point came in January 1962, as 7,000 cadres arrived from all parts of the country to attend the largest work conference ever held in the vast, modernistic Great Hall of the People in Beijing. Liu Shaozi, the head of state, issued the official report to a packed audience, speaking for 3 hours without a break, but not without interruption. He did not confront Mao directly, which would have been unthinkable, but he openly repeated everything he had said behind closed doors to a small gathering of senior leaders half a year earlier. In Hunan, he explained, the farmers believed that the difficulties were due 30% to natural calamities and 70% to a man-made disaster. The very use of the term man-made disaster, Zhenhuo, was a bombshell, drawing gasps from the audience. As Liu proceeded to dismiss the expression 9 fingers to 1, Mao's favorite phrase to emphasize achievements over setbacks, the tension became palpable. In general, our successes have been primary, shortcomings and errors are secondary, they occupy a second position. I wonder if we can say that, generally speaking, the ratio of achievements to setbacks is 7-3, although each region is different. 1 finger versus 9 fingers does not apply to every place. There are only a small number of regions where mistakes are equal to 1 finger and successes equal to 9 fingers. Mao interrupted Liu, visibly annoyed. It's not a small number of regions at all. For instance, in Hebei, only 20% of regions decrease production, and in Jiangsu, 30% of all regions increase productions year after year. But Liu refused to be intimidated and carried on. In general, we cannot say it is merely 1 finger, but rather 3, and in some places it is even more. For instance, in the Xinjiang region in Henan, or in the Tianshui region in Gansu. And who was responsible for this disaster? Liu squarely placed the blame on the central leadership. Liu did try to appease the chairman by defending the general party line, postponing the verdict over the communes to 5 or maybe even 10 years later. But Mao was furious nonetheless. He talks about natural disasters versus man-made disasters. This kind of talk is a disaster in itself, he confided to his doctor. Lin Biao, the general who had rallied to the defense of the chairman at the Lushan plenum in 1959, again lauded the great leap forward, hailed as an unprecedented accomplishment when compared to any other region of the country's history. He rhapsodized, "The thoughts of Chairman Mao are always correct. Chairman Mao's superiority has many aspects, not just one, and I know from experience that Chairman Mao's most outstanding quality is realism. What he says is much more realistic than what others say. He is always pretty close to the mark. He is never out of touch with reality. I feel very deeply that when in the past our work was done well, it was precisely when we thoroughly implemented and did not interfere with Chairman Mao's thought. Every time Chairman Mao's ideas were not sufficiently respected or suffered interference, there have been problems. That is essentially what the history of our party over the last few decades shows." Zhou Enlai did what he always managed best. He tried to absolve Mao by assuming much of the blame for what had gone wrong, taking personal responsibility for excessive grain procurements, inflated production figures, the draining of grain away from the provinces, and growing exports of food. "This is my mistake," he declared, going on to claim that the shortcomings and errors of the last few years have occurred precisely when we contravened the general line and Chairman Mao's precious instructions. He was trying to build a bridge across the gap that had opened between Mao and Liu, but it was to no avail. We will never know when Mao decided to get rid of Liu, setting in motion a cultural revolution that would destroy the lives of all those who had opposed him during the Great Leap Forward. But a good guess is that he started plotting the elimination of his ever more threatening nemesis as soon as he realized that his entire legacy, as well as his standing in history, was at stake. The defining moment may have been a summer afternoon in July 1962, when Mao was floating in his swimming pool. He had been urgently called back to Beijing by Liu, and the chairman was in a foul mood. Liu's son recalls that his father hurriedly approached the chairman, having been summoned to explain what the rush was all about. Liu started by reporting that Chun Yun and Tian Jiaying, two of the most outspoken critics of the Great Leap Forward, wanted formally to present their views about land distribution. Mao soon exploded into a torrent of invective. But Liu would not desist. He spoke in haste. "So many people have died of hunger." Then he blurted out, "History will judge you and me. Even cannibalism will go into the books." Mao went into a towering rage. "The 3 red banners have been shot down. Now land is being divided up again," he shouted. "What have you done to resist this? What's going to happen after I'm dead?" The two men soon calmed down, and Mao agreed that an economic policy of adjustment should continue. But the chairman was now convinced that he had found his Khrushchev, the servant who had denounced his master Stalin. Liu, he concluded, was obviously the man who would issue a secret speech denouncing all his crimes. Mao was biding his time, but the patient groundwork for launching a cultural revolution that would tear the party and the country apart had already begun. An essay on the sources. The bulk of the sources come from party archives in China, and a few words about these may help the reader better to understand the foundation on which the book rests. In a one-party state, archives do not belong to the public, they belong to the party. They are often housed in a special building on the local party committee premises, which are generally set among lush and lovingly manicured grounds closely guarded by military personnel. Access to the archives is strictly regulated, and would have been unthinkable until a decade or so ago, but over the past few years increasing quantities of documents older than 30 years have become available for consultation to readers with a letter of recommendation. The extent and quality of the material vary from place to place, but in general most collectors distinguish between open or declassified and closed or controlled files, as truly sensitive material remains out of bounds except to the eyes of the most senior party members. The very fact that this distinction removes from the scrutiny of most historians a large proportion of vital information indicates that this book has been written with relatively soft material. Future historians, hopefully, will be able to reveal the true scale of what happened on the basis of fully open archives. Another complication presents itself in the fact that with the exception of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, most central archives are extremely difficult to access. Most historians tend to rely on provincial and county collections instead. Although a good dozen city and county archives have been used in this work, the majority of the material comes from 10 provincial archives, which were chosen largely on the basis of openness. Until now, no historian, to my knowledge, has been able to work on the Maoist era in the Anhui provincial archives, while the collection in Henan also remains highly restricted, to the point where even if access were granted, it would remain rather meaningless, as only the most banal documents would be handed over to the researcher, often in painfully small quantities. Other collections, by contrast, have been gradually opening up, and my selection represents a good spread of provinces in terms of population density, Shandong versus Gansu, severity of the famine, Sichuan on one extreme, Zhejiang on the other, and geography, from Hebei in the north to Guangdong in the south. The archives inside each provincial collection reflect the structure of the party machinery and are often divided into smaller groups according to the institution they belong to, for instance the Bureau for Hygiene or the Bureau for Forestry. What the historian finds, then, is often extremely diverse material, far more so than the stark term archives actually suggests. There are letters written by ordinary people, surveys of working conditions in factories by the All China Federation of Trade Unions, investigations into cases of corruption, Bureau of Public Security reports of theft, murder, arson and assault on granaries, detailed evidence of local cadre abuses compiled by special teams sent in during rectification campaigns, general reports on peasant resistance during the collectivization campaign, secret opinion surveys, and much more. The huge variety of material is nonetheless of official provenance. Even the letters written by ordinary farmers and workers would have been selected for some official purpose, and we have little alternative but to view everyday life through the prism of the state. This observation, of course, is true for all state archives, including those of Hitler's Germany and Stalin's Russia. It does not mean that we cannot read them against the grain. Finally, any historian worth his salt will know how to assess the authorship of official reports, their intended audience, the institutional context which engendered them, and the conditions of their production. Historians are attuned to the complications which result from the distortions of social reality by official rhetoric, as terms such as sabotage, slacking, treason, enemy of the people, and leftist excesses obscure what happened. Yet the sheer variety and abundance of reports about resistance demonstrate the persistence of rural strategies of survival, while the state itself was a complex, sprawling organization which hardly ever spoke or reported with one voice. Just as senior leaders such as Peng Dehuai and Mao Zedong clashed in their findings about the Great Leap Forward, different individuals, units, and organizations varied enormously in how they reported what they found on the ground. Provincial archives are not only much richer than the smaller collections which can be found in counties, cities, or even villages, but they also tend to keep copies of important files that were sent to them from above, namely Beijing, or from below, for instance when counties reported on important matters such as grain shortages or the collapse of a dam. In the bureaucratic maze of communist China, a document was hardly ever unique, in the sense that copies were made and circulated to many institutions who might have claimed a stake in the case at hand. Many of the reports compiled by work teams, for instance, would have been sent to several dozen party members. An important central document was distributed to every province and county, while more sensitive material might have been copied only to the first secretaries of each province. In other words, a wealth of material which does not necessarily pertain to the region in question can be found in provincial collections, including minutes of speeches and gatherings at the highest level. These minutes can vary considerably, as they were taken by different people, sometimes from tape recordings. Some are more detailed than others. I have tried to make it as easy as possible for the interested reader to find out the provenance of each document. What happened at the highest level, inside the corridors of power in Beijing? So far, to understand court politics under Mao, most historians have relied on official publications, internal documents, Nebu, or Red Guard material released during the Cultural Revolution. In contrast, I prefer to use archival material as far as possible, and I do so for three reasons. First, entire sentences or sections have been omitted from the published speeches of senior leaders, in particular, but not only, in Red Guard material. There are countless examples of small stylistic changes or more profound editorial excisions, and they change the overall sense of many of these speeches. Second, the minutes of entire meetings have been censored, either officially in the mainland or in the Red Guard material smuggled out of China during the Cultural Revolution. And third, while historians have given much weight to meetings on which leading party members have later commented, crucial events and decisions have simply been ignored or censored, even in the otherwise very reliable official biographies of leaders published by party historians with access to the central archives in Beijing. This is the case, as we have seen, with the meeting at the Qingqiang Hotel in Shanghai on the 25th of March 1959, at which Mao suggested that a third of all grain should be procured to meet foreign commitments. In short, the entire record of the Maoist era, as reflected in official and internally published sources, is a skillful exercise in obfuscation and, as such, an inadequate basis for historical research. This rather sceptical view is confirmed by a recent biography of Zhu Enlai by Gao Wenxian. Gao, a party historian who worked in the Central Archives in Beijing for many years, smuggled out his notes before absconding to the United States. The premier described in Gao's groundbreaking biography is substantially different from the iconic figure most of us are used to. Gao Wenxian, Zhu Enlai, The Last Perfect Revolutionary, New York, Public Affairs, 2007. However, while bearing these shortcomings in mind, anything published by the Central Documents Research Office, Zhongyang, Wenxian, Yanxiu, Shi, including their voluminous and carefully referenced biographies of leaders, is invaluable. The problem with these publications is the vast amount of crucial information that has been deliberately excluded, and the same can be said of the post-1949 manuscripts of Mao published in a dozen volumes as Mao Zedong, Jianguo, Yi Lai, Mao Zedong, Wengao, Mao Zedong's manuscripts since the founding of the People's Republic. Beijing, Zhongyang, Wenxian, Zhubanshi, 1987-96. China, like all communist states, has a sprawling bureaucracy in which obsessive attention to the most minute details, even in the midst of widespread want, can reach absurd dimensions. But not every scrap of paper ends up carefully preserved in an archive. Factories, government units, even the courts and the police sometimes dispose of their files, for instance when they move to new quarters. Some of these documents, confessions, reports, directives, permits and certificates of every sort, end up in the delightfully chaotic flea markets of Guangzhou, Shanghai or Beijing. Over many a weekend, as the archives are closed, I have sifted through dusty papers. Some of these were in bundles spread on a blanket, with the owner squatting on a pile of old newspapers. Others were displayed on makeshift tables among memorabilia, postcards, magazines and stamps. I have built up a small collection of documents, as well as a pile of ration coupons of every shade and colour, since they are one of the very few artifacts of bureaucracy to have survived the famine, but have quoted very few of them, and then only when no equivalent exists in the official party archives. A small proportion of the evidence comes from foreign archives, in particular Russian and East German, the two countries that were most closely involved with China at the time. All in all, they are helpful in reconstructing the foreign trade and policy aspects of the era, although they are much more limited when it comes to observations about everyday life. Most advisers were confined to the cities, and by 1960 even the East Germans, who remained sympathetic to the Great Leap Forward for much longer than the other Eastern Europeans, were leaving in droves. A few snippets can be gleaned from reports to London, although overall the fabled sinologists in the British Embassy were pretty clueless, and poorly prepared too, without any apparent knowledge of collectivization and its effects. A low-ranking scribbler with experience of the Soviet Union would have done a better job. Very much the opposite could be said of the staff of the secret services in Taiwan, who compiled extremely detailed and insightful reports about every aspect of the famine for Chiang Kai-shek and a select few of his acolytes in regular intelligence bulletins, which can be found in the Bureau of Investigation in Hesin-Tien on the outskirts of Taipei. The United States refused to believe Chiang Kai-shek, as CIA reports show, no doubt fearing that the Generalissimo might drag them into an invasion of the mainland. However, since the party archives in China are much more reliable, I have not used this material at all. Several times a week, the official press agency Xinhua compiled a report 3 to 10 pages long called Internal Reference Nebu Zankao, which was distributed to officials at the ministerial level and higher. This source pales in comparison with the archival material, as it was heavily censored, but nonetheless contains interesting snippets of information. Finally, some of the memoirs and personal recollections of party members, interpreters, secretaries and diplomats can be useful, although many suffer from self-censorship and a lack of concrete detail. Pride of place should be given to Mao's personal physician, Li Qisui. Much maligned by some sinologists for being too sensational, He is a very reliable guide whose recollections can be verified, sometimes almost verbatim, in the party archives. An observation also confirmed by Lorenz Luthi, who worked extensively with Soviet documents. See Lorenz M. Luthi, The Sino-Soviet Split, Cold War in the Communist World, Princeton University Press, 2008, page 354. I have used a small number of interviews to give a voice occasionally to ordinary people, although, of course, they speak loudly and volubly in many a party document, from opinion surveys to police reports. About 100 interviews were conducted by researchers specifically trained for this project by me over several years, often in the format of what specialists refer to as insider interviewing, meaning that interviewers spoke with people from the same social background in their own dialect, sometimes from the same village or even family, cutting out both the presence of an alien interviewer, foreign or urban Chinese, and a translator. All these interviews have been transcribed and deposited with the University's Service Center for China Studies at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. All the names of the interviewees, as well as those of a very small number of people who may still be alive, have been anonymized. Finally, a short word about secondary sources. While for many decades the best specialists on the Maoist era were to be found in Europe, the United States and Japan, the center of gravity has decidedly moved back to China. A small but growing body of work has been published on the famine by historians who have spent time in very different archival collections. Their publications are not always welcome in China, and more often than not appear in Hong Kong, a city which is rapidly emerging once again as the key interface between the mainland and the rest of the world. Yu Xiguang is the historian with by far the most experience in teasing out vital information from the archives, as is made clear by his superb anthology, Yu Xiguang, Daiyuxin Ku Ritzi, Shang Shuzi, The Great Leap Forward and the Years of Bitterness, a collection of memorials. Hong Kong, Shidao, Chaolui, Chubanshi, 2005. Special mention must be made of Yang Qisheng, a retired journalist who was one of the first to use archival collections from the provinces. Yang Qisheng, Mubei, Zhongguo, Liu Shui, Niandai, Dazihuang, Jishi. Tombstone, A True History of the Great Famine in China in the 1960s. Hong Kong, Tiandi, Dushu, Yuxian, Gongxi, 2008. His work remains important, in particular insofar as few other historians have been able to research and publish on the famine in Henan province. But his 2 volumes do suffer from a number of serious shortcomings. Those familiar with the material will see that the book is more of a compilation of notes from different sources than a carefully constructed text. At times it looks like a hodgepodge which simply strings together large chunks of text, some lifted from the web, a few from published sources, and others transcribed from archival material. Invaluable documents are thrown together with irrelevant anecdotes, making it difficult for the reader to see the wood for the trees. In some cases the author spent only a day or 2 in the archives, missing the most vital and openly available documents. This is the case for the chapter on Guangdong, which relies on a single file for the entire famine. But most of all, there is no timeline. By dispensing with a meaningful historical narrative and focusing heavily on grain shortages, the author misses an important dimension of the disaster. More solid is Lin Yuanhui's magisterial book, essential in tracing the development of the Great Leap Forward. While it relies for the greatest part on published sources and is concerned solely with court politics, its sheer scope and breadth of analysis supersede all other books in political science on the topic. Lin Yuanhui, Wutuo Bang Yungdong, Song Daiyuxin, Dao Dazihuang, 1958-1961, Utopian Movement, From the Great Leap Forward to the Great Famine, 1958-1961, Hong Kong, Xiangyang, Zhongwen, Da Sue, Dang Dai, Zhongguo, Wenhua, Yangxiu, Zhongxin, 2008. Last but not least, Gao Wangling's work on peasant forms of resistance during the famine is a model of originality and insight, and it has been a major inspiration for this book. Gao Wangling, Runmin, Gongshe, Shizi, Zhongguo, Nongmin, Fang Xingui, Diacha. Acts of Peasant Resistance in China during the People's Communes. Beijing, Zhonggong Dangxi, Chubanshe, 2006. In English, readers interested in elite politics will enjoy Roderick McFarquhar, The Origin of the Cultural Revolution, The Great Leap Forward, 1958 to 1960, New York, Columbia University Press, 1983. More recent is Alfred Chan, whose analysis of how Mao's vision was actually implemented in Guangdong remains unsurpassed. Alfred L. Chan, Mao's Crusade, Politics and Policy Implementation in China's Great Leap Forward, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2001. There are some good village studies based on interviews, although of course they tend to rely on the words of those who survived, leaving the dead without a voice. A recent example is Ralph A. Thaxton, Catastrophe and Contention in Rural China, Mao's Great Leap Forward, Famine and the Origins of Righteous Resistance in Dafo Village, New York, Cambridge University Press, 2008. Jasper Becker's account of the famine remains very readable. Jasper Becker, Hungry Ghosts, Mao's Secret Famine, New York, Henry Holt, 1996. Other authors whose work has touched on the famine include David Bachman, Bureaucracy, Economy and Leadership in China, The Institutional Origins of the Great Leap Forward, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991, Thomas P. Bernstein, Mao Zedong and the Famine of 1959 to 1960, A Study in Willfulness, China Quarterly, number 186, June 2006, pp. 421-45, and Stalinism, Famine and Chinese Peasants, Grain Procurements During the Great Leap Forward, Theory and Society, Volume 13, May 1984, pp. 339-77, Edward Friedman, Paul G. Pickowitz, and Mark Selden, with K. Ann Johnson, Chinese Village, Socialist State, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1991. Jean-Luc Domenach, The Origins of the Great Leap Forward, The Case of One Chinese Province, Boulder, Westview Press, 1995. Penny Kane, Famine in China, 1959-61, Demographic and Social Implications, Basingstoke, Macmillan, 1988. Roderick McFarquhar, The Origins of the Cultural Revolution, Volume 3, The Coming of the Cataclysm, 1961-1966, New York, Columbia University Press, 1999. Frederick C. Tews and Warren Sun, China's Road to Disaster, Mao, Central Politicians and Provincial Leaders in the Unfolding of the Great Leap Forward, 1955-1959, Armonk, N.Y., M.E. Sharp, 1999. Dali L. Young, Calamity and Reform in China, State Rural Society, and Institutional Change Since the Great Leap Famine, Stanford University Press, 1996. Other helpful studies are listed in the select bibliography.
The end. You've been listening to Mao's Great Famine by Frank Dikötter, narrated by David Balcombe. Want to find out more about Whole Story audiobooks? Visit us at www.wholestoryaudiobook.co.uk. Here you'll find hundreds of best-selling titles, together with sound clips, narrator profiles, author interviews, and much more. Alternatively, contact us using the details on the cover to receive updates on new releases. Whole Story Audiobooks. The whole story as the author intended.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.